Action. Ағылшын.
Жетекшілер бар ма? Жетекшілер депутаттар.
Наверное,
Да.
那这样， Өзі жоғал енді үш жерде, иә? 217. Bak, Ағылшын. Видео жоқ па жаңағы сол жерде жоқ. Ya, ini ayat film kita harus dia mas. Filmnya Ағылшын емес па ол? Ағылшын ya. Yang saya bikin, nah videonya gitu, seberapa mana kamu? Akhirnya, tahu kan hasilnya, anak. Sampai mati sih jadi ujian gembal. Oh ya beres. Itu dia punya awal. Ya kan. This sound in the background, videos sliders, slide sound the mask, Ormay gibi rahat, gibi de.
Apa ya? Ini gitu kunci sekolah. Ah, ini salah. Betul dia sekarang. Slide mesti. Oh, oke.
Ya.
Slide betul. Asal pindah terus dia. Apa itu?
Hay mikir. Hay mikir apa? Aku juga Yang sekarang hati siap terjebak. Jadi kemudian kemudian pusat dibuka koyamızdan da kalkıya savaş şartniyeti müsaadesiz. Müşterinin eli dizuka bana şu sanlar. Bir-birinizga ketib rastamaysiz. Ben sanlar ish kimga qolmaydi, sen qarabdan shu sanlarda. Katanizga mustayoq ketdingiz. Oğuzabay maziyat Müslüman. Civio Aysel. Hatta Aysel ben olsam. Ulaskanova Ayşe. Yerkinova Naziya. Kitbay Gülbanu. Asbay Balosa. Almashva Arjan. İsman Aminanur. Ukbal İkman. Ержан kızı Ahmet. Yıldızlar Hasar'da gelin kumpanya. Aminanur ben Ahmet. 10 yıldızları. Sama sekarang bisa kali. Aku jalan juga, ya. Di semua negara. Ini kasih motor di jalan. Sama, begitu ya. Ағылшын, kasih kasih mereka. Gimana? Ербулатова Арайлан. Мұрат қызы Маншық. Маншық барма. Бекболатова Аяжан. Қуаныш Арай. Puan Şaray var mı? Alşanova Yilkinaz. Nurgaliva Gülana. Kuanış Nurşat. Umar Aslay. Şenes Arifan. Adiljan Kızgıdırganım. Nurmakan Akberi. Ashraf Darhan. Müslüm Amina. Yerenov Bekjan. İncilekova Ciyaz. Irfan Karafat. Daniela Rafia. Minglayak Daniel. Serif Hamsayev. Anvarbekova Mirey. Дүйсенова Інжу. Інжу жоқ па? 217. Кейін тоқпеді осы. Серікбай Мадина. Мадина бар ма?
Серікбай Мадина.
Қатты айтсаңыз барды. Мен естіп жатқан. Сейдала Аружан.
Аржан бар.
Адылбекова Султана. Али Айзире. Akbarova Sara. Бақытқызы Гүлім. Орынбай Нұрмұхамед. Аймұхамедова Амен Адема. Адеми. Адеми ма? Адема ма? Адеми деп жазылған дұрыс па? Мұдан келді ма? Орны жоқ па? Адеми ма? Адема. Сидмухан Салтанат. Арифекова Аружан. Сайдулла Тоғжан. Айтбай Айшет. Молдаханова Айдана. Кенжебай Ақбота. Мырзабекқызы Гүлжауһар. Алмағанбет Нұрай. Рустам мен Алмағанбет па? Жұмағазы Айжан. Hari neyse karanlar. Ағылшыннан қарап көрсетемін. Мен саяхат болсам, екі оқушыдан Әжеттер фамилиясы мөрден аталмаған балдар бар ма? Фамилияларын айта қойыңыз, бірі білетін. Мұрат қызы, айтқан жоқпын ба? Айтқан жоқпын ба? Қай мектеп? Мұрат қызы, мәншік ба? Мәншік аралдан, иә? Тағы кім? Сәуірбек. Сен баған қазақ біле жоқ басын өтсебе, 260 болып қазақ біле жоқ. Сайлаубек Жанерге. Аңғымызға айтылған жоқ. Егізбаева? Қайыр қазақ біле бар. Егізбаева Адель. Тағы бар ма? Аты аталмаған? Есболат ба? Айтпадым ба? Есболат бар емес. Ашрaf Дархан деген қыз ба? Ерім Бекжан.
Ben bir айтуын жүз қырық үш айтбай, 213 Мұқан, Ертібай, 86 Әділжанқызы, 914 Дүйсенова, Абайдың фирмасына, Абай Әли, Абай Асқарова, 23 Муслим, 143 Айтбай, Айтбай Ефрем Самсетте, Сигма, Намаз, өзгерген ба? Жиырма үш Муслим, 12 Исенгелдей бабам 12, 261 Сайлаубек, 212 Жұмағазы, 101 Ясуспет, 212 Ағынағанбек, 75 Қуаныш, 100 Емеу, Абай Әділбекова, 101 Минаят, 109 Қожабай, Шешімекте Орынбай, 201 Өткінова, Абай Сейдалы, 101 Жансая,
62 Мұрат қызы, Аширов 13 Бухай Аширов тасынан қай мектеп? 220 Қуаныш, 272 Уасханова, 80 Нұрғалиева, 10 Бил. Наурызды? Ал, сенікі ма? Қазір.
Бірақ біз өзімізбен бірге шығарамыз.
Қалай өзіңмен бірге шығарамыз?
Ноутбуктан кетеміз.
Не хотеть алмайсың ба? Бөлек ба негізі?
Иә, бөлек.
Ребята, можно с вами поменяться? Вы лучше там сами еще обратно, и мы еще добавим.
А то как она не знает. Сюда. Сейчас подождите. Нет, сейчас они будут работать, они будут подходить сюда, выключить сами, да? Вот сюда. Это здесь будет наше задание. Вы должны смотреть на назад, поставить, а чуть там. Нет, а как смотреть? Вот так можно поставить.
Все вообще не видно. Остальные вообще не видно. Нет, давайте все-таки вот сюда поставим. Если что больше он поставит, мы положим. Да.
Я могу кидать здесь рядом. И вообще у нас аппараты на хотя қойсаңыздар. Балдар бүйтіп отырмасын естесіздер алдында шыққы бүйтіп көптеу сияқты на парталарды кітап қойсаңыз. Енді біз былай отырамыз. Енді мынау деген ыңғайсыз ол бізге қазір біз 3 сағат 4 сағат отырамыз. Тездетейікші, мына қатар қойыңызшы, мына жерге тездетіп. Çok çamalı. Подальше, берите, подальше. Ну, ладно, отожмёмся, так, мы уже заставим. Вы все по-английскому будете, да? Да? Так, ребята, еще раз здравствуйте. Мы поздравляем вас сегодня в замечательный, прекрасный день, потому что тот, кто участвует в проектах в республиканском мероприятии, вы уже молодые ученые, потенциальные. Проект — это интересная вещь, когда человек горит тем, что хочет что-то исследовать, и открыть новое. Вот это самая главная фишка. Поэтому всем желаю удачи. Чувствуйте себя хорошо, чувствуйте себя молодыми учеными. Это ваш опыт, это ваш жизненный опыт. Независимо от того, какие сегодня будут результаты, это уже успех. Потому что, во-первых, это очень интересно. Во-вторых, у вас есть возможность выступить и проявиться на областном уровне. И самое главное, любая работа, которая приносит удовольствие, дает жизненный опыт, делается с интересом, она хороша чем? Что вот это все, то, что я сказала, эмоции и опыт, и просто один прекрасно прожитый день, оно должно обязательно идти по каким-то критериям, потому что у нас все-таки конкурс. Значит, ребята, смотрите, основные критерии вы знаете, да, потому что вы писали по ним. Потом time limit у нас 7 минут, потом могут быть вопросы, могут вопросы не быть. Самое главное, чтобы вы хотели донести именно что-то новое и новые открытия. Всем удачи!
Hoş geldiniz. Жас ғалымдар, бүгін ағылшын барлық пәндерден, гуманитарлық пәндерден ғылыми жоба дарын жасап жатқан. Қош келдіңіздер деймін. Барлықтарыңызға сәттілік, барлығы түсінікті болған сияқты, иә, өздеріңіздің алып келген жұмыстарыңызды барынша қорғап, дәлелдеп, жақсылап бізге жеткізе білсеңіздер, одан басқа ештеңе қажеті жоқ. Әрбір оқушыға 7 минут уақыт беріледі. 7 минуттан кейін қосымша сұрақтарыңыз болса сұрақ беріледі. 7 минут бойы сіздерді ешқандай кедергі жасамай, сіздер өздеріңіздің дайындап келген жобаларыңызды, жұмыстарыңызды барынша қорғайсыздар, иә. Сәттілік барлықтарыңызға, ешқандай уайымдамаңыздар. Барлықтарыңыз өздеріңіз сияқты тең дәрежедегі оқушылар, жас ғалымдар. Сәттілік. Жаңағы қоятын қағазы бар. Әкелмей бастамаймыз ештеңені.
Біздерше балалардың аты жөні,
Мен қазір әкелемін.
Тізімі келсін, сосын тізім бойынша. Очень готово, что она обычная вещь показывает. Они работают все скачали с флешки, да?
Show you how to do it.
Они загрузили работу.
Коммуникация произошла.
Творческие способности,
По-новому посмотрел на вопрос, это ниже не можно. Если просто теми же методами так же исследовал, это еще ниже. Самое низкое, это просто как терапия просто сотравления. Слушайте, это когда новые новый метод, новый подход. Насколько четко, ясно все объясняется, насколько термины используются научно, насколько именно по-научному подошел. Не просто так спросил там 2-3 человека, а видно там.
и, скорее всего, его исследовательская работа.
И научные критерии есть, уже работает полностью, это научный, он работает по материи, не так то есть как молодой ученый, я
Мысалы, мына жерде әдемі бәрі машина раскрыта, да? Я понимаю, что это наше направление. Такое же только
Буласканова Айриша. Қазір тізім бойынша барлықтарыңызды шақырамыз, кезегімен тізім бойынша шақырамыз. Әр шыққан оқушыға тыныш қана сөйлемей, ешқандай дыбыс шығармай тыныш тыңдап отырамыз, иә. Қорғап кеткен оқушы оқып болса шыға беруге болады, иә ма? Шыға береді.
Мұғалімдер оқушылармен естіміңіздердің ішінде 208 орта мектептің 9-шы сынып оқушысы. Бүгінгі менің ойы жуанның тақырыбы тілдер арқылы ағылшын тілін үйрену. Менің мақсатым мектепте жасына жасөспірімдерге шет тілін жүріп үйренуге арналған фильмдер мен сериалдардың жүріп телехикаяларды іріктеу. Зерттеу жұмысының өзектілігі. Сізге сонымен өтудің көмегімен ағылшын тілі сабақтары тиімді жүргізілсе, сіз келесі нәтижелерге қол жеткізесіз. Кең сөздің, ауызша сөйлеудің, жетілдірілген үлгісін қабылдауы, Жалпы білімнің нақты сөздер кісілендіру, білімнің мәдениет пен дәстүр туралы түсініктерін жетілдіру. Зерттеу гипотезасы. Тілдерді ағылшын тілінде тілдердің нұсқасында құру арқылы біз ағылшынша сөйлеуді, есту қабілетімізді жақсартып, ауызша дыбыстарды айта аламыз. Келесі менің мектептері тілдер ағылшын тілінің ағылшын тіліне арналған кісі тіліне көшетін болсақ, театрда ағылшын тілін театрда ағылшын тілін фильмдер мен сериалдар арқылы үйренуге жол береді. Бүгін мен осы әдістің және осы әдістің өнермен жұмыс істейтін тиімді әдістер ұсынамын. Сіз ағылшын тілдер арқылы ағылшын тілін үйренуді үйренесіз. Келесі негізгі бөлімге көшетін болсақ, материал тыңдалмасында күнделік принциптерін қажет. Бұл үйрену тілді үйренудің қызығушылығын азапқа айналдыруы мүмкін. Егер сіз шет газеттен естіп басылған шетел өзіңізді басушы білсеңіз, мен оқытумен білімдердің тақырыптық үйренудің сонымен қатар қарапайым тілдерді ұсынамын. Бұл жерде уайымдайтын ешнәрсе жоқ, себебі сіз бірінші деңгейде жаңа тілдерді көре аласыз. Ал прогрессивтардар әртүрлі тілдерді көре алады. Және де bizden сөздер пайда болады, бірақ олар ары қарай сюжетпен өрістауға кедергі келеді. Бастамасы көріп, жаңа тіл ауыстырып қажет. Мысалы, қиын жағдайлардың бірі мысалы мальчик баласы жаным дегенді фильмдер таңдады. Ол жерде соғыс туралы тұрған фильмдер. Ал фантастикаға мысалы «Звездные войны» матриктан келісуге болады. Фильмдер арқылы ағылшын тілінің түрлі жаңа әдістері бар. Мысалы, субтитрларды көрсетті. Адамдар біздің сөйлеудің оқысына үйрену қиынға соғады. Бізді танысөздерді білмейді. Сол кезде субтитрларды қолданған жөн. Субтитрларға фильмдерді өзіңіздің ана тілі емес, аударылған тілдер қарасу әлде қажет болады. Бір тілде сіз келіскен мәтін субтитрлерді диалогтан түсіне бастағанда, одан кейін субтитрларды білмешу қажет болады. Келесі білімді сөздерді жазып үйреніңіз. Егер сіз жай ғана тілін көтеріңіз, жылмен қатар пайда болғыңыз келсе, осы әдісті қолданыңыз. Денеде сіз кәсіби сөздер кездестірсеңіз, өзіңіздің сөздеріңізді ашып, осы сөзде оған сәйкес келетін фактты жазып алыңыз. Оны өзіңіздің өміріңізде қолдануға тырысыңыз. Және де бұл ал егер сіз тілінде бір тілі, бір фразаны жиі естіп болсаңыз, бұл жиі қолданылатын лексика. Бұны сіз өзіңіздің сөзіңізде жазып алыңыз, үйреніңіз және оны ағылшын тілінде немесе өзіңіздің ана тілінде қолдануға тырысыңыз. Келесі бізде видеоны қайта қараңыз. Егер сіз фильмді немесе телешоудан көптеген жаңа сөздерді кездестірсеңіз және оны жақсы естіп сақтағыңыз келсе, осы әдісті қолданған тиімді. Сіз қарап болған соң жаңа лексиканы үйренуге тырысыңыз. Бір жерді күтіп, сосын видеоны қайтадан қараңыз. Бірақ ол кезде субтитрмен сөзді қолданбаңыз. Бұл әдіс сізге сөзді қорғанып кейін ғана келіп, субтитрсіз үйреніп түсінсеңіз, сізді есте сақтауға жақсы көмектеседі. Мен ағылшын тіліндегі академияда ұстазды жөнделген көптеген көрдім. Олар маршрутқа инженерден, Есепте көріп тұрғанымызда әдебиетте оннан астам фильмдер бар. Бұның барлығын мен көріп шықтым. Әмінші бұл оңай фильмдер, академияда бұл қатты орташалау. Әншімде бұл орташа, шамалы қиын болады, бір естімде бұл жерде қиын сөздер, яғни профессионалдық қолданып фильмдерді түсіреді. Осындай фильмдер, мен осындай фильмдерді көрдім. Ағылшын тіліне арналған сериалдармен көрдім. Осы екеуі маған ағылшын тіліне көмектескен. Мысалы, блогерлерде сіз даму болашағы туралы ойлаған, және технологияның дамуы және олар адамды жақсы немесе нашар жаққа қалай өзгергенін көмектесе алады. Ал кран сериалдар біз өздерінің тілдегі қаншайымына жас кезінде өзгеріп қарағымыз. Олар оның тарихын, жас кезіндегі армандары, оның өмірі осымен шетке дүниеге түсірген. Келесі. Бір сегмент таңдаудың университеті бар. Мысалы, сіз бірінші себебі бұл тілді көруде сіз ләззат алуыңыз керек. Ағылшын тілі есебінен сіз өзіңіз университетке мәжбүрлемеңіз. Өзіңізге ұнайтын және қызық көре алатын фильмдер қарастырыңыз. Ал екіншіде бұл бізден сіздің адам бойындағы білім мен дағдылары бірдей болуы қажет. Мысалы сіз өзіңізге жеңілдік көңіл таңдаған дұрыс. Себебі Америкада, мысалы, Америкадағы келген сериалдар, британдық сериалдарға қарағанда оңай. Себебі британдық сериалдарда грамматика ережесін үйренетін болсақ, ал америкалық сериалдарда грамматика ережесін қалмайды, ал біздің сленг әдісіне қарай фильмдерді түсе алады. Келесі. Осылай келеді. Жоба бойынша жүргізілген жұмыстың нәтижесінде ағылшын тілінде мен шектеулердің бойынша материалдар жүйеленіп жинақталды. Әртүрлі ақпараттың деректері, мысалы газеттер, кітаптар, сонымен қатар интернет желісі. Бұл құжатта келесі мәселелер қарастырылған. Тіл құру ағылшын тілін үйренудің тең әдісі. Логикаға арналған тілдер мен теорияны таңдау. Мысалы, жұмыс барысында жүзіп факті қарастырылды және де ағылшын тілін үйренудің жұмыс әдісі ұсынылды. Менің өзімнің 21 оқушысына сауалнама алып, сол сауалнамада тілдер арқылы ағылшын тілін үйрену тиімді әдісі белгіленді. Келесі бізде білім алушылардың ағылшын тіліне қызығушылығын арттыру үшін осындай есептерді келесі. Жалпы мектептерде барлық сынып білім алушыларына ағылшын тілінен теория курстар ашылды. Келесі бізде жаңа үйренуші оқушылар үшін мектеп кітапханаларында мультимедиалық дискілер, құралдармен толықтай жабдықталуы қамтамасыз етілген. Және де еліміздегі полиглот адамдардың өзіндік барысындағы қытай хаттармен бөлісетін онлайн немесе офлайн форматында кездесулер өткізілсе, оқушылардың ағылшын тіліне деген қызығушылығы арта түседі деген ойдамын. Мен осы жерде мәліметтің әдебиеттерін түсіндім. Осылай әдебиеттер түсініп олар мен өзіме көңілді студенттерімді білдірдім.
Бізде ағылшын тілінде сұрақ қоя аламын ба? What kind of experiments did you do on your work?
When I work, I watch films and I watch films and I work with my English teacher, and I go to the Zoga because I wanted I work with help.
What was the most difficult film for you in English?
Maybe the American of the
So is it the project only for yourself, or what about your future plans for this project?
I want to tell about the films
So will you popularize your method? Emotionally, for example, it's only your own approach. All your story, yes?
Можно у меня вопрос один? Мен ағылшынша қолданушы менде екі research арқылы ғылыми ойлап ашу керек болды да. Сондықтан сіз именно, когда вы проводили исследование, на какого автора вы больше ссылались на работу? Наверное, все-таки это у вас исследовали эту тему, да?
на истории дружбы, которые с помощью изучал английский.
Это лично. Мне бы хотелось, чтобы вы теоретически это основали. Теоретически какой-нибудь вы нашли, вот ученого, не знаю, мастер степень, которого есть магистратура, например,
Она учится,
то есть она работала, написала философию.
она мне говорила,
Когда вы пишете научную работу, вы все-таки теоретически обосновываетесь на какой-то работе, правильно? На чьей работе все-таки вы обосновали. Вот, например, у вас есть гипотеза, что она работает, да? Как вы ее проверили? На основании какой теории вы проверили? Чьей теории?
Айшанова Еркинас. Келесі Қуаныш Нұршат Дайымұрат. Тоғызыншы сынып Арал 59.
Сіздер қазақ тілінде қызың жұмысын істеген жұмысқа ауыстырма ағылшын сайлаубек жәнетке деген бар ғой осындай.
Қарапсыз дегеніміз менен отбасыда қатты сөздер пайдаланып, отбасында өзі арасында қатты сөйлеп, әкесіға көзіне қатты сөзін қорлайтын кісілермен таныстырады деп отыр. Қарапсыз сөз дегеніміз сол сөз айтылатын адамның атын білдіретін немесе сөздер көптескен болады. Ең алдымен адамдардың аты жөні, қарапсыз сөздер, туысқандар есімінен, оның ұлты мен жасына, мамандығына, қоғамның орнына, қоғамның орнында істейтін қызметіне және адамдар арасында қарым-қатынасында қарапсыз сөзге айтылатын қарапсыз сөздерге әсер етеді. Отбасында қатынастарға байланысты қарапсыз сөздер. Father әкеге, ағылшындарда көптеген нұсқалар бар. Dad, daddy, papa. Ананың ауыз тілінде көптеген нұсқалар бар. Mom, mama, daddy, mommy. Негіздегі жиі twins деп атайды. Балаларға жеке сөздер, тұрмыс лақабаттарға беріледі. Яғни нәзік лақабаттар мен еркін сөздер қолданады. Ал балалар өздерінің ата-әжесіне grandpa, granddad, grandma, granny деген сөздермен атайды. Туысқандарға мектепте одағы мүгелерге uncle, aunt, auntie, uncle Jack, Mother Margaret деген сияқты өздерінің аға әкелерін осылай атайды. Brothers and sisters, көбінесе отбасы қатынастарда brothers and sisters деген сөздерді айтады. Қысқартықтарда friends in Christ, sis, brothers and brothers деп атайды. Ұжымдастар мен достар арасындағы сөз қолданылғанда достыққа қатынастарда my dear daughter, my dear sweetheart, ата-әжесінің немерелерін атайды. Достыққа келгенде baby boy, dear angel, dear boy, dear girl, honey, sweet love деген сөздерді қолданады. Әдетті қарапсыз сөздер сыпайы сөздің екінші құбылатын түрі комбинация болып табылады. Mr. and Mrs. Mr. деген сөз өзі Mr. және Mrs. деген сөз ерлі зайыптылар арасында қолданады. Mr. Jonas, I like to talk to you. Мен қарапсыз сөздің көптеген жұмыс бар. Яғни егер олардың ұстаздары басы бос болса, әлі жұмысқа жасайын болса, онда мисс сөзін қолдана алады. Қайырлы таң ханым. Бұл ханым әйелге сөйлеудің ең сыпайы түрі. Good morning, miss. Ханым, яғни madam деген сөзді қолдана алады. Мысалы, бірдеңеге сатып алып тұтынушыға Can I help you, madam? Ер адамға ең сыпайы сөйлеу түрі бұл sir. Сондықтан мектеп оқушылары мұғалімге, мектепке мұғалімдерге, үлкен сатып алушыға, полиция қызметкерлеріне
Sir қарапты сөзі кез келген жерде қолданады. Көп қарапқанда ол gentleman, ал brother сөзі ladies and gentlemen ол келеді. Британдықтарда лауазымды тұлғаларға айтады екен, патшаға сіздің ұлы мәртебеңіз, your royal highness, madam and sir деген сөздерде қолданады. Сондай-ақ парламентке дейінгі қызметкерлеріне, яғни католик қызметкерлеріне көбінесе father деген атпен жүреді. Ирландияда оған your reverence деп атайды. Сонымен қатар бір лауазымды атқаратын белгілі бір кәсіптің иесіне адамдарға арналған басқа сыпайы үндеулер болады. Ұлыбританиядағы лорд мерге my lord, жай ғана қала мерге мәртебе сөйлей береді. Елшіге, жоғары мәртебелі немесе мырза тегінен атайды. Медицинадағы адамдарға да көбінесе доктор сөзін қолданады. Әскери қызметкерлерге жүгінеді, оның атағына байланысты қарайды. Ең бірінші admiral, general, colonel, major, captain, lieutenant, sergeant, admiral, smith деген сияқты оның лауазымымен атына байланысты болып айтады. Оның әлемде профессор, senior, doctor деген осы үш атауда пайдаланады, яғни ол да өзінің лауазымына байланысты. Мысалы, мейрамханадағы даяшы, егер сіздің баршы сыпайы шақырған кезде, waiter сөзін please waiter деп атайсыз. Вокзалдағы жүргізушіге please porter, такси жүргізушісіне please doctor driver деген атаумен шақырасыз. Сонымен қатар, егер көпшілікке айтылған кезде everybody, both of you, all of you, ал егер бұны барынша агрессивті түрде жеткізгіңіз келсе, you all, you two деген атаумен өткізесіз. Бұл жерде жаңағыдай ерлі-зайыпты арасында айтылатын сөздер, яғни жұбаймен айтылады. Қарымды сөздің қорлайтын түрлері. Сіз, сын, зат есім сияқты сөздерге көп қолданады. Мысалы, қатты сөздерге көбінесе жануарлармен атайды, бір адамды теріс теңелермен атайды. Адамдарды егер бұл жаңағыдай барынша агрессивті
қорытындыны айтыңыз,
қорытынды шет тілін оқып жатқан адам ең алдымен оның сұлулығының ондан жасалуында екенін білу керек. Әрине бұл ең алдымен өздеріңіздің тыңдаушыға оқымаған жеткізетін құрал, бірақ форманың мазмұнынан келмес. Әр ана тілінде сөйлейтін адам сол тілде сөйлеп тұрған адамның сөздің қорына құрау керек. Бұл бір белгілі себеп болады. Сонымен қатар ағылшын жаңадан басталған қабылдап ағылшын тілінің сөздігі немесе грамматикасын алғаш рет қорқынышпен қарап жатқан адамдарға көмегін тигізеді.
бұл тақырыпты таңдаудың не себебі болды сізге? Неге бұл тақырыпты таңдадыңыз? Мысалы, егер де мынау қараптар сөздерді мысалы біз Қазақстан елінде туғандықтан, иә, қазақ болғандықтан, мысалы мынау сөздерді сіз үйде қолданылмайсыз, иә, жұмыстарыңызда қолданбайсыз. Бірақ неге бұл тақырыпты таңдадыңыз?
Ағылшын тіліндегі сөздер бар. Қызық болды, мысалы ағылшындарда бір әзіл бар екен. You деген сөзді мысалы сіз, біз деп айтамыз, сен деп. Оларда екеуіне you деген сөз болады. Британдықтар ағылшындардан әзіл you деген сөзді сізбен сенен келе береді, сонда сіздер иттеріңді де солай сіз деп атайсыз.
Енді бұны зерттеп жүрген кезде сіз кітап оқыдыңыз ба, әлде жаңа интернеттік ссылкалардан алдыңыз ба, қай жақтан қалай іздедіңіз? Сөздер қаншама сөздер мысалға кетірдіңіз бе? Сайттардан алдыңыз ба? Кітап оқыдыңыз ба?
Сөздерден де қарадым.
Кітап оқыдыңыз ба? Қандай кітап оқыдыңыз?
Shadowlands Einstein
Einverständlich darüber. Make sure that
соны жұмыстың ішінде көрсетуіміз керек еді мынандай кітап оқып сол бойынша мен мынандай нелерді алдым деген сияқты ана несінің ішінде де негізгі бөлімнің ішінде соның ішіне қосу керек еді Окей, сам.
Можно мне вопрос? Из какой проблемы вы исходили, когда начинали эту научную работу? Система сказала, не все будут спрашивать потребности, какая проблема начали шешім қабылдадыңыз. Не түрткі болды сізге? Айттым. Сіздер сұраққа қойдым.
Басқа шешім зерттеуде қандай нәрсені қандай
Нұрмахан Ақтөре дайындыққа келеді. Тыныштық сақтайықшы сосын. Сөйлеп отырған оқушы тасшық кетеді. Кетегі келген кезде ғана кіреді. Иә.
осы кәдімгі жұмысшыға айтқан кезде сен айтқан 7 минутта атылу керек па?
7 минут.
7 минут болды.
6 минут сөйлейсіз, 1 минут қорытындыны айтасыз 7 минут.
Жоқ, именно 7 минут болды.
Жоқ, 5 минутта болады, 5 минутта болады, 4 минутта болады. Бәрі кейбір уақытта 4 минут, 5 минутта өзінің тақырыбын ашса болды ғой.
Hello there, just an application of the conversation. My name is Kwame Prashad, and today I will introduce you to research work on the topic learning English through German songs. The aim of the work is to identify alternatives for learning English through songs for the effective development of language skills. Important. Me and my students have found effective methods for learning English without songs. Because for learning English, we first need grammar, speaking, and remember skills. And the song is easy for this because for songs you can very easy and simple remember new words in the song. Relevance of the topic. In modern times, you must know English because the English international language in the all the world. And in the world, more than 1 billion people who visit English. Anyone who knows English can get a good job in any country in the world. But there are a lot of people who don't know English, and my topic is very relevant in our time. Advantage: the learning English without children is very have a more a lot of advantages. For example, for learning English without English song, you can very easily memorize new words. And increase your vocabulary and spoken and remember skills. So here's the plan. First, you need to choose a song. For example, "Hello, nice day," the bell song. What's your name? 10 little numbers. Because the songs include your vocabulary. For example, this song teach your numbers, colors, and the phrases and new words in your vocabulary. Second, reading and listening to the text. Third, child shall understand the text. Fourth, write out unfamiliar words. And 5, listening to the text without supporting text. So, next we can share all the survey our classmates. And the results show us that 96% listening to songs, 50% just sometimes understand the text, 70% don't understand the text, 30% just enjoy for listening to songs, 50% just like English songs, 54% believes that vocabulary is an issue, and 1% listening to songs because everyone is listening. So in the research work, we use rap music classes for learning a regular verbs. For example, take is taken, shaken, and next on. Suggestion. I recommend use my method for teachers in their lessons. And at this time, we can research work can be done that first, some skills communication works and also career. Second, something about good emotion. Third, since there is a very effective for increase your vocabulary. Fourth, some increase your moral qualities. And five, some effective way to develop your English language skills. So at this time or moment, I end my speech. Thanks for your attention.
So why do you think it's so important to choose this topic, choose this thing for you?
Very
What is
important.
the importance?
Because
Because you have taken all the children's songs, only children's songs, for small children. And what about teenagers?
for teenage we use rap music,
Mhm.
based on rap. Yes.
With some break. And have you got any examples? Because you got the same songs, yes?
Yes.
And we see only video and picture. And where are the audio? Audio songs. For example, yes, where?
Regular.
Once more, can we еще раз, можно вот это именно этот звук? Within minute, that's all I'm asking.
We want we use this method for 10th, 11th grade of students, and we want to increase this method.
Okay, the method with for example, what's your favorite song?
My favorite song is Stevie Way's Bad Cat.
It's a good material, yes?
Yes.
It's a good base for future programs,
Yes.
yes? Okay, thanks. Any question? No.
Nurmahan Akbari, the next KGB Collegiate.
My name is Mohammed Perez. Nine students. My teacher is January Batunas. I remember Ramadan. School number 226. The same similarities and the differences of Kazakh and English languages. Objectives to discover the cause of similarities of some Kazakh and English words. All social animals communicate with other hobbies and ants, towards the apps. But only humans have developed language which is more than a simple language. Our speech refers to the physical background of communication of other animals. It comes from a logical speech center which does not respond to secretly but organizes on the minimum rational by the station of the brain is unique to humans. When in the code special talent of language which is more than a simple the word is impossible to say. Part of it generally assumes that its evolution must have been one process. Our ancestors were probably speaking a million years ago, but with slower delivery, a smaller vocabulary, and evolved with simpler grammar. There are over 6,000 languages, 6,900 languages currently spoken in the world. These languages belong to 91 language families. The largest language families, Niger, Congo, Australasia, New Guinea, Sino-Tibetan, in the European and the Upper Asia. In the 21st century, we face the challenges. We have to master our ecological and humanitarian and economic resources while maintaining our roots, our native language, and culture. We have to, we can do this through English. The English language is formed in the European family and it was changed a lot for centuries because of the war and immigration. This is the chart of changing. Today's English dictionaries contain more words of French. Many more words enter the English language 200 years ago. When science and technology become more widespread, most scientific and technical words are derived from Latin and Greek. Languages of English and Kazakh are genetically different languages. English is a family of Indo-European and the Kazakh is a family of Albanian. But they have similarities and of course differences. As you know, these are phonics and the grammar differences. Types of sentences include languages outside. Linguistics is a branch of linguistics which deals with words and vocabulary. Word validation is a certain intonation and meaning. During the research, we have found some interesting facts between some Kazakh and English words, and I would like to present them. Baby, today, one, Gongor, Sherry, Cheese, Blue, Print, Codex, Patas, Core, Protap, Tam, Tomtok, Dune, Dirt, Max, Abbas, Fortress, Figures, Manuel, Number, Rascal, Sundar, Samawar, Satin, Safe, Suit, Sigil, Satavar, Seldon, Silik, Singer, Shake, Shekau, Soap, Shabu, Simile, Sitaratu, Soap, Salat, Soap, Saban, Soap, Sonet, Soup, Sofa, San Soro, Space, Walk, Roman мақсаты ұқсамайтын екі қазақтардың қазақ және ағылшын тілдеріне естіге ауысыңыздар. Біз ретінде қазақ тілі түркілік отбасының құшақтарынан шыққан, ал ағылшын тілі еуропалық түрік отбасының батыс германиядан шыққан, яғни елден мақсатында шыққан. Филология мен тарихта қағидаттар жоққа мақсат емес дегенмен кішкентай сөз тігуден табылған лексикалық жағынан ұқсас сөздер қыпшақ тілінің тарапынан батыс герман тілдерін әлдеқайда көбірек ұқсас екендігін меңгереді. Біздің басында түрлі тілдерге өтіп келе отырып, біздің ғылым әлі көп дүние зерттеп, жазған жүрек деген ойға келдім. Сол ұқсастар қалай пайда болды, қайдан тілдер неліктен пайда болды деген сұрақтар мені көп мазалады. Осы тектес университет кәсіби тіл мамандары мен тарихшыларға тілге ұқсастар тақырыбына тереңірек қарауға және ғылыми академияға түсуге көп болса керек. Кәсіби деңгейдегі маман болмағандықтан ұқсастықтың нақты себебі жоқ айтылмай өтелген журналистік уақытта оған бірнеше тіл мамандары және тарихшылары бірге жұмыс атқаруға қажет. Дегенмен ізденіс барысында сөздердің біраз ағылшын сөздерінен қазақ сөздеріне әрі жазылу, әрі дыбысталу, әрі мағына бойынша ұқсас екендігіне дәлел келтіре отырып, these words are pronounced into languages, and we researched a lot about the cause of similarities. Research hypotheses describe the different structure of languages Kazakh and English. The differences in the mentality of people, as well as two completely different people, pronounce some words similar. It indicates the similarity of people, mentality of people, it indicates the similarity of people's values and thought. That these similarities are the result of historical events. Between the ages 406-463, we the great warrior by name Attila. Frequently called Attila's Defense. Was the ruler of the Huns. As you know, was one of the ancestors of Kazakh people. The Huns were a group of Eurasian nomads appearing from east of the Volga, who migrated towards the inter-western and western Bulgar and Roman Empire area. Attila grew up in a rapidly changing world. His people were nomads who had only recently arrived in Europe. They crossed the Volga River during the 370s. During his reign, he was one of the most feared enemies of the Western and the Eastern Roman empires. He crossed the Danube twice and plundered the Balkans, but was unable to take Constantinople. He indeed believed the origin and language of the Huns has been the subject of debate for centuries. According to some theories, the leaders at least may have spoken a Turkic language, perhaps closest to the modern Russian language. Such kind of information and history may have been the cause of similarities of some present in the English words because the Huns lived for a long time in Europe while conquering and they might need their language. Culture and tradition, of course. I think that the regional similarity can help to develop language together. ұсынысым бірнеше рет тіл мамандарының және тарихшылардың бірлескен жұмыстар ұйымдастырылса және де аңдай сөздік құрастырылып ұқсастықтарын себебі
Yes, Adela. So, are there any limitations in your work? Have you seen any limitations? Ограничения, толықтыру керек деген жерлер болды ма? Жұмыста мысалы.
Sizler çağırıyor. Sizsin. Kazak sözleri, Ағылшын сөздері ұқсастар.
Қанша уақыт береді?
екі апта зерттедім ғана.
Осы сөздерді тауып, сөздерді ұқсастар. Көргенде ұқсастарды айтып и ары қарай іздей бердім.
Тарихтан мұғалімдерді жұмыс берді.
Кенжебекова Диас and after Anwarbek Lamiri. Yes. Кенжебекова. Yes.
So you will put the table close it. That's more schedule. This is it says
Yeah. Can I start? Yeah. First off, I apologize for my accent, and no, I was sick and I can't stop it. You know, I'm sorry, I keep taking it. Sorry. I'm going to show you about Harry Potter universe. So for the first time, let me introduce myself. My full name is Cindy Williams. My teacher, I told her I love she helped me, so she made it big and making a lot of effort to take this project. I mean, about the objects that are going to work. The importance of the tool development and the definition of modern definition. The purpose of the network to protect by reading protection change life. I took an experiment on myself when I read this. First off, we need to create this word and this was a durable word Harry Potter. Joanna K. Rowling, she's the author of the work Harry Potter. It's a Russian written in the home, translated Maria Spivak. And Joanna K. Rowling was born in the 1965, 31st of July, however, main character Harry Potter. And when she went to the train to Manchester from London, she for her gave us an idea about Harry Potter universe. She thought that people with a scar and the people with the glasses and the clothes in the magical world, in the Hogwarts, with a school of the magic and wizards. Harry Potter, what is that? Harry Potter consists of the 7 parts. And Harry Potter is a chronicle series of the written by the British writer Joanna K. Rowling. She's an unicorn with Agatha Christie. I think you all know this writer. And in the story we're talking about the Hermione Granger, about her friends, Ron Weasley, and about some Harry Potter. In the Harry Potter, it's the third time in the soccer stone. Soccer stone told in the British and in the worldwide, we're told the next first part, second part, Chamber of Secrets, third Prince of Azkaban, third Goblet of Fire, Order of Phoenix, How About Friends, and the Hallows. And we have a sequel for this Harry Potter. It was in the before 70 years to Harry Potter story. It's a fantastic piece. It's a sequel for Harry Potter. The features or emotional part about Harry Potter. How do you say why is Harry Potter so worldwide remarkable work in the world? Why you all know about this work but you don't know about the other English writers? You know? And this work is a lot of kind of features. Harry Potter books like a life book where you can understand these characters and find them in your characters. And then they have a lot of social part. They have a philosophy of death and about love, what's friends, what's strange, and in the also part, our Jonathan Rowling has shown us about Harry Potter. Just friendship. What is friendship and what is the love? What's the Dumbledore's squad and reason? So all the time in the also part they have a lot of each other the friends of Harry Potter. They have a lot of disagreements, quarreling, and a lot of agreeing, but they never change each other. Even my point of view about Harry Potter. I'm going to talk about I read all of them. Read all of the Harry Potter work. It's part 2. And Harry Potter, I think it's most well-known, remarkable, and so exciting word when it's so wide supported and you like it. And this work is a universal work, and this work aroused the interest of all races and is read by any ages. You can see the in the school who read the Harry Potter under 30 years or 20 years old. So sorry, I forgot to get their water, but I had them all. And in the practical part, I am determined about the Harry Potter universe. To read this project, I want to show that person imagination has no boundaries. And about Harry Potter. I took a video about Harry Potter experiment. I made an experiment about Severum, and my friends helped me. If you scan this QR, you can see about this video. And with this first part, I want to show you that persons have a lot of fantasy and imagination. We have a lot of talented writers in the teenager world, but nobody wants to be a writer. Why? Because in politics, we want to be successful people.
In our social system, a lot of us want to be like a high quality profession, like president, deputy, politics, and other high ranking professors. And about this, in the future, I want to be the physics scientist, but I can't because it's in Kazakhstan, in the Balkans. In the conclusion, I want to take a subject about the hard work of the universe. However, we have a lot of teenage talented teenage who can write a lot. And it's the first I need to do a suggestion. First, I want to open the center of writing. Center to improve or increase our writing skills and abilities. And second suggestion to be in second suggestion in the second suggestion I want to get a class about the young writers. You all can join and take advantage for that and try. We will improve our writing skills. I think you all know how to write skills and you have a lot of friends too. And Hojo, here's my friend. Here's my friend, he helped me. His name is Kotem, Dijan, and Alan and me. They helped me with this run. Thanks a lot for them all. And about the schedule. Hojo, I read all of them, and I take a note and interesting facts about Harry Potter. It is in Russian because at that moment I don't have enough vocabulary to read in English.
You read the book in Russian
Yes,
only, but not in English, yes?
only yes. I have a share book from Bahrain. Other parts I hired from the library in the first time one hour. You can hire books of Harry Potter. I read all of them in the Muhammad except the sixth part I read in the Sultan of Brahman.
Так, следующий вопрос. Вот смотри, у тебя здесь написано. Цель исследовательской работы – показать влияние чтения на развитие мышления современных подростков, доказать, что читая книгу, человек может изменить свою жизнь. Вот именно вот эту цель ты достиг.
Можно сказать о своем.
Нет, в своем опыте, да. Это научная работа, значит, это должно быть что? Выбираться результат из множества опрошенных, хотя бы анкетирования или хотя бы своих людей. Чем больше доказательств. Понимаешь, если ты даешь свои эмоции, это просто свои эмоции ты делишься. Если научная работа, идут исследования, и на этих методах у тебя есть результаты. Не только я фанат, и те фанаты. Не только я с Алмадом, и те с Алмадом. Вот в этом отношении как?
Can I talk about the experience? Now I'm studying 100% book. There I made an experiment. How many people know about this word? I have 10 people. 8 of them know about this. In the many of them, it's yours. They all know about and they're
Way around it.
But they have nothing to do. But I have about how to change my life in the
But your visual is beautiful.
Thank you.
Books and different things, yes.
Мне нужно сказать, что я его переводил я, хотя...
Спасибо. Thank you.
Ануарбек Ламири, 101 мектеп, Сейдалы Аружан, дайындалу тұрақта, Аржан, Абай, Сейдалы Аржан.
Good day, dear teachers and students. My name is Anurag Lamiri. I'm the student of 9th grade at school number 101, named after Abdul. So my scientific work topic is how to illustrate Kazakh views to translate TED videos from English into Kazakh. Next, please. The aim of the research work identified methods that encourage Kazakh people to translate TED videos from English into Kazakh. The relevance of the research work, there is no research on the translation of TED videos. It's an international language they use today. It's other than English because there are more than 350 million people speak English they as their native language and more than 430 million people speak it as their second language. So it's hard to ignore its status as an international language. That is a global non-profit organization that hosts speeches on topics of technology, entertainment, and design. The company has actually hosted thousands of speeches on these topics since its inception in 1984. However, they only began uploading videos online in 2006. 2006. What can we get by encouraging people who translate these tech videos? We teach them to respect their own native language and we raise the status of Kazakh language on the world stage. Why are their videos so popular? Because there are so interesting topics and different speakers, so you can choose what you like. And it's displayed for free on the online system, and there are only short videos and it's small clearances. Your word.
No, it's 5 words.
I would consider that as a classroom performing a scientific environment, and it's not a typical environment, but an environment that looks at each issue from different angles. The TED is a short form of the English word technology, entertainment, and design. And first TED conference was held in 1984 in California, and nowadays it's held 2 or 3 times a year, depending on various topics, science, education, and business. After enjoying this TED format, people started holding similar conferences in their own countries. So the name TEDx appeared. So TEDx is an event where the locals can organize independently in addition to the big TED. And everyone can open the TEDx and answer questions. Question and answer. And organizers who accept TEDx will contact you immediately and give their advice on holding the event. There are so many TEDx organizers around the world. There are also in Kazakhstan. It's usually organized by TED Almaty, TED Astana, TED Ezgu, and many others. I also did some comparisons and survey. As you can see, there are 3,068 videos translated into Chinese and 3,050 videos translated into Korean. And I did the same thing with European languages. And as you can see, there are only 120 videos translated into Thai. This is not enough for us. And next. Yes. I did some survey with the majors of my age, my classmates, my other friends, and etc. There are 58 answers, and I asked them if they watched TED videos, and more than 50% of them said no because they weren't informed about it. Next. Why don't you watch TED videos? And half part of them said because they don't know what is TED at all. And other part said that they don't watch TED videos because they can't understand English. Because TED videos are usually in English. We will decide if TED videos will be translated into Kazakh. And 65.5% of them said yes. And other part said that there are some videos translated into Kazakh. Do you think that the TED videos of TED translated into Kazakh will contribute to the promotion of the Kazakh language? There are 84.5% of them said yes, and I also should tell you. I also opened a YouTube channel for my friends. I hope it helps to learners. I know. This is my video. And if you tap this, you can see my YouTube channel.
There are videos about my future, my hobbies, Animals Day, and others. It's free videos. Next. In conclusion, as it comes to the translation of 10 videos, relationship between Kazakh and English will increase. And thanks to this 10 format, we can improve our English. In recommendation, I want to say that to stay competitive in 21st century, we have to live and learn new things, And TED is a long rationale for reading and learning new ideas. I invite you to watch TED shows, TED videos, and improve our English, to learn new foreign languages, and don't forget to respect our native language. Thank you for attention.
So have you got an example of a video right now? Yes.
My videos.
Yes, yes. Your videos are already because it's the main thing, but without
Yes, I tried to video посмотрела.
Yes, yes, come before. Is an example of the video? Yes.
This is my most video. It's about
Today's topic is books. I don't know if this topic might be so for you. Before I read my first books.
Okay, thank you.
So you created your TED Talk video on your own topics. You didn't translate the TED Talk video in Kazakh.
Бұл жерде сіз ағылшын тілін дамытып отырсыз ба, қазақ тілін дамытып отырсыз ба? Қайсыға
Ол жерде көп назар аударылатын, ол негізі қазақ тіліне аударылған. Қазақ тілін осы TED видеоларды қазақ тіліне аудару арқылы біз өзіміздің ағылшын тілімізді қазақ тілінде сөзін осы
And what's your first plan? With your project? Only for you or some popular edition in my opinion?
I want to encourage TED videos to my two pages of my page. And thanks to these TED videos, I want to improve the status and raise the status of Chinese language of the world.
Сначала Аша, пересадила Султана, да, ему там. Она же какой-нибудь телефон бар, она уехала, с ней ходит, да? Коробку полностью, она шла, она еще коробку полностью.
А ты сейчас выступаешь?
Да. Сам я стал. This is the best I'm going to show you the
there's a camera. Good morning, dear participants and dear members. First of all, I'm introducing myself. My name is Raja, and I'm the 9th grade student of my school. So, the theme of my research work is utilizing its application as a media for learning English. So, object of research is application as a media for learning English. The purpose of this work is to determine the improvement of students' language learning activities through its application. The method used is a descriptive formative method using classroom action research techniques like questionnaires, tests, and evaluation sheets. The result of my work is that nowadays most people, varying from children to adults, use TikTok as a new social media that use a platform to be able to express themselves through their content. It was inspired in instructional aspect to develop a video that was applied as learning media. Video can be a strong, huge educational and motivational tool in the teaching and learning process. So the hypotheses. First, together with the use and proper methods, this application can be used in interesting, innovative, and interactive social media. Second, with the variety of application features, TikTok is able to accommodate full language skills like reading, listening, speaking, and writing. Third, TikTok can be an effective medium for education for the next generation of the nation. Novel TikTok research. Until now, TikTok application was considered only as a means of fun, leisure, or entertainment. However, as a result of the research work, we have found out that it is one of the modern and fast-paced ways of mastering the English language that can be used in the educational process. Next page. The goals of the research. The goals of the research are to describe whether the using of TikTok application improves students' language learning activity and to investigate the effectiveness of TikTok application in teaching English. Stage of the research work: collection, systematization, and generalization of material for research work. The practical significance of the research is that the results of work that can be applied in the practice of educational institutions. Next page. Introduction. In some countries, English is always spoken as a second language. In Kazakhstan, English is more likely to be taught and learned only as a foreign language. This means that teaching and learning English occurs mostly in classrooms, rather than during daily communication. English learners in Kazakhstan do not have access to use English as a tool of communication. So that this application is an effective way of learning language anytime and anywhere. Next page. So, learners can have good speaking English through this application. It also can improve student listening skills as well as their vocabulary. And also, we shouldn't forget about the safety concerns while using this application. In my research work, you can also find ways to use ITs for teachers and also read about innovative educational procedures. I've made a selection of interesting and good quality TikTok accounts for learning English, and one example is Teacher Luke. Next page. Teacher Luke is great if you want to hear real American accent in English, and also he makes lots of videos in context like when he's on the beach or at the fairground or even in the forest. So this makes it easier to pick up your vocabulary, and you can check out his account to hear an American accent. That's enough. This is 2015. So I made a list of the top 20 accounts for learning English and added their QR code so it'll be easier to find them. So let me show you. This is my booklet, and you can take a look. And here's the QR codes of the accounts to find them easier. Let me show you. This is the application. It's camera. So this is the QR code, and if you scan this, you can find the account. Like English Talk, it is the website where you can learn and practice and test your English knowledge. And here is the account for the application. You can find it in the QR code. So let's continue. And after watching several English teaching videos, I've decided to create my own TikTok account on this application. These videos mainly contain physical verbs and their translations, and also I chose English celebrities being introduced since teenagers are interested in their lives. So on the one hand, it will be informative, and to the other hand, it will be informative to the audience. And here's my account on learningenglish.com. I decided to name it as learning.com, and also you can find it in my booklet. here with the QR code. And also, I'm going to show you some videos from my Twitter account. Also, вот, моя главная стакан.
Found me and I was on the skyscraper. I was terrified.
So how did you get through that?
Like I get through anything, I just figure it out.
Okay. This is some of the videos that I found with a little bit of a lot.
Why did you say you needed to come down? You say, all right. Come on, I tell you what, I tell you what.
Do you usually speak because you just really
And this is the celebrities, like Ariana Grande, Nicki Minaj, or The Weeknd, and others. So what's next week?
I guess the song came out.
Not yet. So let's go on to the results of the research work. We asked students of the 7th grade to participate in the pre-test and the post-test activity to investigate the improvement of students' language activity through this application. So students were asked to answer the pre-test questions and before they watched the videos on TikTok. Most of them couldn't find the right answers. Then they were asked to watch the videos containing these words and phrases of my account, and also they took the same test again and showed the results. Next page. And this is the results of the pre-test and the post-test. Next page. As I mentioned ago, is it time? Let's go to as I mentioned ago, we use a lot of research techniques, and one of them is questionnaire. The first questionnaire is, are you bored with learning that only these books? And this question aims to investigate the boredom of the participants in the class that uses mostly books. And the 7% answered that they are not bored. 12% answered that.
So have you got the variance in your,
Yes.
works?
No. I have them in my project.
And then,
So should I go to the conclusion or this is way? To conclude, teacher learning media for learning English is a wide choice to improve students' speaking skills, and this application has features that are up to date so that everyone depends on it. Students will find it easier to absorb new English vocabulary faster because they learn the media they usually use in life. Next page.
okay, thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
So, not a question, but maybe a suggestion. According to these features, the photo and code the photo. What about this one? Should you put the photo here, already here?
She hasn't put the page as well.
Okay, fine.
So don't need other
Okay,
things here.
okay.
Thank you for your attention again. Well done.
I will get one to Tana.
Yeah, but
The next Akbar was Sarah.
Hello, students. My name is Abhijit Sultana, and I'm from our school, 9th grade. This my 64 is good classroom in the foreign language learning. What is it? The elements of my research work is that, firstly, the English language and the ability to both for domestic communications and professional proposals are quite in demand at the moment. Consequently, proficiency in foreign language, which includes phonological, grammatical, and lexical aspects, are also in demand as they impede the classroom learning. Second, new educational demands, information on universal activities, and the acquisition of multidisciplinary results and development of competencies are essential for implementation, both from social point of view and modern design. The purpose of my research work is that student learning process based on two-classroom methodology. The hypothesis of my research work is that the two-classroom approach is not suitable for all education subjects in our schools. The novelty of my research work is that distinctive features of the classroom, principles of work, and potential application of the classroom and educational institution were defined. So, what is the flipped classroom? Flipped classroom is a blended learning teaching model based on the principle that the active part of learning in the classroom should take place. It's flipped or inverted because it requires some preparation before the lesson, so that the time spent with the teacher is used more effectively. Before the classes, students have their first look on the real language and videos, so they can get ready what's going to happen in the lesson. So, during the classes, the focus is on getting to control and good practice, using the new language structures and discuss the topic of the video. In other words, the lesson is about production, rather than passive learning display. The precious platform is used more actively. Task for research. First, to analyze the classroom is functional properties and potential. The second, to specify the content of the classroom. The third, to organize experimental work like survey and interview among the students and teachers of English language. The first, to study with the good classroom technology. And the last, the fifth, to analyze the results of the research work. With these apps, like Smart Notebook, Notebook, we, like teachers and students, can create the slides for the lessons that the classmates can share their knowledge with other classmates, new information. And with the Basicom recorder, you can record the video to the teacher, the answers. My experimental work. I surveyed some of Abai school students and teachers as well. The first group, the students of Abai school, and the second group, teachers of English language. What's this? The first, 50% of students don't want to be involved in full classroom technology. 25% of students think that the full classroom is more effective and efficient way to learn. 30% of students think that they need to spend more time than usual, and 30% of students suggest using some elements of it with traditional learning. The group of teachers, the attitude of teachers to good classroom technology. 7% of teachers don't know about good classroom technology. 27% of teachers think that they need special training for this. 33% of students think that students are not ready for the technology. And last, 36% of teachers don't want to use some elements of it in their lessons. The purpose of my experiment is to identify the attitude of students and teachers to classroom technology. The problems experiments involve training students of 9th and 10th grades and 50 teachers of English language. Я хочу показать видео. Интервью.
This is classroom. I think it definitely worth to try if we change traditional ways of teaching and learning, take a way to respond to all of the educational needs. And flipping allows students to learn at their own pace. However, if some students better couple with skills, I think it doesn't work. So teachers should motivate students, ignite their interests, and students should take a responsibility for their own learning. Good classroom means for students taking specific and clear learning goals and plan effectively their learning process.
What do you think about flipped classroom? In my opinion, flipped classroom is because of different learning styles between. And also this one helps to build valuable learning and life skills like reading, solving problems, and of course, they won't use critical thinking.
So there are some benefits and drawbacks on using this classroom. The first one is my name is Raj, and but first you can ask me a question about the presentation, about the presentation, and the thing was, what do you think about podcast? Podcast is a kind of a different form of study, and I think, in my opinion, I think it's cool because I have enough experience like a laptop, telephone, for study at home, just searching for information and the class and just share with it. And I think this is a kind of wonderful idea that my friend has shared with me. A question about
What would be your conclusion?
my name is Indira, and this is our president of my school. And I heard about the classroom from Ghana, and I think it's a great idea because, when you study at home, when you are by yourself, you learn a lot more by theory, and when you come to school, when you do practice with other classmates, and so your engagement helps you to
I want to suggest the students who try to use this new classroom technology in learning process. It was interesting and motivates us to learn English more independently. If other teachers and students use this technology, it will give really good results. So you will see the video of our practice lessons, elective lessons, with my supervisor. So we had these lessons 2 times a week. So the suggesting students can use this platforms like Moodle, as Moodle, Google Classroom, quickly enabled book in learning English, so they can input not only the language skills or speaking skills, but only the IT skills too. So one of the achieving time and using the new technology can help us to achieve good results and be ready to manage our learning process.
Okay. Now, just a moment. No, the purpose of this paper is to study the learning process based on the classroom and so on and so on, or the attitude, or the people attitude. Both of them. Why it's so maybe more. Yes? Yes? Yes. So the results will be more.
Thank you. Information.
Akbarova Sara.
This is for you. This is my practical part. This is a bit for you. So here are the main 4 apps. Pay attention.
presentation.
In the work to be well.
Here.
Сен олар тоғжан шыға бермейді. Басқа компьютерден бүйтіп жұмыс бар ма?
Good afternoon, dear listeners and members of the jury. I am United States Student Secretary from Turkey State University. The supervisor of my work is Secretary of the teacher today. I am presenting to you my research work on the effectiveness of using smart and real technologies in emergency management. My research work is by three parts. First is intervention. Second is data, which is divided into two. The other construction part. Third is computer. Next stage. The user journey goals in the state program digital Kazakhstan are to accelerate economic growth in the Republic of Kazakhstan, improve people's quality of life through the use of digital technology, and to lay the groundwork for Kazakhstan's economy to shift on the single development agenda that will ensure the long-term development of the digital economy. Governance of the state work. The main feature of the use of smart technology is learning process for students to work independently, work together creatively, to see and to take themselves, to engage in research, to work to search for the results of work. The aim and objectives of the research. By evaluating smart technologies, the main goal of the project work is to conduct a complete research on technologies that will be efficiently employed in the purpose of learning English. The following tasks we can see on the screen. To establish a theoretical understanding of the information in smart technology for English learning, to determine the types and features of modern technologies for effective learning of the English language. Studying types of work with smart technology and Google language class, formation of core skills of learning English from the real-time reality, development and related mobile applications, summarizing, building, and analyzing. The contribution of using a smartphone in the class has always been discussed. The key strengths of language learning and presenting has been use smart technologies in the class. Use smart technologies like tablets, personal laptops, interactive whiteboards, and smartboards, or iPads. Using the construction. This comes from BIOD. Bring your own device. This BIOD initiative opens up the possibility of using all types of modern smart technologies. Also, I would say about the advantages of using gadgets. First, mobile internet gadgets, they are all cost money. It can be expensive for someone who don't have enough money for it. Second, health problem, it can affect your vision. Third, so batteries when you have charge in time to time. Small education is an interactive learning environment based on the use of mobile devices. Worldwide concept that is very available to vast and time and space. This is the software for the use of students and teachers. Smart, I believe we should have 5 categories. We can see on the screen. Self-directed, motivated, adaptive, research, and technology. Mobile. The use of mobile applications for learning and for language allows students to have acquired access to variety of learning materials and additional materials. Integrating mobile devices into foreign language learning process has a number of important advantages. I want to present you a questionnaire. First, the planning stage. We're students were given a survey with questions like, do you have a mobile phone? How long can you use your gadget? According to the answers were made to this diagram. You can see it on the screen. Second formative stage. During the formative stage of the experience of the study, what information on applications suitable for use in English lessons and that students can use independently while start learning methods were developed and based projected and students and non-students were organizing concerns of using or help to use technology for use and what should the studies from? Через который мы можем попасть в углубление. Вы можете быть на презентации приложения, через которое мы можем изучать всякие места. Вы можете оказаться где угодно, не выходя из дома, всего лишь использовать виртуальные очки. Здесь есть вот эта часть, она открывается, вы сюда кладете телефон, а после надеваете очки. Следующий. Conclusion. Science demands human activity with the production of information. The term smart technologies are here, which refers to a process that uses a set of tools and methods for collecting, transmitting, storing, processing, presenting, and using data to obtain information. The goal of information technology is to provide data for human analysis and the decision-making and implementation of actions based on it. Just as the goal of material production technology is to satisfy the demands of the person system. It's well known that different technologies are applied to the same realm. Materials produced the same virtual information processing technology. Thanks for your attention.
So how much does this graduate cost? This one. How much does it cost? Virtual classes.
Can you look at us, please?
So is it just yes?
Yes.
Yes? You're wrong. Yes?
Does it belong to school or it's your personal? Yeah.
It's пока что это данный момент мы примерно это продукт стоит 12 классе, это стоит 3 миллиона.
So it's not for rich person, yes? Because it's a very expensive. Yes?
В чем разница, например, вы сказали, можно и телефон напасать очками, и просто если телефон я буду пользоваться.
Разница есть между телефоном и VR-очками. VR-очками вы полностью погрузитесь в свой мир, который вам создан. Вы можете оказаться где угодно, где хотите. Например, в App Store есть приложение. Вы зайдете, скачаете его и можете выбрать любое место. Их отличие в том, что в телефоне, если вы просто посмотрите, вы увидите разницу в том, что вы как будто не оказались на том месте, где надо. А вот через VR-очки там есть специальные линзы, где вы видите все так, как будто вы сам там находитесь.
Как мы можем связать это с изучением
Вы можете связать с изучением английского языка тем, что вот только что на презентации я показала приложение, и там есть специальные места, где можно видеть себя, писать на английском. Есть приложение как раз для изучения английского. И это просто помогает погрузиться в атмосферу.
Yes.
Это будет.
Can you pause this?
No, что я не говорю,
Это вас научишь?
это будет
Here. No, this is it. And also there's QR codes. If you have your phone, you can open the camera and screen this. Okay, which looks my site that's linked to apps. And learning English apps. The benefits of the apps and learning English language. You can and here, well, principle of computer assistance. The principle of computer assistance in learning languages. It first appeared in 1981 and it works with the British scientists and still, the term has been read in America as CALI, then later it has remained as CALL, that means technology enhanced language learning. So it even has a special name for it, and this technology is used in official level, I can say. Computer-assisted language learning is an approach for teaching and learning in which computer and computer-based resources such as the internet are used to present, reinforce, and access material to be learned. Can continue. What's here? Opportunities of learning English with apps. The benefits, the main benefits are learning anytime and learning at your comfort from anywhere. And also choosing any language, not only English. There are so many languages. And taking courses with affordable prices, studying at your own pace. It doesn't need much space, only your phone. Enjoying the learning experience. Face-to-face class with teacher if you need it. Starting to speak from the beginning. I have heard some people that are from the beginning, from the level A2, are now learning English and their level is now B1. In this progress consists of 2 months using app. And continue. What's here? More about apps. There's a huge number of language teaching apps, and every app has a special way of methods and teaching English. The services are considered to be more suitable by training you more accurately without diverting attention to other skills. So, if one app teaching you English by movies, by books, by songs, there's one app that can put it all, for example, the app Cake. But its main goal to teach you English by using just one app, not putting too much effort. Imagine you want to start learning English and you chose e-learning. Let's say you pick the app learning. With this app, you're improving your reading, writing, speaking, listening skills. You like the way it teaches so much that this has become a fun but also affects the experience quickly. In just few months, you're able to speak English and to understand native speakers. So you can turn it into your habit. Continue. What's here? More about the apps. If you're going to talk about top 2 apps, I'd like to say Duolingo. Duolingo is a free app that helps you improve the vocabulary, as I said, and grammar. As you move forward, the program reminds you to repeat the material covered earlier. There are exercises for making sentences, writing and translating words with recording phrases by ear. So it's personalized for you. It's special for you because you're going to learn English starting from your own level of English. Before learning, for using app, they're going to offer you tests. For beginner, all know a little bit of English already. Continue, please. Conclusion. Honestly speaking, your phone can be your best learning buddy. And when the learning becomes more challenging, customized English learning apps undoubtedly made life easier. What I'm saying is, if you feel like learning English challenging, The way it harder gets, your motivation for learning English when it's lowering, you can just use apps. It also puts your heart videos. These are interesting. So here, as you can see, I've asked four students about what they think about learning English by using apps. It's opinion from one student.
Thank you.
If you can hear what she's saying, in one word, she's saying that she likes to use apps and some media apps for learning English.
Hello, everyone.
Seven students.
My name is Christina. So when I started school, I used the app. With this app, I can learn slightly different languages, as you see. Now I'm learning English very well. So when I'm using the tools of the application, it helps me to learn to improve my skills. Thank you.
She's also saying that apps helps her learn English. And as she said, she can learn not only English language but English, and she's now learning Korean and Japanese. So, people often give up the dream of learning English to the unavailability of the right time and the place, and or the right time or the right method of learning resources. Learning becomes more challenging when you're learning a new tongue and you fear being judged by the mistakes you make. But the customized English learning app has undoubtedly made life easier.
So the question is, what about the children, the students who don't use, yes, don't use apps, the mobile apps? Have you got some numbers,
Number 36.
questionnaires?
Oh, okay.
Have you got, for example, in your class, in your class, in the whole
Oh,
school?
in my class, I know 5 students that are learning English language by using apps. But in all, as I speak, only 10 students are learning English language at all in my class. So most of them are not interested in it. And then a few students that were not interested in learning English before they were using apps. And why, as far they were using app, they knew that this was very good for them.
Yes,
And
okay, and will you interest in the question why the rest students don't take?
Oh, it's because they
Yes, yes,
it's because they don't know about it.
wow. I don't want to go to
Or maybe because they have other interests. Like nice videos. And I know that some students don't like using apps. They like watching movies, singing songs, and like that learning English. But there's an app kit that consists of all. So, okay.
Thank you.
Look at the QR code.
So next, Madhya, Ushabai Madhya. Il divided one also, to pay for the next.
Hello everybody, my name is Oscar Manja. I'm a transfer student to the School of Students of California. And my favorite technical studies and excellent music aspects began as first class in 2019 when I was a 7th grade student and I had some difficulty with some non-English words. And for the first time I felt the teacher started definition of this words, and my teacher opened up the topic of technology for me and helped to develop my first piece of scientific research. And when I first was studying the essence of diplomatic terms and features of a translation. And through my purpose, I studied the importance of completing story and concept of problems that translation has to face and ways to solve them. And then I began to pick up the words that had difficulty in translation from the 7th, 8th, and 9th textbooks, and I formed the definitions and wrote them down. They are just kind of words as NASA, BBC, voucher, space paper, and so on. And then I decided to create glossary of diplomatic terms because it's a well-known fact that diplomatic communication helps to develop friendly relations between nations, maintain peace and security. And during the research, I like the diplomatic terms according to their usage. They are devoted to persons and positions, terms describing state structure, and annihilation of diplomatic acts and declarations, and diplomatic documents and declarations of order clauses. And also, during the research, I understand that to make a card translation of diplomatic communication, we should not only know source and target language, and also background information, that's so-called extra linguistic knowledge. And for example, the words White House, people, and national diplomacy, and other diplomatic terms. In this case, the translator should consider that the reader is aware of some specific release of another country. That means that reader doesn't understand the meaning of these diplomatic terms. To solve this problem, translator should look at misunderstandings in two critical ways. Firstly, by omitting important details. For example, in the next sentence, the given sentence was solely in the sense of only. It's updated because it doesn't carry any other information. Secondly, by supplementing additional information. For example, the word nothing is translated as Ishkanda Yirije said. And it was translated by supplementing an additional information. And in addition, terms which have no translation can be translated by following methods. The first one is transliteration. It's pretty simple. Big Ben is translated as Big Ben. Very simple. The second one is tracing. Shadow cabins is translated as Big cabins. And distributed translation. So it's very useful when we go to some definite translation of the word, and we can find the definition of the term by describing it. For example, maverick. Maverick is a statement with a different translation from others. And the last one is approximative translation. For example, American drugstore is translated as a chicken. But this place doesn't include function. It's an American drugstore, newspapers, ice cream, magazines, and coffee are sold. Whereas pharmacies become violently medicines and sometimes cosmetic. That's why Latin American film, first opening drugstore is presented in subtitle as Antigua Restaurant. And this tells a lot of misunderstanding among the others. And in this case, the word acquisition improved the relevance. And taking into consideration, I designed a glossary of diplomatic terms and gave it to my classmates to find out the significance of this usage. And here are diplomatic terms from my glossary, and this is my glossary of diplomatic terms. And you can see the efficiency of this glossary from this diagram. So, beginning our journey in the 8th grade, our any experiences in this translation of diplomatic terms, and our level of translation was 1.3. And the next year, we started using my glossary, and after the level of good translation has reached until 3.7. And the next year, in the 9th grade, we worked hard on my glossary, and we developed our translation skills, and the level of good translation showed 4.5. That means that my glossary was really useful to my classmates and helped their translation level. And here are some photos from our lesson.
In this case, the word was interpreted as diplomacy.
what is the meaning of the word diplomacy?
Diplomacy is like marriage in which between countries.
Okay, that's right. What another term, when are they in steps? Diplomacy, collaboration, yes, that's right. Partnership, academy, okay, very good. Let's translate the word collaboration. I think this way. Yes, and can you give the definition of spread? The action or okay, you should right? Okay, thank you.
That was a video from our lesson. And so in conclusion, I want to say that externalistic aspects are very unnecessary in translation diplomatic terms. And my suggestion is to increase my glossary in the school program because it's a well-known fact that diplomatic communication, as I said before, very being important on translation, on making a relation between nations, and diplomatic terms are needed everywhere in law, political science, business, economy. And to this, and to dominate these popular fields, we should know how to translate the diplomatic term properly. We have the future of our country, and we must know how this word works and how to do this work. Thank you for your attention.
So we see that you have a teacher ambassador, yes?
An ambassador and interpreter.
And it is very interesting for you. And what about the other students? What about
Yeah, they are also important. They are also keen on my we are also in one field, and we are developing our skills together. And it makes it helps to keep the motivation.
also to enlarge the vocabulary, yes?
Yes, we develop our
Have you got the future plan for your work?
so each project. In the school education, we'll access my glossary. It will be very easy to translate diplomatic terms. And as I said before, diplomatic terms needed everywhere, like popular fields in our world. For example, popular business, law, economy, and as I said before, to dominate these fields, we should know how to translate diplomatic terms properly.
When it's better to enlarge your ways, for example,
Yes.
medical glossary,
Yeah.
education glossary, and so on. It's very interesting. Okay, thank you. Childhood English? No.
Мудахан Байдана просилась первая, то сейчас она может немножко ходить.
Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Ағылшын and I'm a for students of school, we say number 264. Once I was writing false friends. You might have a question, why false friends? Why did I choose that title? Well, I also had problems with false friends. At first, while translating, I thought that the word was the information words. Why it's incorrect? So the rest of the research, I realized that the words are called false friends. And my research supervisor is so my advice is backup student. My object of research is a theory of translation as a linguistic discipline that studies the translation and its aspects. Subject of research are false friends, which is in English and Russian languages. The main purpose of this work is to study the problem of false friends during translation from English into Russian. The tasks of this work are to study special literary and dictionaries, to select useful methods to deal with false friends, to make a dictionary of false friends for people of 7th grade. Next page.
the main part of my work is informational words. While translating a text from English into Russian languages, you can notice that all the majority words are similar to us from our native language. So these words can both help and harm in the research, but the information words help us because they are emphasized with certain names in our native language. And for example, the information words may have the similar sound spelling and the similar word stress, just like formula, checks, and just like that. And but the words may have different word stress, just like fragment, secret, and yes, information words help us while translating. However, the learners and students must be careful not to confuse information words with false phrases. What is false phrase? False phrases are two words in different languages that have similar sounding or spelling, but they have different meaning. And the term false phrase is a cult from French whose American traducteur. This term was introduced by French scientist Kotler and Renoir in 1928. Next page. Kinds of false phrases. Also, expert to introduce the following definition of the term false phrase. It's a word or expression that have similar sounding or spelling from one person's native language, but different meaning. And there's a classification of Akulenko who divided synonyms, homonyms, and synonyms. First is informational synonyms, are words in different languages that have similar meaning and usage. For example, English word users and Russian users, they are equivalent during translation. Second is informational homonyms. These are the words that have similar sounding or spelling but different meaning. For example, English word mark and Russian marka. English word family and Russian familia. English word family means your siblings, your relatives, and the Russian word familia means your last name. And third is informational homonyms. That's the words that have similar, that doesn't quite similar in form, but they can cause false association in some person's mind. For example, the word policy maybe translates as police, but it's wrong. This word needs to translate as police, of course, and the problem of false during translation. According to people in the English tradition, while translating, for example, the word medicine, we only construct medicine, surgery, gastric, and obstetric. But it's for example, let's take the ritual medicine. The word medicine has two names. First is medicina, and second is therapy. So the ritual medicine translates as therapy. And we should simply replace English medicine with Russian medicine. Next page. And the testing, I know there's a testing service for students. I decided testing service for students in my school, and the testing service means that the problem of false phrase is in fact actual. And let's take, for example, words disputes and intelligent. 10 pregnant words were written in a blackboard during a lesson, and they need to translate these words, but they don't use any dictionary or subject transfer. So the word biscuit, the majority of students answered as biscuit, but it's wrong. The 5% of students answered biscuit, the 5% of students answered as maroke, but the correct answer was sukhoi pechene, and only 7% of students answered correctly later. So the word intelligent, and the majority is on 91% of students answered as intelligent, but it's wrong. They need to translate as only, and only 3% of students answered as only. I think that they answered incorrectly because relying on similar sounding and spelling. And I also, after the results were announced to them, I gave them the packet issue.
What about it? Now we have all this. It's not how we understand.
that pocketbook, there are four spreads in three languages. First, I have English, Russian, and Kazakh. I did them according to translation of this dictionary was already
It's really useful. It's really useful. It's very
already exists in Russian, not only in Russian and English language. So I add the Kazakh languages to that, and I did a small edit for them. And my conclusion, I really enjoyed studying appointment and postgrad. All classes were very good really, and my main purpose of my work was achieved. And I can make the following conclusion. We often make informational and pseudo-informational words during a translation, and we should be able to distinguish between false friends and information words to avoid incorrect translation. And I think that we should use our dictionary and watch it rather than make a great mistake. And recommendations for students, I think that in English class we hunt walls or posters in English class with examples of false friends, so the students could watch it and it's memorable for them, and do game competitions for them also with false friends, so it will be fun, exciting, and also memorable for them. And okay, that's
okay. So it's other like a progressing approach. Yes, it can be. Why did you take only 2 words for exploring? Because you have got more of them. Yes, no, only biscuits and the next. So,
no, that actually the Italian pregnancy words were written in a blackboard,
that's right.
but I did diagram of only 2 words. I said that
It's
there will
not,
be one word.
it's not so much. For a young scientist, it's too less.
I also did Instagram and open an Instagram account, so not only science for students could answer to that quiz, all my school students could answer to that. If you don't mind, I can show it.
Okay, I think there is no problem because she has vocabulary, yes? Yes, she has this word, and according to the rule, they have to make only 10 slides, according to the rule. 10 slides of presentation. Сколько 10 слайдов это положение? 10 слайдов же только надо положение, да, и это, по-моему, только контроль, включила, а так у меня вот это все.
So, you don't have any questions now?
Now, the next is the budget one. And we will apply prepare.
негізі өзіңіздің компьютеріңізде болса аша беріңізші.
So, for this week's what we want to listen. It's about what is confidence. Confidence is a state of being dedicated, exerted, or that choice. Must practice all the best. So, confidence comes from a level of figure, which means trust. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's your night? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Let me say a couple of thoughts about myself. I'm Yvonne Dubai, and I'm a design counselor. I'm design manager in Exactly. So what's this like? You can actually listen. Let's begin. Actually, what is confidence? Let's translate. What is confidence? Confidence is that being of indicators or is a doesn't contain obligations to correct perspective, which has best. The confidence comes from a level feature which means to trust. So, therefore, having self-confidence is having trust with oneself. Catch the point? Yeah, the human voice, it's instrument well right? I mean, we can say away or just say I love you. We feel the difference. So yeah, it's the most powerful song in the world. And very many people have the experience. When they speak, people don't listen to them. So what is that? Next page. So how can we speak for to make change in the world? But I like to suggest there are a number of habits that we need to move away from. I mean, I've assembled for you, ladies and gentlemen. There are 7 billion sense of speaking. I'm not saying it's not exhaustive list for sure. But this 7 I think are pretty large to fall into. So first one is casual or constrained. Conversational thoughts about all people typically involves details that are not compared as being true. So, second one. Judging. A person who expresses a person who expresses an invariable opinion of something. Second one? Yeah. Negative. You can't fall into this. My friend last year was really negative. I mean, I said to him, it's 1st October, and he's like, I know, this is dreadful. So it's hard to listen when someone is very negative. Okay? Complaining. Someone who complains a lot about their problems and about things they do not like. Next one. Excuses. We all know this guy. Maybe we deal with this guy. So maybe some people have brain power and they just cause it on everybody and don't take responsibility for their actions. And again, how to use somebody who's been like that. Okay. Next one. Once in the sense of 7 embodied ignoration, it demands our language. I'm sure sometimes, for example, if I say something wonderful, what do I call it? Lying. So liars are prone to lying, their whole life is a lie. Okay, next one. Dogmatism. The confusion of facts and opinions. Those two things, I mean, get conflated. You always think individualized. Somebody's combining with you, their opinions, and if they were true. Okay? First of all, I can absolutely honestly might not be what you want. I mean, my goodness, what I wrote this morning.
Perhaps that's not necessary, yeah. So, tell a good one because honestly, it's a great thing also. If you're really wishing somebody well, it's hard to judge them at the same time. Okay, also know that's what you say. Therefore, really, therefore, really powerful connectors, foundation that you can stand on if you want all switches to be powerful and to make change in the world. Finally, this thing is still wrong. The one is pale. It has a great vision as well. Next one. So Ash is honesty, of course, being true what you say and being straight and clear. The A is authenticity, just being yourself. Next one. The I is integrity, being in the world, actually doing what you say and being somebody people can trust. And the L is love, I don't know about you, but I do need to do the work. So, okay. Next picture. There increase the power of your speaking and in toolbox of speech voice language. Yes. So also know that's what you say, and that's the way that you say it. If you know what I mean, you have an amazing toolbox, and this is an instrument, it's incredible. I mean, and yet this is a toolbox that very few have ever opened. So register, what is that? Register talk from your chest, not a noise or so. We go for policemen that with lower voice, and people say depth is a power and authority. And society, talking with into a system, have a rhythmic voice and now being connected to robots. I mean, among repetitive society, as every statement was a question. Well, the point of the better is bring attention, but don't be too quiet and understand, don't procrastinate. Pay attention to your words. As you can see, there's some presentation, there are some questions for at first glance, but they are now. Statistical results of my interview. I've conducted a survey on self-confidence on the internet. I asked my research audience and friends to also this question. I like this question more than 100 people answered. Based on this, we see the results. Question about this type. Like, they always listen to me and have an certain answer. So based on this, the total self-confidence people in my environment is 77%. It's really pretty good, isn't it? Thank you so much for sharing. Let me put this comparison. This is where we are now, right? We speak not very well to people who simply are messages, and then that's all about voice and broadcasting. And I have talked about this on the station, different phrases. What would the world be like if we speak powerfully? Okay. Next one. The mind idea. Self-confidence and the ability to talk so that everyone wants to listen to you. Combines the ruler and his success. Low confidence on the contrary causing misses, opportunities, and analyzing deceivers. Okay? Thank you so much. So, there's my subject. They ask to employ process in psychology, time management, and counsel for 9 grades. Physical psychology can develop abilities like getting to know the child environment. So, as we all know, teen suicide is really hard to realize that people can able to do things. So, also psychology test preparation can reduce, as I said before, teen suicide. And as well as time management, it's about confidence and time management, and it's about my work. Confidence is a key to success in the path of your career and the path of your life. So, and for financial literacy, they learn how to spend their money and economically and effectively. Questions?
What's the aim of your work? I can't find any connection between your work and between
It's all about psychology.
yes, about psychology. Yeah. Psychology in English.
Yes.
So it's an idea. It's like your maybe a picture project because we have the front page, the beautiful page, and we have the beautiful speaker and skilled speaker, very skilled speaker. But something, something is in the way of linguistic content. Yes, not with psychology, because we have the linguistic way, the linguistic dimensions. So the project, the aim of your project is to highlight some psychology problems, psychological problems, yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, and the result of, the result.
Results some of your pleasure on the statistic of my work.
Statistical work?
Yeah, I
And,
suggest
yes, yes, and many pieces of advice. Yes? Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Did you do your experiment in English?
Yeah, sure.
But where is your web? We can't find. Where is your presentation? Yeah, where is your web?
Thank you so much.
I'm fine. Просто мать потом. Maybe кто-то будет делать.
Hello everyone, today's project name Learning English from through movies. Let me introduce myself. I am your Boswell and I study in the 10th grade. And I came from Florida, Sherman Street, and in school 2045, Arizona. Supervisor Mumbai, I got there by the theme of my research work, learning English through movies. The aim of my research work to wake the audience passion for the English language and to interest them. The activity of this work, improving children's linguistics through animation movies and cartoon films. The methods of the research, theoretical analysis, and presentation. The object of research to attack those learning language classes. The plan of my research first to work into projects and to explore the scene and to point the meaning and to develop and conduct new studies among classmates and research to analyze the results and draw conclusions. And last one, to increase interest in learning among teenagers. Which one is general information. So first, techniques of learning English through movies. So it's a video analysis the complexity. The principle of complexity should be as choice of material. Choice of material in order to test and can make on a way of learning a language painful. If you just studied a learning language granted or consider yourself a beginner, then we recommend you can travel with the training videos that come up with the textbooks. And textbooks, they are very thematic and simple. Don't worry, you can watch new films and movies in a few months, and then highly people can watch any movies and TV series in their spare time. And familiar words appear, but it will prevent you on studies and plots. And the most important thing is necessary to consider general curriculum. The most difficult genres are history and science fiction. Why do you learn English? To become more educated, to do better at school, to increase your teachers and parents, to communicate with people from different countries, to kill time, and so on.
I want to say position of famous person. We can say that if you talk a different language, we will perceive somewhat different world. And I absolutely agree with you. I want to say this matters pros and cons. First, enrich the vocabulary, the memorization of words, to understand words, easily switch to emotions. You will develop understanding skills through hearing and the ability to watch your interests and also can focus on the learning, helps to speak like an native. And about cons, eyes are tied to open. It takes a while to understand all the words. It needs more power and attention and that's one more talent. And I want to say second thing of learning English. People listen to the speech. I recommend choosing languages for yourself that you've seen in Russian before. And this way you understand the word and you don't have to constantly start watching or check your dictation. And I got quotation study from students in my school. Most of all are teenagers, and my questions were: first, you think the idea is beautiful, and the next one, you think the title is comprehensible. And it's from students. My mother gave me course to learn English, but it was boring for me, so I stopped learning. But learning through the cinema and then interest my interest. And I studied because English is the most popular language, and I want to increase it because I have friends from abroad, and this was the most effective method for me. And recently I had absolutely no desire to learn English, and this idea changed my mind. And that's from my spare time, I prefer to watch movies and cartoons. I was interested in the language, so I improved my skills thanks to this method. And about conclusion, I want to say it by myself, and in short, I would like to express my final thought on this topic with this methodology, and that is reactions of my school teachers and friends. Really very impressed, and also most students left their own preferences, and it gave me a lot of motivation. Generally, the importance of the English language is natural for our society and community. And English really means for our knowledge to move ahead and become successful in life. So we require to learn English, we must know it. And in this case, I have a great idea about this project. And until now, while I learn English through movies, I haven't noticed kind of subtitles at all. And this thing caused problems for me and for many students in our area. And I thought, why not movies with kind of subtitles? And one idea came to me, and I thought, this will be. I was sure that this will be open to inspiration for many students. Also, can distribute to the development of Kazakh language also. And this will be also my suggestion of this project. This is a watch list. I separated it I separated this into 4 parts and according to their levels.
What's your level?
My level is intermediate, and I brought little fragments of the experience movies that they is right, and this next page. And this is and my next interview I want to show you is hi guys, I want to talk to you about my project. The theme of my project, learning English through movies. For example, I am improving my level exactly. How about you? First, how are you developing your English? Please share your ideas.
Nowadays, I'm developing my English with watching some English series, English movies, or some English videos, and where I'm improving my English with listening some interesting and fascinating music in English. So now I think that the series is rather one of the most interesting and fascinating ways to learn English nowadays.
Thank you very much. Do you agree with the idea that watching films improve your English?
Listen first, if you watch English films, you can improve your English. What kind of foreign films have you watched? I usually watch films in English really well, but to improve my English, I try to listen to some music and films like Emily in Paris.
What other ideas can you add? Also, you can make some English comments or books to can improve your reading. What films?
Бекболатова Аяжан. Бекболатова Аяжан. Бұл жақта анау арал қазалы деген сияқты жерлеріне келген, иә, барлығымыз ретімен шығады. Иә? Бекболатова Аяжан.
Hello everyone, my name is Nicola Foundation. I'm the pupil in 10th grade. And the name of my scientist was the linguistic purpose of advertising text. Next page. In the research paper about advertising text and the place advertising in our life and the advertising space still. And today, this world is full of advertisements. We miss this everywhere. We found this advertisement everywhere. When you watch TV and listening to radio, and if the way you study or work, we miss us everywhere. Advertising plays a role in our lives, in our work. And that's the aim of this Smile project. Learn the history of analysis advertising and about the nature of advertising and determine the importance of advertising in our lives. For a for scientists work and make a booklet about how to not tackle advertising them. And second, I will then extract the activities among students about identity errors in advertising. Advertising history. Advertising is word from Latin and the stage distributed in order to provide information about the consumer, purpose of goods, services, and its ways. Advertising is a paid form of communication part of mass media. For example, TV, radio, and newspaper, the internet. Advertising is information about legal entities of individuals, goods, and ideas. The publication of the English language weekly in 1662 gave a new impetus to the development of advertising, and later the newspaper Chooser, devoted by Edison and Steele, gave one advice for advertisements. It's like the great art of advertising text. It's great and really attracts people's attention. And at the beginning of the 20th century, advertising was rapidly developing in Kazakhstan. But today, advertising serves to create natural conditions. We types for advertising. We have all 11 types of advertising. The first, image, advertising and mass encouraging, advertising and strategy promotion. And first of all, important is encouraging advertising. It's really about advertising. It's fixed on our heads. Our heads is like fixed on our advertising. And next, notification advertising and presenting. It's more. The place of advertising in our lives. We encounter as everywhere. Sitting at home in front of TV, and listening to the radio on the way to work and study, whatever we see or hear advertising. And advertising is comes from like global genre, social media and social into loaded content. For example, look in there we have especially advertisements, but today we have this new and technologies ways to advertisements. And today, among all types of advertisements, is what is the fact of the touring advertisements, touring advertising, because it's really impossible to ignore it. After all, we are sitting on TV and a pure house a day, and together with news, we are watching advertisements. After it is amazing, and after analyzing this, still we were able to determine how much time TV takes per day. And about this, you can say in paper in front of you. Next. This linguistic field of advertising. At present stage of development, advertisement can be divided into mass communication through the media and other means of communication linked by individual social groups and organizations. And the advertising is in order to access attention of potential customers and the improve central people's goods through the lexical grammatical means of expression of emotion user. Advertising is really attract people's attention, and advertising market is for this uses just adjectives and nouns, and also verbs. Next page. And also verbs, and more specifically, and hyperbola, innovation, and also word formation. When we talk about word formation, we say about the prefixes. For example, super, extra, ultra are used to great extent. Advertising this, it is writing with attention, this persuading, convincing words or something. It is a tool, a modern manipulation. It is also called advertisement. It is like 100 by short phrases, repeated over and over again. How to use advertising text? Advertising text should be different. For example, beautiful and short way first of synthesis. Message advertising message should be short and understanding for people. And next clarity, they should be clear and should be surprisingly short. It's really interesting for people. And urgency is important because message if not urgently, it is will be not uncommon for people. If message urgently, it is will be quickly and fast, exactly fixed in our memory. And next, coherence. Advertising message should be consistent. For example, Red Bull. We know this brand for this advertising play. For example, this brand use just products. For example, Red Bull gives you wings. It sounds powerful and simple, and it's really good in your ears. And next, Great Britain. Next week, it's popular phrase of famous people. For example, the last president of the United States, Barack Obama, and his wife. We think that it passes the message for this modern society. And next, and the Coca-Cola is the world famous soft drink brand, and it's well known for the with advertising. And he has used several slogans in cover this part of life. This sounds good, and this sounds good. And next, just wait. Nike another brand use just products. Find your witness just to it play beautifully and what's work on. It's really sounds good in your ears, and this sounds is powerfully motivational. This is my activity, extracurricular activities among students in my class classes and about among the people in my school. This is all my work. And I made survey among people, and we have One question, what social constructiveness can often come before the development advertising technologies lead to? We have three options, and the multiples, androids, and growing the state of economy. And the next question, does advertising address a person's person? As multiple, android, no. And next question, how do you feel about advertising? According to Silvio, is manipulative passive. And next, conclusion. Studying this topic, we come to a conclusion. What our hypothesis connection was confirmed. What advertising is really affects in human such as included positive and negative emotions. But advertising marketers point some methods for people, manipulation methods. But there are some people who have people who are not fooled for this, and the events advice and support our survival. Advertising is plays a heavy role in modern society, and when you watch TV every day and see advertising, it has become a natural element of television, but really it has a global sense.
Okay, you may speak.
Quantum and after Nafari Wakudana.
Білмейсің қуаныш арай, мен бүгін ғылыми жобалық деп отырған тақырыбым химиялық элементтер және реакциялардың ағылшын тілінде жасалу ерекшелігі. Мен Арал ауданы медициналық округы район бөлімдерінің 15-ші жылы комиссиясының 10-шы сынып оқушысымын. Бұл тақырып зерттеудің өзектігі қазіргі таңда Қазақстан жаратылыстану бағытындағы пәндер химия, физика, биология, информатика пәндері ағылшын тілінде оқытылып жатыр. Сол себептен соның бірі химия пәні. Бізде химия пәні сабақ барысында, химия сабағы барысында біз 18 элементті қамтып, формулаларды жаттап және реакцияларды құруды білуіміз керек. Ағылшын тілінде қалай орындалу керегін білуіміз керек. Және де мысалы қарасақ, неге химия пәнінде бір элементті қарастырсақ калий. Калий атауы қазақ, орыс, латын тілінде калий болады, ал ағылшын тіліне келгенде өзгеше. Ол жерде ерекшелік ағылшын тілінде болып тұр. Көбінесе мен бұны зерттемей тұрып, менде 8 сыныптан бастап мынандай ой болған. Көп элементтер латын тілінде беріледі деп ойлағанмын. Негізі зерттей келе, ешқандай да латын тілінде берілмейді, ағылшын тілінде мүлдем басқаша, латын тілінде мүлдем басқаша болады. Және бұл зерттеудің мақсаты химиялық элементтердің ағылшын тілінде жасалу ерекшеліктерін анықтау, реакцияларды оқылу ережесін түсініп, формулаларды өткізу. Және химия жаратылыстану бағытындағы пәндердің ең маңызды және кең салаларының бірі бұл заттарды зерттейтін ғылым. Және барлық 18 табылған элементтер расталған және ресми атауының белгісі бар. Химиялық элементтердің этимологиясы дегеніміз, химиялық элементтердің этимологиясы ол жаңағыдай атауына байланысты мифологиялық тұжырымдама немесе кейіпкерлер астрономиялық объектісі қоса алғанда және минералды немесе ұқсас затты жер немесе географиялық аймағына байланысты қойылады және элементті қасиеті немесе оны ашқан адамға байланысты атаулар қойылады. Одан кейін осы мен зерттеуімде ағылшын тілі мен латын тілін салыстыра келе осындай тұжырымда 4 топқа бөліп зерттеп тұжырымдама жасадым. Оның біріншісі өзгеріссіз қалатын элементтер және мүлдем басқа сөзге ағылшын мен латын салыстырған кезде мүлдем басқа сөзге ауысады, аудармасы және тек суффикстер арқылы өзгеретіндер және шамалы өзгерістер шығарды. Әріптермен ғана өзгерістер шығады. Бұл жерде
Бұл жерде бізде зерттеген кезде 89 элемент өзгеріссіз қалады. Ол 18 элементі, 89 элементі ешқандай өзгеріссіз қалады. Аудармасы бірдей, ағылшында да, латында да. Және бұл жерде 12 элемент мүлдем басқаша. Мысалы, натриум болса, бұл бізде ағылшын тілінде содиум болуы керек. Калиум болса, бұл бізде ағылшын тілінде потасиум болуы керек. Және 8 элемент атауы, ол мысалға суффикс дегеніміз біз соңғы суффикс жұрнақ деп мысалы хайдрогениум болса, бұл жерде ағылшын тіліне деген кезде хайдрожен, бұл жерде бізде суффикс im бұл жерде 9 элемент, және бұл жердегі өзгеріс дегеніміз шама өзгеріске барым болса, бұл жерде борым. Бұл жердегі әріптерден өзгеріс бар. Және бұл жерде біз бұларды қалай таптық? Бұл жерде аударма тәсілдері арқылы жүктеу. Біз бұл жерде аударма тәсілдері транскрипция, калка және транслитерация деп 3 топтағы тәсіл алдық, аударма тәсілін алдық. Бұл жерде көрсетіп жаңа біз айтқандай 89 элементті мысалға транскрипция жатқызуымыз болады. Транскриптор дегеніміз сөзбе-сөз аударылады. Әріппен қай тілде болса солай сөзбе-сөз аударылады. Калька дегеніміз міне жаңағыдай бізде калька дегеніміз 12 элементімізді алсақ болады. Мүлдем басқа сөзге өзгереді. Және транслитерация бұл жаңағы суффикс арқылы өзгеретіндерді осылай таптық. Бұдан кейін бұл жерде ағылшын латын тіліндегі аударма тәсілдері көрсетілген. Бұл жерде қазақ және ағылшын тіліндегі аударма тәсілдері. Одан кейін міне бұл жерде бізде оқа. Бұл жерде chemical reactions, химиялық реакциялар. Бұл жерде мысалы хайдрожен қосылған оксиген болса, бұл жерде бізде жаңа зат түзілді. Бұл жерде хайдрожен мен оксиген бізде реактант болады, ал water бізде продукт болады. Осылай. Продукт деген жаңа зат деген анау екеуінің қосылысынан шығады. Жаңа зат деген. Мынада сол секілді химиялық элементтерді реакциялар синтездегі өзгеру фактілері. Бұл жерде мысалы айдин болса, копер айдин болу керек. Реакцияға түскеннен кейін. Бұл да жаңағы химиядағы қышқылдар негізі және тұздардағы сөздер ерекшелігі формулалары. Міне мынау жаңағы біздің көрсетілген аударма тәсілдеріміз неде диаграммада көрсетілген, қанша пайыз көрсетілген. Латын тілінен ағылшын тіліне аударылған тәсілдері, мысалы калькалар 7%, транслитерация 16%, транскрипция 77%. Мынау ағылшын тіліне, қазақ тіліне аударма тәсілдері көрсетілген. Калькалар 18%, транслитерация 16%, транскрипция 6%. Назарларыңызға рахмет.
Енді сіздің тақырыбыңызды зерттеу үшін жалпы химияны да жақсы білу керек, иә? Сіздің қайтаның сүйікті химия ма, ағылшын ба?
Ондай мен негізі бұл өзімнің қызығушылығым үшін ғана қарадым, былай ағылшын химия.
Қанша уақыт болды бұл жұмыспен жүргеніңізге зерттеп?
21 жылдың желтоқсаны бастап зерттедім.
Сол уақыттан бері осы жұмысыңыздың нәтижесі, иә, бұнда?
Иә.
What's the level of your English? I want to know.
Нұрғалиева Гүлдана, тұқымдырғанын дайындалу. Әділжан қызы.
Good day, everyone. My name is Marina. I'm a secondary school student of the secondary school number 83, and as you can see, my research works between these two dialects of English. The relevance of my work is to train people by knowing the differences between these two dialects of English in order to improve their ability to speak English. The first one is origin history. In the 17th century, British colonization brought the English language to America because of the power of the British Empire, because British Empire was really strong in ancient times. So after this, they started to perform one another in several ways. And so Noel Webster was published his own American dictionary. And the second one is vocabulary differences. There are some words that have the same meaning but pronounced not the same meaning but differences from one another. The first one is as an example is mobile phone in British English, but it's called cell phone in American English. And the next is accent differences. Britons prefer to pronounce the accent with their mouth, while Americans prefer to sound the accent with their tongue. As an example, the word water. Britons pronounce this word with their mouth. As an example, water, bottle, and others. But Americans prefer to sound the sound water, bottle, and others. And the next is slang differences. Slang is very informal language, so we Britons and Americans use slang words in their speaking time daily. As an example, friend. The word friend would be mate or bro in British English, while it should be homie or bro in American English. In grammar differences, there are numerous grammar differences between these two types of English. The first one is use of the present perfect. Britons prefer to, when describing an activity that has an impact on the present, Britons prefer to use the present perfect tense. As an example, I just had my dinner, but Americans prefer to use the past simple in order to describe that it has just an effect on the present. As an example, I just had my dinner. And let's give pronunciation differences. Also, the sound R pronounced differently in both types of English. As an example, Britons say car, while Americans say car. And the next is practical word. I also have my own YouTube channel. I also have my own YouTube channel in order to improve English lovers' speaking and writing and speaking skills. I also make a leaflet for students in order to separate British and American English in their daily speech. I also made this different form or in order to they can be able to aware of these two types of English. I also have my own speaking club. Here is the fact of my speaking club. It's the work of my students in our school. It's humanity. Also tomorrow they will do the images about USA. I also opened my TikTok account in order to show the difference between British and American English. Because students always mix these two types of English in their daily speech. It's the biggest problem in our society. So they can be able to aware of these differences if they cannot separate British and American English. As an example, they have their own dreams. if they wanna study in other countries, they should learn the British English because all universities, colleges, and schools are totally British English. And if they wanna work or live in other countries, they should learn American English because 250% million people speaking American English, and only 60 million people speaking British English. Also, some of these students, 75% of the students cannot separate British and American English in their daily speech. Only, but they don't know the differences between these two types of English. I also hope that by my research work we can learn, they can separate British and American English in their speech. So that's it. Also, so here's the first one.
So what about your in Netherlands? So this one, number one and number two.
It's my students in magazine. They did it last month. In order to show the
Only these slides or these are only the
it's not mine, it's my students.
ah
English lovers in my own speaking town.
yes. So they do or like video without the content only sound.
It's not like
What
it's
for?
magazine.
In magazine, what for?
Well,
As a result of your work?
no, it's as a help for their future. As I said that about that, it's really connected with their future because maybe they want to work or live in the other countries. So this little magazine can cheapen their life, their own life. By this, they can separate these types of English, and tomorrow they will do the magazine about American English. I can read the class.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Question, thank you.
Нурвалиева Буданбай, Бурганов, Абижанов Бурганов.
Podcast konuşarak
Дархан, Ашраф Дархан. Одан кейін Серік Жансаян.
Саламатсыздар сіздердің оқушылар. Мен 10 сынып оқушысы Әлжан Сәдірханов. Жаңаөзен ауданы нөмір 86 орта мектебінен келіп тұрмын. Оның жобамның тақырыбы эмнетикесі мен Файзалғашының Ғасылованың поэзиясына табиғат бейнесі. Негізгі жоспарға келетін болсақ, жоспар кесте бөлімнен басталады. Екінші негізгі бөлім. Негізгі бөлім 3 бөлімге бөлінеді. Бірінші, Файзалғашының эмнетикесінің өмірбаяны. Екінші, Эмили мен Фаризаның поэзиясына үндестік. Үшінші, Фариза мен Эмили табиғат тақырыбына арналған өлеңдерді талдау. Үшінші, қорытынды. Төртінші, айналған әдебиеттер. Келесі. Жоба мақсатым Фариза мен Эмилидің поэзиясындағы табиғат бейнесін талдау жасау. Көркемдік ізденістердің табиғатын ашып көрсету. Поэзияда түрлі бейнелерді жүзеге асырудағы табиғаттың атқаратын қызметі және оның бейнелену тәсілдері туралы сөз қозғау. Жоба жаңашылдығы жобаның негізгі жаңалығы эмнетикесі мен Фаризаның шығармашылығы табиғат бейнесін көрсетудегі тың ізденістер мен жетістіктерді қатыстыру болды. Соның нәтижесінде табиғаттың нысаны еткен лирикалық өлеңдердегі бейнелеу сипатын талдаулар мен ахуал арқылы жаңаша тұжырымдар жасады. Және де бұл тақырыптың өзектілігі оның салыстыру тұрып зерттемейтін кірмейді. Атап айтқанда эмнетикесі мен Фаризаның табиғатты бейнелеуді көркемдік әлемді ашу, кейіпкерді даралау, талдаулар сияқты жұмыстардың мәнін ашуға болады. Ендігі кезекте мен Фаризаның эмнетикесінің өлеңдерін қысқаша өлеңін алдым. Фаризаның табиғат шіркін адамды бір сәт сергітіп ала деген-ау, тірліктен қашып қалжырап жүрген күндерде. Эмнетикесінің
Nature is what we see. The hills are afternoon. Squirrel, eclipse, the bumblebee. My nature is in heaven. Мұны кезінде практикалық бөлім. Қарыза оңашсынға мен еміне екенсің. Жылдың көп мезгілінде анда өлең шығарған. Мен сол өлеңдерінен көктем туралы алдым. Өлеңнің атауы Қарыза оңашсынға. Көктем күліп келеді, көктем күліп. Еміне екенсің. A light 80s in spring. Лирикалық кейіпкер екеуіне де арай. Табиғатты бейнелеуге тәсілі. Қарыза оңашсынға. Арайдың табиғатқа қызуын шашуы, жердің босаңсуы, тастың жігуі, сұлу қайының бүршік атуы, аспаннан сәуленің шашуы, жас ананы суреттейді. Эмили Диккенсонда лирикалық кейіпкер көзінен күннің көзін суреттеуге келмейтін, оның айналаға қайталанбасын ойлау беретін, сәулесін төретіндігін бейнелейді. Осы өлең жолдарында тіркестер. Қарыза оңашсынға. Көктем күліп келеді, көктем күліп, жер қызулап тастерлеп көкте жігіп. Құбыланың самала сыбырлайды, сенде жанар деген келістірді мұ. Жан сезімін түнекке таса алмай, табиғатқа қызуын шашады арай. Балғын бүршіктермен суықайын, толық сыйғып ұсарған жас анадай. Эмили Диккенсон. A light exists in spring, not present on the ear. At any other period, with March is scarcely here. Свет появляется весной, и мартом он растет. А если марта с нами нет, тогда и света нет. That science cannot overtake. It shows the further journey. Наука пусть не объяснит. Покажет дерево вдали. Жер қызула, тастерлер, көктер жігіп, самал сыбырлайды, қызуын шашады арай, су қайын. Эколорста сезам пассыз, сезам вейс, бұның барлығы яғни толық құбылтын күйттеуі жатады. Енді кезекте мен бұл жұмысымды қорытындылай келе, мынадай тұжырымға келдім. Эмили Диккенсон мен Қарыза оңашсынға табиғатта бейнелеуді, дәстүрлі сюжеттеулерді жаңаша тұрғыда жазықты. Ауыстыру, айқындау мен теңеу сияқты бейнелеу құралдары арқылы адам болмысының көңіл-күйін сезімдерін танытты. Екі ақын қысында көтерген тақырыптар, жырлаған тақырыптар, көтерген мәселелері оқырман қауымға сөйлейтін ғұмырдың болмысын танытатын құнды билік болып табылады. Екі ақынның да сөз еркіндігінің ой бостандығын, ақиқат пен шындық негізінде жазған өлеңдерін оқырман жақсы қабылдайды дей келе, ағылшын тілі бағдарламасына осы екі ақынның шығармаларын енгізуге болатынын түсінемін.
Қай жаққа енгізесіз?
Көбінесе бұл екі ақын жайлы көбінесе оқулықтан табу қиын. Оқулыққа мысалы ағылшын тілі мен қазақ әдебиеті сабақтарында сосын енді осындай ғылыми жұмыстарда, сосын семинар сабақтарында енгізуге болады.
Өлең жазасыз ба? Жоқ. Неге әдебиет саласын, неге қызығушылық болды?
Қарыза оңашсынға мен осы екі ақын жайлы, шын айтсам бұл екеуі жайлы оқулықтан табуға өте қиын болды. Және көп нақты ақпарат берілмеген екеуі жайлы. Сол себепті менде қызығушылық артты.
How many poems have you read when you researched this project? Неше өлең оқыдыңыз Қарыза оңашсынғаның және Эмили Диккенсон?
Қарыза оңашсынғаның 10 шақты өлеңі бар, яғни ол
табиғат жайлы ма?
Табиғат жайлы. Көбінесе екеуі табиғат жайлы. Эмили Диккенсонның ойында ол көп мезгілде жайлы шығарған өлеңдері бар, бірақ бұл аса көп емес ол өлеңдер.
Жаққа білесіз ба?
Жаққа.
Ашраф Дархан.
Good morning, judges. My name is Matan, and my advisor is Dr. And my project's topic is formation of communication skills in the foreign language learners who have new platform. Next. Let's just keep on track. Topics about topics. First, what's the new code and what is function? And then advantages and disadvantages of using it. Also, language learning and communicative skills. And then relation between communicative skills and new code. And of course, conclusion. Yeah. First, what's Nearport? Nearport is an online platform. Next, Nearport is an online platform that allows teachers to create the presentation and some lessons and share them with students right during the lesson. And before, there are 4 steps to connect with students through the Nearport platform. One of them, create and download the lesson, that is presentation, and share them with students. Then students can interact and submit responses through any mobile platform, mobile device or PC. And before we go to next slide, I'd like to show my practical.
Video will show you how students can join a Nearport lesson. Students can join a lesson from any device with an internet connection. You can join from a browser, or if you are using an iPhone or a tablet, you can download the Nearport app. When a teacher wants a lesson, a file code will appear. Teachers can also share the lesson with their students by email with a link, or through an LMS like Google Classroom. To join the lesson, students go to nearport.com/student. There they will see a box where they can enter the code provided by their teacher. After they join the lesson, students will be prompted to enter their names. I recommend that students use their first name and the first letter of their last name. Then, students simply click Join Session. In a live lesson, the teacher will now be able to advance students to the next slide. Throughout the lesson, students will be asked to complete a series. In a live lesson, your teacher can see their responses in real time. Students can also use Nearport's immersive integration to contest read aloud for them to translate text and more. Simply click Immersive Reader logo to use this feature if your teacher has it turned on.
As mentioned before, we will use some assignments, using materials, and learning. After watching videos, communicative speaking skills of students can be stimulated with a couple various tasks, such as asking questions and hearing what native speakers say. Nearport has a library of more than 22,000 remaining lessons, which are made by reliable experts and professionals. Yes. Yeah, everyone can participate in sessions from any device and from any mobile platform, whether it's iOS, Android, or just Windows Phone. And also tablets and laptops are suitable for to make presentations. And advantage of using ePod. One of the main advantages of using ePod is saving in PDF format. Imagine you are a teacher and you've already held lesson, and after the lesson, some students will ask you, please teacher, can you send me the presentation you already introduced us? And you can save the presentation in PDF format from ePod and send the presentation to your students. And then ensure 100% student participation. Doing some new post-formative assessment features like polls, games, quiz, magic pairs, and so many more activities can allow teachers to check their students' results. And of course, about this advantage of using ePod. And first of them is the lesson code changes every time you connect. That means you should always create new lesson and new lesson code to help hold the lesson. And second, it's extremely inconvenient for students to work on smartphones, especially when doing quizzes and tests. Imagine which is better to use some sites through this device or from your phone. Yeah, and so limited space of storage for free users, and you should pay for premium pack to use and to have more students on your lesson. Next, language acquisition. Approach to learn language. The main instruments of forming key competences in learning language is to use some kind of methods and technologies such as monologues, dialogues with native speakers, or just with your teacher. And yeah, the formation of communicative competence occurs with the help of games, discussions, case studies, technology. And two of them are using electronic multimedia technologies and role playing. Using electronic multimedia technologies allows you to listen to real natives speech, and role playing prepares ourselves for future social roles of life in society with its own laws and rules. Yeah, that's what of course keep practicing. And relation between Nearpod and Nearpod platform and skills. As mentioned before, Nearpod gives you opportunity to use different activities. Everyone and the state as a whole are demanding for reliable employees, like who knows more than 2 or 3 languages, and every person must possess a new language in order to achieve its own place on society.
Do you have any ideas about the next stages of your work? Do you have any ideas about developing this work? Like, what is the next stage? So you just analyzed here, yeah? You just analyzed the implementation of this report to help your mentor, your teacher, and between teacher and student connection to improve, yeah? So it's kind of feedback, giving feedback, or fulfilling the material that hasn't been understood by the students during the class. Yeah?
During the class. So teachers just can use the material for input, and it must be
So what
It's
are your
not science.
plans, your future
Just
plans?
not science.
What are your future plans about using this project? I mean, about your project that you are doing right now?
Yeah. In the future, I am going to be a teacher, I guess. So I'll use this platform to show the students and to get them interested in lesson. So that's my
Thank you.
thanks.
Next year, John Tayan.
I would say my scientific work about the dressing culture and ideas of modern teenagers. There are problems in our people such as a student class whose culture is your kids whose culture. From these two problems, it can be seen that our people pay a lot of attention to the education of future master skills, for the future of the nation. The problems my job is that how to be understand a girl who lives in houses things to tell a lot of things to translate the person. And in that study of this use, there is no recognition that it's phenomenon that forces the people behind and results on the disease. It seems that it is difficult to accept moderate and faithful citizen use who presents poverty as quality. However, if we say that all young people drinking from South Korea, we would be wrong to truth. Even our grandfathers are saying that the world doesn't change, humanity changes every day. The young will grow, the weak will be born, the born will die. The past life without listening will come back. The trail will be open, the fire will see, we will leave it behind. Our wise ancestors said that everything will change except one word, based in nature of our culture, human beauty is rich. This is a keyword that has been used for many years and has been widely spoken. And our people have been adhered in principle like the type of my grandfather and have been raised in thousands of years and in beautiful clothes. Clothing isn't just a piece of clothes, it's wonderful words that show the image of a certain nation and culture. Its aesthetic is the cultural and scientific sense is huge. The clothing is the part adapted right in the field of relations, which is witty and positive. Its simplest the harmony is of movement indicates that it was necessary to form the humanity from meaningless and imaginary motifs, and related to protect the body from heat and cold, dry wind, and especially from mosquitoes, fleas around livestock. In other words, we have immense community in this world, but our use not only the use, but also some of our plantations are even the base of globalization, different research following into globalization, learning for Americanization, and turning their kidneys to Islamization. Another success brought by global research it seems that it leads and tends for young people to become medics. That's why Americanization and global research views seems to consider it best to show the hate of race. Because of these new models are limited of very improvement from year to year. And we are thankful for the place of our countries that releases its independent flag in the sky. Our doors have been opened wide and our culture has been opportunity to study in foreign countries. Economic study transmission trade began to develop. And however, its contradictions are also imagined. And have mastered language and culture in other countries. And the young people at the first became versatile, educated, stylish, and scientific with a concept of the new age. And now in the 21st century, times have developed, and the young dressing style of young people has also changed. nowadays, all young people dress easily and beautifully. Our youth strongly developed countries of the East and West. And a lot of clothes are coming to us from South Korea, Russia, and England. These clothes include jeans, dress style, and open clothes. But since we are Kazakh, we shouldn't forget our style of clothing. And this is a diagram of every and or every answers I take at school. And this is a very accurate. And I opened a YouTube channel. I took my designs and interview. On the phone all the time. And there are my own designs. And I have done a few interviews, and I want to show you that what is great. Please give up. Welcome. And my recommendation, one of the bigger problems today is to teach decorative arts and crafts in modern schools. Therefore, decorative artworks craft can be included in the school curriculum. Respecting our past and the present is the duty of society. So he is the person who developed society, and the young generation is the owner of the tomorrow's society. The rulers of the society are trying to make the life of the Kazakh people stable and cultural.
do you want to be? What's the pressure you
Қандай мамандыққа барады?
Ali Айзере.
Hello to all present. My name is Adelia. I'm from the school Abide since J grade, and the name of my science project is the name of my research project is the impact of few words on the speech of high school students. And to be more understandable, I make it examples from Russian language. And we use these words in a daily basis, yeah, but we don't really know what these words mean and what those words are. So how often do you listen to how we speak and how as our classmates or relatives speak? And even simple words can contaminate language and therefore transmitted words of human words. And how could you guess the same of my project associated with paradigmatic words? And then the quantum word contains introductions, theoretical part that have their own three subthemes, practical part, and besides conclusions, suggestions, reference. And the object of my research is the use of keywords in high school general speech, and the purpose of this work is to determine the presence of keywords in the speech of high school students, and to determine which of them are used the most and try to avoid them from human speech. And my hypothesis is that keywords have a negative effect on the perception of intellectual speech. And also, in my work, I tried to find out what parasitic words are, how they appear, when and where they are used. And now I want to give you some general information about keywords. Keywords are words and phrases that are used to fill silence when you're speaking. And they are words that don't add any real value to the sentence. And so that's why you might already use keywords without realizing it. And as I found out, keywords are used for a number of reasons. It is like to show that you're thinking, to make a statement less harsh, or to make a statement weaker or stronger, to solve the time, to include the listener in the conversation without ending a sentence. And the word classifies can be different parts of speech, like number one is sounds, and the second is particles, introductory units, pronouns, and the transition from one part of speech to another, and the last part is modal words. So in addition, I want to point out that as I analyze it, I concluded that parasitic words are empty with words and knock down the reasonable speech. And as I analyze it, parasitic words likewise used because of fashion among the teenagers. So let's get down to practical part. To conduct the study, we compiled a survey with parasites in your speech and conducted an experiment frequency of use of voice parasites. And the study use of voice parasites by students of different age groups. And pupils of 9th, 11th grade took part in this survey from city schools. And The plan offers research what the students may be given general topic about their daily life and about the important activities which they do regularly to state about them. And then with the students from other schools, we had a conversation for the Zoom program. And also I opened an English club in our school where the students of our school could talk. And I created a separate plan for our meetings with the English club. And that's why the experiment we conducted showed these results. 100% of the participants used the transitive word in their speech, but 25% tried to deal with the word present, but unfortunately 75% still struggle with them. And as it turned out, the most used transitive word among teenagers are so well here in short time. Now I want to tell you more about my English club that I created. This is my English club advertisement. My English club was opened in October, and the main criteria and the possibilities in my English club is follow the rules, speak thoroughly, use what you learn, and make English-speaking friends spend interesting time. And in our the main goal of this English club is to introduce the speaking skills of current students and avoid their speech with a few words. And the next word, let's move on. My next word is which of my speech was understandable for them. This is my second experiment I conducted. After analyzing the students in high school, I tried to learn the 11, 12 years school children's speech. So that's why let's watch this video. Okay. I took my practice as an interview from after school children, and the question was can they understand my speech with many keywords. And the students asked me questions like free time activities and summer holidays. In my interview, now we can see this, and I don't know why. And I used so many few words in my first speech, and the second topic was spoken mainly without using few words. And after analyzing our conversation with active school children, I came to this conclusion. My speech with few words was understandable to students for 40%, and my speech without few words was understandable to students for 75%. And by this, we can conclude that speech with positive words is more difficult to understand than speech without positive words. As conclusion, I want to say that in my case of study, it was found out that 100% of students often use positive words, and 80% of school children don't ever notice it in their speech. And our purpose of the study, our hypothesis was confirmed. We concluded that positive words are empty, real words that knock down the wisdom of speech. And suggestion, I've been working hard on suggestion. As suggestion, I want to say that students should be responsible to control their speech through speaking English and try to get rid of unnecessary foul words or my motivation. And now I want to present to you my puzzle that I made by myself. And by collect this puzzle, with the help of this puzzle, you can develop your speech and your speaking skills. And when you collect this puzzle, you can get word present and the next words that can replace them. And thirdly, learning now new language. And the next suggestion is learn to have self-management. Okay. I want to show you. Make sure you are general also. In this puzzle, you can see the when you collect them, this is a filler words here in red color, and this next, this is replace words, so you can replace them instead of parasitic words. And the most important, we should use these replace words instead of parasitic words in the speech. And also, there is the demo. In this, it's like a puzzle. By collecting things, by playing with the anymore, you can get word parasites, and the next words you can replace them.
So how do you think it is it the way of learning? Is it the way of popularization of fields? Because if they don't know, they may
in my practice,
but after this game, they will know.
In my practice and in my experience, I conducted that a lot of traders nowadays use keywords in their speech, like, so, how, well, and by playing this puzzle or domino, you can get rid of this from these keywords. And also, I have a booklet memo, and this is the main part of this booklet memo is QR code. I get all of these replaced words from the QR codes that I created. In this QR code, you can see the table. Table with present words and there the replaced words that you can replace them.
Thank you.
Hello to everyone, my name is Ағылшын. I'm from IT school number 3 by and today I want to introduce to you one scientific research about learning English through household words. There are 11 scientific research. We all know that we have a lot of problems with translating their household names in the Kazakh language into English, and there are a few tales and stories with household items outside Kazakh language, and I try to promote them in English language. My main goal of scientific research, I tried to revive of the country's historical and cultural research through the study of English through everyday words. They were used in everyday life at the present time, and the education of the person who will be affected in the future of the country in the future. My responsibility to review the meaning of Kazakh people's household names, to describe the household words in English and clarify and respect the history and culture of the people through household words. On the screen we can see a little passage of a novel. This is by Jessica Cameron, and I want to read it. Әйтеуір көптің көлемі ғой, бір жағынан құтылмай жұматайдың үйрегін егіп, бір жағынан қызбен екеуі байлардың сөзін келіп, алашасын бауын тоқып, сырмағын сырып, кісесін тігіп, ұрттап, жалап жаз бойы тамақтан кейде болған соң. And from this passage I found household words like thread, алаша, бау, сырмақ, and кісе. I chose them because they perfectly relate to our culture. Also, after my research with Kazakh language, I started to read English fairy tales. There are fairy tales like Cinderella, the story of Goldilocks and the 7 Years, The Princess and the Pea, and poem Romeo and Juliet. I took everyday words like custom, a woman's gown or occupied coat, bottle is a typically rounded dish or container, like a large piece of woolen or similar material used covering on a bed or elsewhere or one, and collar, the large piece closing the coat around the neck. Questioner, through exchange with my knowledge and experience with my scientific research, I was wondering
Do my classmates know about household words in English? And based on diagram, we can see that no one of my classmates ever heard about English household words, but they interested. And the second question: did you notice an ancient household words while reading a book? In this diagram, we can see that only few parts of my classmates noticed an ancient household words while reading a book or story. Therefore, as a result, I decided to open a new Instagram account dedicated to our culture. I want to spread more information about our national clothes, customs, traditions, and culture, and also I compared them with United Kingdoms and etc. This is because we're going home to understand the household work. The importance of learning English through household words. Through learning English, we can easily understand what the text or article is about, identify the meaning and character of each word, increase our worldview or thinking ability through each described dictionary, develop our vocabulary and pronunciation skills, become a patriot of our country by learning household words. My suggestion, we know that we have a few numbers of words that describes our traditions and culture. So my first suggestion to publish a large number of fairy tales which describe our traditions, to increase the numbers of TV shows or programs, describes Kazakh traditions, to write poems and songs in English that describes Kazakh household words, to learn customs and traditions in English with the project of Ағылшын, and finally to play the scenes from household tales in English at school through the project Children of the Sea. You have questions?
Almahadir,
Right.
Nuray. Dinliyor Aysan. Dinliyor Aysan.
Я спрашиваю. Кто-то из школа театра Германии шоссе. Я?
Good morning, dear teachers and pupils. I'm a pupil of 10th grade undergraduate drive from school gymnasium number 212. My research work is about linguistic aspects of phraseological units and idioms. The aim of the research to determine the structural and the semantic nature of phraseological units of English and the Kazakh languages. The object of the research, phraseological units and idioms in Kazakh and the English language fund. The topicality of the research promotes the development of the intercultural communication and the possibility of mutual understanding between pupils. A comparative study of phraseological units in Kazakh and English was conducted. For a fundamental understanding of the history of linguistics, it is appropriate to distinguish the futures linguistics, scientific directions, trends, views, and different scientific schools. One of the main reasons for the emergence of new scientific directions and trends was a new understanding language, various definitions and views expressed in connection definition of its essence, futures, functions. The next phraseological myths and idioms. One of the main language tools for a sentence, characterized by similarities and differences in each language. From the point of view of linguistics, we cannot say that the terminology related to the phraseological myths and idioms is also clear, complete, and well formed. In their works, the authors refer to this phrase in different terms and collected different information. The founder of the theory is phraseological myths, Charles Bailey, the term phraseology in the following meaning: essential statistics and studies related phrases. But this term did not take root in the works in Western Europe and American linguistics, and was used in three other meanings. The first, choice of words, form of expressions, and wording. The second, language, syllable style, and the third, expressions, phrases. Valid distinction for graphs of phrases. Three phrases, combinations devoid of stability, disintegrating after their formation. Capital combinations, phrases with a relatively free connection of components merge, allowing some changes. Phraseological series, graphs or groups of words in which two consecutive concepts merge almost into one. Phraseological units, combinations in which words have lost their meaning and express a single incomprehensible concept. The next term, phraseology in the sign of cognition. There are three features of phraseological units as the main features relevant properties. The first, the sign of expenditure in a ready-made form. The second, integrity of meaning, and the third, punctuality of phrases. For example, if you compare syllable phrases in Kazakh English, kill two birds with one stone means to do two things at a time on action. And the dick dug up an old bone. The dog ate up an old bone. The next, semantic grouping of phraseological units. Phraseological integrity, phraseological unit, phraseological chain, and phraseological sentences. The next, idioms. An idiom is a generalizing term for a natural language science system that has become widespread in linguistics of the 20th century. It combines the concepts of language, dialect, satellite. How often in English have you come across expressions that simply did not make sense when translated into Russian? For example, surely when you heard the phrase horse around, first of all you thought about a horse. In fact, it was about moving around. Graphs of phraseological units. The structural principle of classification of phraseological units is based on the ability of phraseology to perform certain syntactic functions. In their traditional case, the following main graphs of phraseological units can be distinguished. The next, thus, in conclusion, thus phraseological units and idioms are the invaluable treasure of our language art, which has been passed down from generation to generation and has retained its status in today's life. We know that he will not lose a high level in the future life. Different languages or our world are rich in the phraseological needs, characterized by the property of major impressionality, expressive and emotional expressions.
So the question is, what is the practical usefulness of
Study English. Study books.
Okay.
Демеу айтады.
Hello everyone, my name is Jimmy. I am a student of the School of the Secondary and Secondary Ramadan. My semester book theme is Fixing of Education and Economics. The English language, like many languages, is in constant change and tends to abbreviate words. They create also amounts of prepositions, which is phrase of complex and different words, especially in terminology, causes to decide of writers to reduce the volume of the text. In the modern world, thanks to the use of the internet, communication happens easily even if the participants are in different parts of the world. And the general trend is to use abbreviations to save time. As I mentioned before, abbreviations are commonly used in SMS and texting messages. It can even compound people who are studying a foreign languages for a long time. In the course of this work, I will try to determine the basic principles of conjugating words and identify the most popular and recognizable abbreviations. The relevance of this topic is due to the fact that the English language is a constant change and tends to abbreviate words. The purpose of the work is to study modern abbreviations in English and compile a dictionary of acronyms. Hypothesis: abbreviations including acronyms are not only means of word formation but also means of saving time. The history of the emergence of abbreviations in English has long been used in writing by all people who have the original language. Abbreviations take many forms and can be found in ancient Greek expressions. The secondary is that seen in the world of early French numbers, century phenomenon as a highly distinct graphic style, so the abbreviation and the wide use of language by young generations that as they care about standards. This phenomenon appeared primarily due to the use of instant messaging systems, SMS communication, so sometimes French abbreviations are also called English language, SMS abbreviation, or just abbreviations. So what is an abbreviation? The dictionary of linguistic terms gives several definitions that abbreviations is a way of forming words from the other words or phrases. In Cambridge Dictionary, an abbreviation is understood as an abbreviation, shortening and omissions in spelling of words, replacement of words with initial letters and conventional signs. Meaning of the term acronym and types of abbreviations in English. Acronym is a type of abbreviation formed from initial sounds, parts of words, or phrases. It's pronounced as a single word together and not by letters. The term appears for the first time in the Dictionary of the Brockhouse Publishing House in 1922. In the early 1940s, it was used in American scientific and technical literature and journal abbreviations similar to ordinary words. There are three main types of these abbreviations. First one is epical. The end of the word is correct. For instance, cinema, extra, photo. Second one is accuracy. The beginning of the word is correct. There are such words as lecture, recipe, constitute. The last one is single. The middle part of the word is correct. For instance, match, pencil, glass. Classifications of lexical abbreviation in English and numerous. According to Lydia Ivanovna's Volva book, Experience of Semantic Source, the vision of definitions with prototypes, abbreviations are divided into the following syntactic, phonological, phonographic, and mixed. The author of the book, a grammar of contemporary English, with divided acronyms into acronyms that are pronounced as separate letters and acronyms that are pronounced as a word. According to the structural organization of the abbreviation, Odina divided acronyms into alphabetic syllables, truncated words, syllables, and alphanumeric.
the next psychology of modern English distinguishes two main types of this abbreviation, graphic and lexical abbreviations. Acronyms and messages and literary presentations. Let's look at some of the most popular types of this abbreviation in modern English. This one is abbreviation by the first letters of words and expressions. Second one, abbreviation in numbers. Third one, abbreviation highlighting several words. And the last one, simple abbreviations. Research results. A survey conducted among students shows that the majority of respondents have seen abbreviation in acronyms in text. For most of them, it's difficult to decide abbreviation. 30 students think that many abbreviations are used among teenagers when communicating on the internet. Most of the students are considering abbreviation. In internet, 80% and SMS messages 10% and books 10% and videos 0%. Conclusion, at the end, in the course of the study, we found that one of the most popular and productive ways of information is abbreviation, which is used in English language and in all European languages. The study of abbreviation is becoming an obvious necessity today, without which it's impossible to make the overreach of word formation. Abbreviation allows you to new names and designations in shorter form while preserving the meaning of these lexical units at any time for sending information beyond this. Abbreviations help to minimize speech, effort, language resources, and time, while remaining understandable and intelligible. When pronounced, the abbreviation is about 5 times shorter than the corresponding concept, and when written, the savings are even more impressive. That's all.
The question was, when did you take these interested in this hours of studying abbreviation mechanics before? And actually we use abbreviations more. So it's a good one. Good. Thank you.
Let's have a break. Okay? 20 minutes.
Остались Насия, Амина, Биржан, Харакат, Алашу, Матина, Гулин, Дулан.
Ничего не трогайте, почему? Аудиторияны босатайық, кабинетті босатайық барлық, иә? Барлық шығып кетсін. Барлығы шығып кетсін. Первый вещь забирай, он меня отвечает. Барлығын шығамыз. Столовый орайда. Осы это сама.
Ну, остальные уже получается, после обеда ты начался потом 10, потом 11, и потом еще другого. Команда, да.
Ешкім кірмейді ғой, иә, аудиторияға.
Right? Bottle is small, huh?
Oh,
Bottle is
so,
small.
I have not.
Sure.
Only so.
Oh, good. That one has it. Oh, good. That one. Bottle also. What bottle also? You mean she pull up at police spot?
Oh,
She pull up police spot? Yeah. Yes, sir.
қазір жарымда бастаса бастаудан байланысты ғой жаңа мысалы 9:30-да бастады иә бастады 24 курсында болып тұр сағат 1:30 болып тұр ол 9:30-нан
Shot.
4 сағат болды ма?
10:30.
10:30
Yeah.
4 сағат болды. Или 1:30 сағаттар.
Чего вообще говорит?
А?
Чего вообще?
Общий отпуск.
Отступность. Okay.
Алло. Алло. Во всех этих кабинетах, везде ребята участвуют в школе по 4-5 учеников. Вот кроме школы, соответственно, слайды. Я даже написала. Она наконец довольна? Она наконец довольна? Нормально? Очень рада. Куда там взять?
Kalau misalnya
вас есть что? Покажи ее зал. Много я просто большая подушка. Эй, мы никогда не говорили. Да, что? Это главное, что? Ты же бабушка говоришь? Слушай, бабушка, получается, кстати, издатель мой, он есть, я там какой-то город, и она взяла смотреть в город, ну, типа там же есть время, и она его прислала. Ну, там, камни.
жаңа профайлардан алғанда шығасыз да?
Ну, хотя это, наверное, организован, да.
Сколько будет примерно сидеть?
Собственно, оправдывать там все слайды, когда напишешь, вот это слово звук.
Сквер станции, Барнаул, 39,
Sizlar ya, to'g'ramanda alg'ari o'tyapti, to'g'ramanda aqqari o'tyapti. O'zingizga ung'ayib. Yine bo'laydi, shuni alg'ari sizlarda, to'g'rab bo'lganda aqqari o'tyapti. Bunu karamanda kızlar. Bunu açmam da diyor. Jatsa kadar arasına koyasın. Şimdi iyi arasında.
Где у них просто фото должно быть. Видео вот это.
Анина.
Hello everyone, my name is Nisha. I'm going to be starting at school at 101, not named after Harabi. The topic of my scientific project is learning English through literature. The goal of my project is to show that English can also be learned by reading English books, advantages of literature and how you can use it in language learning process. So nowadays, in our globalized world, multilingualism has a special place in society. We all know that learning another language, mastering it, plays a special role in international relations. Language lives and develops with people. There's no harm in learning another language. On the contrary, it's very useful. So throughout the process of writing my own research work, I learned plenty of new information. By reading books in English, you became more comfortable reading complicated texts in English. You got familiar with complex grammar structures, vocabulary. Literature is authentic material. Readers, by reading books, will be familiar with many different linguistic forms, communicative functions, and meanings. Literature is the perfect way to increase the understanding of verbal and non-verbal aspects of the language. So there's a couple of steps you need to follow if you want to use literature in the English learning process. First, you need to choose a topic which really interests you, or you will not be motivated in this process. Second, there are plenty of methods that we need to choose. I suggest the method called extensive reading. So extensive reading is the term used to describe reading that is done frequently. You read large amounts of text and concerned with enjoying the story or learning from the content. So, first step, do not stop if you see any unfamiliar words, just highlight them. When you read something for a long time, pay attention to details and sport or confuse the big picture. So you will slow down your intuition and focus. Try to understand as much as possible from the context and look only for the words which are unclear or affect your understanding of the text. First step, in order to build up the vocabulary and learn language, you need to create flashcards. And revise them daily. So after studying the scientific work, I decided to conduct a survey. So I conduct survey among my schoolmates. It has 5 questions, and according to the results of the survey, very interesting for today's school children to study and learn English, get to know the language, and communicate fully. Therefore, many students are hard to get acquainted with effective ways to learn English. As a result, I might make the list of resources and methods which you can use. So this is the resources. So also there's another method called immersion reading method. In this method, you read book while listening is audiobook. Immersion reading improves your listening skill and pronunciation, and or you can just use audiobooks. So you can find audiobooks in royalbooks.com, openculture.com, learnoutloud.com, and YouTube is great source for the audiobooks. Also, you can use, as I mentioned, while as I talked about flashcards, you can use applications such as Anki or Quizlet to make flashcards. Additionally, I also made the community on online social media for this conductor. In this community, I upload 3 ebooks, which is divided by level and different tasks based on research. So this is the resources which I talked about, and this is the code to my community of and so the books that I upload here. So I have my recommendations. We should include literature classes in our English lessons in order to increase the interest of children in learning English. Second, we should promote reading literature works in English in the framework of the project critics. So these letters divided by the levels, you can see it. You can see it. And the children who want to read books in English, they can easily scan these codes, so and have access to free electronic codes. This is an example how we can include English books to this project called Read It, because most of our libraries don't have any books in English, so it's very easy for children to find free books in English to learn this language. So in conclusion, literature is one of the best instruments we have for mastering the English language. Reading provides an excellent opportunity to practice grammar and vocabulary. Literature helps kids become more creative and critical, while also improving their language skills. Additionally, literature is ideal setting on stage in which to practice and demonstrate for grammatical constructions. Thank you very much.
So is it like a library, yes? Like any library, yes?
Well, yes, we can just scan and have access to the book. I made this because in our library we don't have any books in English, so we don't have.
And how many students have visited your
Well,
library?
no, it's future project. We haven't included it in our project.
Maybe next year?
Maybe.
So it's so? Yes? Okay. Thank you.
Alabilir misin olmuşsa? Nasıl? Yediğimiz bir şarkı.
Hello everyone. I'm Anna. I'm elementary and I came from a non-elementary school in Los Angeles, and today I want to talk about this first of the information weapons in introduction to information patterns in the learning English in secondary schools, but these information patterns obviously quickly and equally learn English and increase students' interest in learning English. Integrated development of English language skills through information platforms that usually develop your translation, your explore information, and your grammatical skills. These information platforms position to promote intellectual abilities and improve the grammatical ability. The goal of the research project, internship programs aim at learning English and its types, search updated and practical implementation in the classroom, increase the level of fast and easy learning effectively using information platforms. However, of the scientific research,
determines the types of programs aimed at learning English is the impact of instruction to programs aimed at meeting the needs of an individual and its development within the English language speaking period. Exercise for difficult topics will accompany using special practice programs use ways of easy learning will consider like quizzes, markers, and so on. Ways of learning English easily and quickly when it's learned. The features of instruction programs aimed at learning a foreign language is a need for language development and the flexibility of the special environment for the student to comprehensively learn. Explain the how to transmit and receive any information patterns. New definition of communication techniques technology. Gifted is a high level communication, intellectual development students increase. The main types of business information platforms. We have so many information platforms to speak English and learn English. For example, Duolingo, Memrise, Reality, Learning Apps for Duolingo, and so on. If I talk about Duolingo's learning platform system consists of the worldwide variety and widespread learning platform for a wide variety of language. Its application by the most downloaded in the world, and it is at a knowledge level that the 300 million people use this platform. Numerous platforms design English lessons for beginners to get to speak English as quickly and confidently as possible. Learning apps platform for creating interactive tests of different levels of complexity, quizzes, classrooms, colors and games, completely and uncompletely to master. Learning apps like in-learning apps, students can improve the English with fun and exciting exercises. So for example, the benefits of learning apps stand for the old time movies, podcasts, videos, and etc. What offers teachers and students a quick ability to extend and the possibility to cover with fun practice. Puzzle English is to derive the most helpful information platform, like Puzzle English is an online platform for independent English language learning. It develops listening, writing, like for example, IELTS skills, like writing, you must be if you should prepare for IELTS, you must have a writing skills, writing, reading, speaking, grammar, and listening. Like it develops on all of the 5 topics. Improve your English in series with open speak in English, where I find your voice with this program because in specific learning English have American English and with such a lot of grammar topics, and the most common was about work or days and travel. And I made I created a science for myself using this platform. For example, the facts, like for example, this last business. And then, for example, I still have we have a program like this grade, so if you don't have enough time, you must check this with this program. This grade is so helpful, and you don't have to waste enough time. This is helpful, and then what and I tried science module. One, for example, they have someone studying English and they see let's say, for example, cat. They use operation for different sounds in English, and it's helpful when it is, for example, it is correct and this correct. Students can
example, do you create this task with
Yeah, yes, of course. I will do it. For example, because this task will be hard because it's really, because of the time, it's like, it's so exciting for me. And all of my friends and relatives can speak English with this, so it's useful. So, and you can see this, education platforms and learning English have a great influence that student English A-Day would give me words and repeated memorization with my Wordwall app, and they have learned the result was 65%. And the student platform gave me words and checked how many words we learned, the result was 94%. And as I discussed with you in the same amount of time and the same amount of the number of words, and I got assignments and I create this myself. So if you want to see this, this allows this link allows you to learn the topic exam quickly, and this there will be processing, contacting with the so in this way you can easily master difficult sections with English in depth. You can see one of my assignments on this side. Like it's me, with my colleagues, with my friends, then and among the transcripts, the task was given the learning apps platforms so that internet and completing the task has increased. This will be so I can stop it. And I have achieved the following results using the learning as platform to understand any challenging topics with a quiz and perform such a task you understand and remember it very good if you learn remember. But the challenge is so boring, and I created this easy way to speak like the result will be very interesting and amazing. Currently, the education system of the country faces the task of providing the education process with new content based on new ideas. So the research project shows the use of math, multimedia, and the study of English and how the personalities of the development of students' communication skills in the English language classroom. The effect of the modern student depends on his or her ability to make good choice and the this platform will help us.
People do such kind of tasks, yes? What do you use, or do you read any books, or do you search from the internet?
I read books, like grammar books, because for me present perfect continuous was really a hard topic, and I watched the video on YouTube, on TikTok, like you must use, you have to see, and then I read a book, I watched a video, and I talked with my teacher, with my school teacher, like my supervisor, so I assisted them.
Неден өтпек жан. Ерухан қарақат, көбедін ән. Неден өтпек жан. Қарақат. Дүйсенова Үнжу, келесі. Hayırlı volunteer calls. I will contact the students of 11th grade of school lesson number 101 named after a Muslim. The theme of the research work is influence of the language of social networks on the formation of language culture of teenagers. As you know, the 21st century is an age of technologies and novelties. It's quite difficult to imagine today's life of people of this age without access to the internet. And one of the sides of the internet is social networks. Social networks have become the main means of visual communication for young people, where they spend a huge amount of time. And numerous of chat rooms, open forums, and personal pages have created a special style of visual communication, slang, the so-called language of internet communication. And every day it actively penetrates into our daily lives. Is this good or bad? I wanted to find an answer to this question. Starting to study the problem, it's necessary to find out how much time the average teenager spends on the internet, and as well as get answers to other questions that interest us. A survey was conducted among students of my school. This is the QR code of my survey. And the results as follows. Most of the respondents spend all their free time on social networks, on public transport, during meals, during breaks at school, even doing homework. Teenagers never leave their homes for a minute. And 54% of students don't follow the rules of communication, as they believe it takes a long time. And majority of respondents use internet slangs in everyday life, and also believe that social networks has no impact on their literacy.
Do you know?
I also interviewed teachers of my school. You can see the full video on my YouTube channel by this link. The results are as follows. Most of the teachers are not satisfied with their students' handwriting and speaking manner. Almost 90% of teachers lower their handwriting scores. Especially all teachers never use slangs while communicating, but young teachers do, in order to save their time. After studying and analyzing my observation, I came to the conclusion that our language is more and more updated with new words that came from different countries, as well as invented by participants in social networks. So I found some errors in text messages. There are some conversations of my classmates. Here they use slangs like HIU instead of how are you, and OMG instead of oh my goodness, and BRB instead of be right back, and so on. And in Russian, they use priv instead of привет, and 05 instead of опять, and пожалуйста instead of пожалуйста, and so on. And there are also conversations of English speakers. They also use slangs like PPL means people, and OMG means oh my goodness. And this is about the general mode named for men. Here they use number 4 instead of the word for. It means для мужчин. It's an essay of the student of my school, which my teacher found out while checking school Olympiad. Here the student uses IDK instead of his name, I don't know, for you. Instead of I don't know. And he is a famous singer, and he uses number 2 and the right, his name, instead of his name, Burak. And I've listed such kind of slang words and divided them into 6 groups. The first one is abbreviations. For example, teenagers use read instead of the library. And let's homophones, for example, they use let's say you instead of the word you. And exclamatory spelling of emoticons such as ha ha ha, wow, and so on. And acronyms, for instance, LOL, ATM, IDK, DRB, and so on. Shortening of words like MSG means messages, and CMX means thanks. And the last one is numbers represent words, like 1 plus 3 represent I love you. I've collected 6 to 7 widely used slang words and have created my online dictionary. And let's have a look. I do my dictionary in 3 languages. And in my dictionary, we can see the slang words with their full forms. For example, ATM at the moment, and PPL people, hello, laughing out loud, and HP number 2 and you means happy birthday to you. And in in Kazakh, someone means stadium, Saba Stolbo, and yes, Mr. Jefferson. And in Russian, Paragrif means привет, and in Czech means ни за что, жиза, правда, жизненная ситуация. And we can also listen to pronunciation of these words.
ATM, at the moment. PPL, people. LOL, laughing out loud. HP to you, happy birthday to you.
And also we can learn the slang words with their full forms by playing a game. Here we should match the slang words with their full forms. For example, "пожа" means "пожалуйста", and "GR8" means great, and in terms of English, and MSG means messages, and "дневник" means SMS packet. My dictionary is necessary for teenagers to remember the full forms of these slang words, and also for adults to understand the meaning of these words.
How often do you use slang words? Every day. What's your opinion? Don't you think that when we use slang words, we can use our native, the origin of the language? What's your opinion about this?
I think that literacy in society shouldn't be the norm. And according to scientists, if this slang words will enter the vocabulary of the users, and the full forms of words will be forgotten and lead to the degradation of the language. That means the destruction of the language. So,
What about the origin of the language?
I think that illiteracy in society shouldn't be the norm. When a teenager speaks and writes correctly, characterizes him as a smart, developed, intelligent, modern person. And I invite you to write and speak correctly, and don't use the slang words.
But it's easy. It's easy while chatting. Do you agree? But when we have the literature one, as when we say, the authentical material, so without them, I do.
And also, the great Kazakh educator Ahmet Bayramov said, "Тілі жойылған ұлттың өзі жоғалады." Therefore, no matter what language we speak, we must follow the rules of each language and preserve the purity of that language. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. And I also have recommendations for the members. And I suggest scan different posters at school, like writing without mistakes, no slangs. I use all of them. Кристина Анжу, сектор Мадина Дайрова.
Good afternoon, dear students. I'm Gisela Anjou-Wolgaskova. A student of the 217 Century School Museum, named after the national word. Let me introduce you my research project, linguistic aspects of Williams in
Did you change your sim? Did you change your sim? Значит, басқа тақырыптармен шақ формаларын үйренудің қиындықтары ерекшеліктері.
Мне кажется, что
Мен мәжіліске бақша не
The goal of the study to show the importance of idioms consisting of the names of fruits and vegetables in the languages of different systems as such as English, speech and writing, literature. Scientific knowledge of the study as a result of the comparative neurocultural analysis of the idiom and the notation in the English class of languages. It was found that the idiom cannot be translated literally. For phrases that tend to be paraphrased in English, the meanings of the word they contain have metaphorical, paradigmatic features. In English, 32 units were decided about fruit and vegetable idioms. As I said, it's recognized that all over the world as a highly educated Catholic people use three languages. Since the international relations of the Kazakhstan with foreign countries are increasing day by day, it's necessary to master foreign trained articulate descriptions of the concept of idioms. Idioms mean special expressions in Greek. Idioms are phrases with a literal meaning, doesn't respond to the meaning of the phrase, and which cannot be separately from each other. For example, if we literally translate the idiom as easy as being, it could mean even come out as funny to like even work like it is. And therefore, it's necessary to look at the meaning of each translation. There are two main types of idioms. First, is created and forming according to the initial characteristic of a certain idiom. This is related to the internal development process characteristic of each language. Second, due to the development of international relations, idioms are transferred from one language to another through oral communication or in writing. If we give the definition of idiom in English, figurative phrases are constructions that hold a different meaning from the literal one are widely used in English are known as idioms. An idiom is a group of words that has a completely different meaning from the meaning of each word on its own. In general, the following points should be taken into account during translation. First, why translating an idiom gives its general meaning. The second, how makes it. Second, translation by providing a meaningful equivalent of the idiom. The Greek temper means a hot temper. To translate or describe an idiom, a word for word from one language to another. Study of idiom and linguistics. Among the idioms, there are those whose composition has lost its own original meaning and acquired a completely different meaning. For example, it seems impossible to combine the words combine the words stone and teacup. But if we combine them two and say stone and teacup, it means to make a model over something that's not worth paying attention to or to examine. Even the synonyms of individual words, the position of the words is in the idiom is avoided. It's possible to change the person of some individual words and replace one and tables of this another so that means it is related to the word. For example, it is related to the word health. The life of between alive and well and the SP as a given. All that means the same. It is to be well and healthy and physical fit. One of the characteristics of idiom is their interplay, not repeated. It's the sound-line combination of sounds. That is, in many idioms, the sounds with each other as either a single or a thin sound. Many features of idioms consist of names of persons. Mathematically, idioms in English are classified into several groups, but among them are the most common idioms consisting of the name of the fruits and vegetables. In addition, idioms consisting of the name of fruits and vegetables can be divided into several groups. There are some classifications of idioms. Idioms using adjectives, nouns, verbs, and prepositions. And parts of the body is called power idioms, food, emotions, health, and illness. And one is food, context, and places, movement, jokes, idioms. One joke. It means amazing one. He's very likely to combine knowledge with video. And he's like accessible cherries. It means he has a the second one is the bottom of the cherry. Oh, you can show the thing that so the second one is the bottom of the apple. Speak with the plan in your mouth and how it's a single one to go for one another. Who else you have to be in one another? They would always be planning and waiting, but very rarely accepting the apple pie until they about his face. Again, it's a unit from the conclusions from the search for Indian is a unit from the English. Today there are over 15,000 English idioms from Polish, Latin, and French. Among them, the most widespread idioms are consisting of the names of fruits and vegetables. Inline research will through the methods of grouping, comparison, classification, survey, and description. Also, the idioms are with the names of fruits in English. They are written in the passive language that doesn't mean fruits at all. More specifically, they often describe the person's condition or in a situation. There are also many traits related to food in passive language. Here are some examples. Idioms are divided into groups using the grouping method, and as a result of the survey, also there are many group idioms, but only few people know them. So this one. С помощью которого кто-нибудь мог выложить разные идиомы и разобраться в разных видах. Основной мәнсабы мына комитетті оқушыларға береді, соған түскен идиоманы аудармашылардың сөйлесуіне, сол арқасымен олардың қандай идиоманы қиналатынын анықтап, осы именно тақырыбын алып жүреді. Мына қатысушылар арқылы күнделікті ағылшын тілінде қолданатын ойлайтын ағылшын жаттығулар орындап, оқушыларға барлығына екі-үш идиом ашықтаса, ол сөз қоры уақыт өте келе жақсарып байқалады деген оймен сол қатысушылар жасаған. Language is the fruit of senseless people's traditional faith. It is this language that causes all our conclusion. I've already published.
Some sentences, your own sentences, if you'd like.
Do you have any examples? Such as I present over notes, and if you want to add something, it is your.
If you'd like. If you, that's all, that's all.
Вадим, как кто-то говорит, да, его там. Мухаммед.
Yes. So, hello everybody, dear students and participants. And to begin with, I would like to introduce you myself. My name is Madina, and I am a student of 11th A grade of the School of Thermite. And my supervisors are Edith, Aydın, and Regina Mira Akbarana. So let's move on to the main reason why I'm standing here right now. I would like to introduce you my science project on the theme contemporary computer science in English and Russian language internet communication. Now let's go through the main themes of my theoretical part is relevant to my work. So the object of the study is computer slang. The subject of the work is the use of slang units in English language and Russian language internet communication. The purpose of this project is to study the structural features of the internet community. And materials that we have used while working on our project is online dictionaries and dictionaries like also advanced learning, new hackers, and contemporary slang. And methods are analysis, synthesis, comparison, questioning, and generalization. Okay. Achieving the goal will require a number of tasks that you can see on board. So the first one is study scientific literature on a given topic, and also analyze the content of language for special purposes, its functions and classifications, and using the Reddit social network, analyze the structural features of the internet community, and so on. On the right side of the board, you can see a distribution that was done by Miriam. So she classifies language into 4 types. The first one is scientific and technical terms, professionalism, jargon expressions, and slang expressions. Examples like hard drive, SMIs, by the way, be right back, or abandonware. And on the left side of the board, you can see 2 opinions of Ahmadabad about slang words. Next slide, please. Now, let me tell you about the formation of slang in English and Russian languages. So on the right side of the board, you can see formation of slang words in English language. Here's the 4 main types of slang formation. It's conversation, prefix, create words, and implication. Examples like to program, a program, notebook, or F2F, which means face-to-face, or peace-to, which means peer-to-peer. And on the left side, you can see formation of slang in Russian language. Here's 2 main types. It's formation of verbs using suffixes like it, yak, at, etc. And the next one is noun formation using affixes like or ka. And examples like booting, which means to start the computer, or simka, which means to start. Now, let me tell you about the translation of the base of the word. These examples were taken from the authors of Chigina and Azhkovskaya. Examples like C for the signature, or R for the argument. And categorization. This classification of metaphors was done by Smirnova. And examples like names of equipment, cars, components. Second is names of software and also names of operations. Names of people engaged in this or that activity. Examples like Trian, which means virus, or tickets by brand, which means colleague, and also Chinese, which means no control. Now on the board you can see some parts of social media Reddit. As one of the dedicated users of the social media, I can say that here you can find a rich examples of slang words. And all of my examples were taken from the internet community. And parts like organization, subreddit, karma, comments, cat, and CID. This is the channel in the Reddit. This is the examples that were taken from Reddit. Examples like May, tonight, good to go, and this is their use. Next slide. And there's also examples of slang words that were taken from Reddit internet community. On the pictures, you can see their use. Examples like trolling, grandstanding, and their methods of formation. Here you can see slang examples that were taken also from Reddit in Russian language. Here's in the text you can see their use. And examples like Google, users, MindWiki, or mobile, you can find in Reddit. And their methods of information like transcribing, transliteration, or same tracing paper. Next one. Now let's move on to the most fascinating part of our project. I provided a questionnaire on the official Instagram page for our school among 150 students. Next slide, please. We gave them 2 questions to answer and 10 spelling abbreviation in order to find out whether they know this word or not. Next. Now let's analyze our questionnaire. So the first question was, how often do you use slang language? And 25% of our students responded rarely, 25% responded often, 20% responded usually, and 10% said never. The next question is it necessary to use computer slang? And 95% of our students responded yes, while only 5% of our students responded no. Next. Now let's analyze our words. The first one is okay, thanks. And as you see, 65% of our students knew this word, and 35% of our students don't know this word. And F1, which means basically, 71% of our students responded yes, while 29% responded no. Next. Here's the word, oh my god, and as we see, 84% of our students knew this word, while only 16% answered no. Next word is no problem, and 71% of our students responded yes, while 29% responded no. Next. And next word is great. As we see, 67% of our students knew this word, while 33% of our students responded no. The next word is how are you? And 87% of our students responded yes, while 13% responded no. Next. This was the most expected result because I think every teenager uses this word on a daily basis. Word wall means laugh out loud, and all of our students knew this word. And here's also some interesting results because word today and 93% of our students responded yes, while only 7% didn't know this word. This word is you're welcome, and 66% responded yes, while 34% didn't know this word. And the last word is of course, and 89% responded yes, while 11% responded no. So my conclusion is the relevance of my work is especially pronounced today during the period of globalization. In the information age, virtual communication is given its definite place in society, coupled with the worldwide spread of the English language. The demand for computer slang grows every day, and therefore the need for communication using the slang, the English language increases. So results of our work were documented in adolescents, both Russian and English, on a topic foreign language loans in Russian, on class hours and actions. And next, please. And during readings, I would like to pay attention to the board because I'm going to introduce you my achievements of the board. So here you can see proceedings of first international scientific and practical conference that was held in London in September. So we took part in this conference as a private article. It's our article. Take a look. And next slide, please. Here on the board you can see our certificates that we got from London. This is my certificate of this conference, and this is my supervisor's. Next. Here you can see the main result of our project is our glossary of computer slang abbreviations. Here you can find the entire some words of your conclusion. It's our glossary. We're going to use for teachers and students of college. And next, here's my main achievement. It's a certificate of Coursera, 6 weeks long course about linguistics. I take this course in order to deepen my knowledge in the field of my project. And this certificate is from University of London. Name of the course is Miracles of Human Language: Introduction to Linguistics. It helped me a lot. And furthermore, I would like to add why I did this thing. As a critical linguist, I would like to I wanted to develop this project in the future because linguistics is my future profession, and my aim, my goal is to study abroad in a university and maybe take this thing as my diploma. Okay, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Hello to you. My name is Billy, and the theme of my research work is the effect of social media on social behavior of students. The aim of my research work is to describe the social media usage and its problems through the eyes of the students and give some solutions of the problem by giving evidence of how to avoid them. And the relevance of the work is to search and analyze the scientific literature and implement research on this topic, to conduct a survey of students of different age groups, to identify the positive and negative impact of social networks on various aspects of the behavior of modern adolescents, to make a memo for students and a number of recommendations for behavior in social networks. Next. Social media usage has significantly increased in recent years. Social media is a very new platform that brings people together to exchange ideas, relate to connect, and come together for a cause. And it's not a secret. It's not a secret that social media platforms play some important role in our lives. So there are some proofs of that. First, the students get the motivation from social media platforms and through viewing the blogs of various celebrities and people to achieve techniques. So second is that they get more confident after using the social media platforms. The same videos of psychologists and motivational videos have helped a lot of people to increase their confidence. And third is that they change their habits to good ones. So without the doubt, social media has a lot of benefits. Next, a lot of benefits that has a drawbacks. Next, and first is that social media platforms can have following negative effects on the body image of young people. For example, comparisons is when people start to compare themselves to others and start to feel more insecure. And according to 2015 studies, the college students who identified as females who spend more time on Facebook have worse body images. And second is cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is when someone is harassed or degraded by using social media platforms. It comes in various ways, and for example, spreading online rumors about another person or lies about another person, or sending links or videos to treat another person. So today's aches in the stomach are some of the physical effects of cyberbullying, and self-harm, suicidal thoughts are some of the psychological effects of cyberbullying. And third is the depression of language, is the impairment of communication abilities brought on by widespread use of social media platforms. And nowadays, people frequently use shorthand and shorthand word forms to transmit their messages as quickly as possible, and not to mention the growing problem of illiteracy among this generation of messenger-based communicators. And fourth is that nowadays people will start to feel more self-obsessed and concerned about how they appear online. So it's not secret that our confidence depends on the number of likes and comments that we receive in our posts. So next, to get accurate data about social behavior, about behavior of teenagers on the social media platforms. I used classical survey method from easy to complex, and it consisted of simple questions. Next. There are some of them. For example, how often do you post selfies to social networking platforms? And 70% answered one time per week, and 12.5% answered 2-3 times and more than 5 times per week. Next. According to my survey, I found out that social media can have negative effects on the behavior of students. At first, the students who get the motivation, who get the support only from social media platforms, start to feel more nervous and start to argue with their relatives, and because of what their relationship with their relatives are getting worse. And second is that their confidence is getting worse. Because nowadays it's normal that 16 years old teenagers have their own businesses or jobs, and it can motivate someone but disappoint others. So third is the depletion of nervous system. Sometimes social media platforms don't work because of some problems, and at such moments we get very nervous, and because of what our nervous cells are dying. Next. According to my research work, I found out that social media can have bad effects and good effects, but bad effects are more dangerous. And as a solution to these problems, I'd like to suggest to create a website where people can share not only about their problems, also tips. In this website, everything will be anonymous. Even the names will be same. For example, anonym 1 or anonym 2. So second is to create an app where verified news of different types will be posted daily, and with the help of that app, people can avoid the flow of false information. Third is to open training courses where people will learn about how to avoid the cyberbullying. So that's all. Thanks for your attention. Thanks. Okay.
Temukannya korban. I understood the number.
Hello everyone, my name is Mash. I'm student of 11th grade in research IT Junior School named after Sarah Solbecker. And the name of scientific work is Challenges of Learning English as a Second Language. The main purpose of my scientific work is to find the difficulties in learning English that students most often face, and also analyze them, and identify effective methods of learning English. Next slide. At the beginning, I want to say about opportunities in learning English. First of all, is communication. You can communicate with every people in every planet, and secondly is expand your horizons. You look at things from different angles, and also this high-paying salary. One of the advantages is proven advantage is you will receive a high-paying salary. Next, please. To compare with monolingual people, the multilingual people have better memory and they think more logically than their monolingual peers. Next, please. Every individual, when he starts to learn English, faces with some troubles. And in September, I conducted a survey in our school. So the results of our survey is, and we identified top 4 problems that students most often face. And 40% of students face with the problem is language barrier. And less than 30% of students have problems with grammar, and other 16 and 15% have problems with forgetting words and also poor listening skills. So the first problem is forgetting words. I have a lot of tips, but I will tell about this later. This is my friend from Bulgaria, and he had problems with his vocabulary, and we took up a challenge. A lot of beginners at the beginning word they memorize every single day. They memorize 100 or 300 even words, because I say it from my experience. But after 1 week, they can remember only 10% of learned words. And I want to say about quality is more important than quantity. The next trouble is poor listening skills. A long time I have poor listening skills. Even I understood the speech, I can spell it or I can write it correctly. One IELTS expert gave me the techniques, special techniques, and we used it with my friends. It's listen podcast in any speech, and also technique listen, read, listen. We did it within 30 days and reached the country results. Next, please. One of the most common problems is language barrier. There are 2 types of language barrier: inability to express thoughts even they speak very well, and others have problems expressing their thoughts but don't understand anything when they are told. And also, no, please. It's hard to language barrier. The language barrier. Yeah. This is my friend. I helped my friend to overcome a language barrier. I did special methods, and we reached the country results within 2 weeks. At the beginning, her results in speaking parts of the IELTS exam was 5.0, and after 2 weeks, her results upgraded to 6.5. And second, next slide, please. At the beginning, I have been terrified just with some grammar structures. And there is 3 tips to improve your grammar: is write and more with yourself. And reading is one of the secret weapons, and practice on apps and websites. Here's my top websites. Next, please. And okay, please my site. And the main project is I created a website which called Chilling. You can here. I created the website. I have collected the most common problems in English and which English learners face by. And this site have the blogs, every blogs with listening and language barrier and learning tools. To each problem, I create special methods, and to solve this problem faster. My site is useful for people who don't have a lot of time to study English, and it's perfect for people who don't have a lot of time. Also, because I know plenty of people who work in big companies, they want to learn English, but they don't have a lot of time. So I think my site is good for them. Yes. The last page. And also, my suggestion to the Ministry of Education is to add the languages such as Chinese or German, because it will be great investment for the future of students and for the future of the country. So to sum up, faced with difficulties, you can't give up or run. You must assess the situation, look for the solution, and trust that everything is being done for the best. Patience is the key to victory. That's all.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
So you created the website,
Yeah.
right? Based on your own material that you have developed, or this applications
Based
you
from my
mentioned earlier?
yeah. In this during 3 months, from my experience and from experience of my friends and from the knowledge in internet, I created sites. And yeah.
You didn't answer the question.
Okay.
Like the materials that you are using in your website for listening, vocabulary, any skills, yes. Have you created it by yourself?
Yeah,
Or you have
I created it by my experience and by my knowledge. And also I add to another knowledges in internet and other sources of information.
one more question. Has your website passed through the trial?
What?
I mean, did some other students try your website?
No, but
Not yet?
only my friends tried this site because I can't. This site is also I'm doing this site. I'm in process also, and I will do some podcasts in there. And when it will be ready, I will present it to the students.
So as I have understood and I'm not mistaken, this website is purposefully done only for high school students. Because you mentioned
not-
IELTS, like,
Yeah, but IELTS exam is not only for high school students. I thought that it's good for students or good for people who don't have a lot of time in this site. I create a lot of information, and they won't just surf in the internet, and they won't be in unknown sites. There, in my site, a lot of information they can find to any of these problems.
What about your
About what?
what about your thing, challenges of learning English as a second language?
Yeah.
Maybe it's better to remain with the first barriers or some barriers in learning English. Why in the second language? In the second language with Russian in complaining
Yeah.
with what?
In most of cases, in most of cases in our country, a lot of people speak in Russian language and like a second language they learn English. And
It's a foreign language.
yeah, it's a,
Russian is not a foreign language. English is a foreign language.
No,
It means the foreign language, yes?
yeah, it means foreign language. Russian is the 99% of
Yes,
people in
it's not
Pakistan.
an English.
Yeah.
It's not a foreign language, Russian.
Yeah, I said.
Like illegal state.
Yeah, 99% of persons in our country know the Russian language, and as a second language, they learn English in most of cases.
But it's
Yeah,
the word second is something.
it's just name of my project.
As a foreign language. Yes, it's
Okay, I'll change the names.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, my name is Aisha. It's an incredible honor to be in the second round. I'd like to begin by talking about myself. My full name is...
again, topic, yes. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
I work as a 140 high school and I'm a grad school student. My favorite subject, maybe you already guessed it, is English. I'm going to study English and other languages. I want to wish you luck for participants. My research topic is features of translation of progress from English to Kazakh. Let me show you table Firstly, introduction. Secondly, demonstration of Kazakh and English influence and similarities of chorus and saying. Thirdly, features and similarities of structural and semantic features of chorus and sayings in Kazakh and English. Fourth, study of the meaning of chorus and sayings in Kazakh and English chorus about education, morality, health, solidarity, and unity. And the last, problems of translation of English and Kazakh chorus and sayings. Language is a powerful tool that invades human thought, and language is not only a means of understanding people, but also a means of transferring the experience of life, knowledge of art has come from father to son. As in the Kazakh language, English is an artistic language rich in prose and sayings. There are also hundreds of prose and sayings in Kazakh. In English, they have their own history. Ең бірінші бізге берілген мақал ер дәулеті еңбек. Мұндағы негізгі ой еңбектің құдіреттілігін, оның қаншалықты маңызды екенін көрсету. Мақалдағы негізгі сөз еңбек болғандықтан мақалда еңбек ерекше естіледі. Соған орай да мақалға дәулет сөзі қоғам балансы қойылған. Оның орнына ырыс, байлық немесе молшылық сөзден ала алмаймыз, себебі ондай жағдайда мақал өзінің поэтикалық қасиетінен айырылады. Дәл осындай ағылшын мақалдарын талдап көрейік. Мысалы, every dog has its day. Айта кететін жайт, менің күнделігіне қарайтын болсаңыздар, дәл осы мақал осы жобаның ең негізгісі болып саналады. Осы жобаның жасалуына бірден бір себеп мақал ретінде саналады. Бұл мақалдың қазақша баламасы негізгі, ал сөзбе-сөз аударатын болсақ, әрекеттің өзі бар. Өздеріңіз естіп тұрғандай, егер оны сөзбе-сөз аударатын болсақ, құлаққа таңсық және жағымсыз естілуі мүмкін. Сондықтан оны баламасымен аударған әлдеқайда ыңғайлы. Мақалдағы ит сөзінің орнына cow яғни сиыр немесе cat яғни мысық сөздерін ала алмаймыз. Онда мақал өзінің шырай келбетін жоғалтады. Ал енді ағылшын мақалдарына ойыссақ, better late than never. Бұл жерде нақтылап қарайтын болсақ, do етістігі қалып қойған, ал бұл көтерілген мақал өзінің бір әсерлігін көтермесе жоғалтқан емес. Дәл осындай бірнеше айтып кеткен оқулықтан мақалдың бірден бір сәнін келтірушілер болып табылады. Ағылшын мақал мәтелдерін қазақ мақал мәтелдерімен салыстыратын болсақ, онда бұл екі ұлы халықтың мақал мәтелдерін былай алып қояды. Қазақ мақал мәтелдері ұйқасты, кейде ұйқассыз, 2-3 не 4 тармақтан болып келеді, ал ағылшын мақалдары 1-2 тармақтан аспайды екен. Бір қызығы кейбір мақал мәтелдердің жасалуы екі халыққа да қатты ұқсас. Мысалы, a drop in the sea, теңізден тамшы, a wolf in sheep's clothing, қой терісін жамылған қасқыр, немесе better die standing than live kneeling, тізерлеп жүріп нетінен тұрып өлген адам. As well as Kazakh prose, English prose are collected and published, but I couldn't find any detailed research versions of them. But I tried to compare it with the Western literature in Kazakh, because some of the prose of the two people living on two continents are very similar. It seems that there should be one great historical study, and it's interesting to see if it's from some similar place of social, economic, and lifestyle of the people. From prose, I have put more research into prose that are native to animals. I was convinced that the meanings of such prose are different in both people. And now let's pay attention and compare some prose with some items related to this animal. Cat and dog fight, it been multiplied, have more life than a cat, it just life and the cat's food, it's no place to swing a cat. Осы жануарларға байланысты мақалдардың ағылшынша нұсқасы мен қазақша баламасы мен былай алып өздерін қалыптап көрсеңіздер болады. All cats are great in the dark. Сөзбе-сөз мағынасы барлық мысық қараңғыда тұрып өледі. Ал оны қазақша баламамен аударатын болсақ, соқыр тауыққа бәрі өледі. Немесе тағы да бір мақал, the cat shuts its eyes when it kills the queen. Сөзбе-сөз мағынасы мысық қаймақ ұрлағанда көзі жұмады. Ал қазақша баламасы тышқан не кіре алмай жүріп, түппен онда қалып жүреді. Немесе өзің диванасың, түнде кіре боласың дейді. Міне бұл мақалдардың барлығында мысық сөзі бар. Бұл түсінді тізберсек әлі көп. Бірақ олардың қазақша баламасына мысық сөзі кездеспейді екен. Бұдан шыққан қорытынды ағылшындар ұнатқанында, ұнатпағанда мысық сөзімен байланыстырады. Онда не сыр барын білесің. Мен көріп шыққан 20-ға жуық мақалдардың тәрбиелік мәні де мағыналарда өткен. Олардың бірі жалқаулық, мақтаншылықтан сақтануға шақырса, енді бірі адалдық пен адамгершілікке шақырады. Мақал Мақал мәтелдердің тақырыптары әралуан. Ер қазақ халқының көптеген мақалдары отан, туған жер, атамекенге арналып және оны өз ұрпағына әсер қалдырса, ағылшын мақалдары үй мен отбасы сөзінен ғана шектеліп қалады. Сондықтан да ол екі халықтың мақалдарының осы тақырып байланысы, осы тақырып төңірегінде жасалуы сәл өзгеше болып келеді. Мысалы, there is no place like home. Бұл жерде үй, отбасы мағынасында, ал қазақша баламасы өз елің алтын бесін. Немесе is always home is the best. Өз елің кең сарайдай орыс ең деген қазақ мақалына тура келеді. Englishman's house is his castle. Бұл мақалның сөзінің аудармасы ағылшынның өз үйі оның өз қамалы. Бұл мақалдың қазақша баламасына келтіретін болсақ, өз үйің өлең өсегін деген мақала келеді. Біз бұл жерде тағы ағылшындардың отанға қарағанда бірінші өзінің үйін және отбасын бірінші орынға қоятынын байқай аламыз. Проблемаларына бұл тақырыптағы басты проблемалар мақалдардың аудару барысында кездесетін қателіктер мен қиындықтар. Яғни қарапайым ғана мысал, мен осы жоба барысында үлкен қиналған қиындықтар ол мақалдарды бұл переводчик приложениесі арқылы аудару барысында үлкен қиындықтар. Яғни ол приложение бізге тура ғана аударып мақалдың мәнін, яғни орфоэпиялық қасиеттерін мүлдем жойып тастайды. Сондықтан да мақал ағылшын тіліндегі мәнінен мүлдем басқа болып аударылады. Бұл проблеманы шешудің басты жолы академиялық деңгейде зерттесе, ал ол зерттеуден болса бізге, яғни оқушыларға немесе қызыққан адамдарға қолжетімді етіп шығарылса. Бұнымен не айтқым келеді, яғни арнайы басылымдардан шыққан кітаптар, сөздіктер арнайы мектеп кітапханаларында қойылатын болса. My goal is to study the prose and sayings of two nations in more detail, so that I could study the Kazakh and English prose and try to find similarities and differences in them. I want to say that man of the time, when all the English language is a man in modern time, this little work of mine will speak to me. If you know how to give prose in your language in English. Learn prose and sayings, I wish you well.
İkinci bayağı burada. Аяқтағанымыздан шыға беріңіздер, аяқтаған сырттық кетіңіздер яма, шыға беріңіздер. Өйткені қайта ескертіп айтып отырмыз, шулап отырсыздар. Оны емес қайшыма баланы, үйді баласыздар. Шыға беріңіздер. Айтып болғанда шыға беріңіздер. Қыздар шығамыз, үшінші қатар айтып болғанда шыға беріңіздер.
Good afternoon all. I, Isabel Ford, currently a grade 11 student who's attending the school Lyceum, number 264, named Kentucky set. The topic of my research is called How to Develop Speaking Skills with Up-to-Date Authentic Materials. The research work consists of 3 chapters. The first chapter, the importance of speaking English in language learning, examines the challenges and techniques in language learning. And the second chapter, the role of up-to-date authentic materials, investigates benefits of using authentic materials in language learning. And the third chapter, English, the experience with authentic materials, analyzes the experiential work and formation of a workbook, which demonstrates significant improvements in students' speaking skills. So, different scholars define speaking and using the authentic materials from various perspectives. For instance, speaking is an essential tool which enables people to be engaged in oral communication in order to share information. The relevance of research work. Through this research work, it is expected to address the issues in developing speaking English in the local context and impart some thoughtful insights for further research. The purpose of this research is to examine the effectiveness of using authentic materials in enhancing 10th-grade students' speaking skills. This research work was based on the following three questions. The first question, what challenges do 10-year students face while speaking English? And what are authentic materials, how they should be used? And the third question, to what extent the authentic materials can be beneficial to improve speaking competence? This research work involves observations, interviews, and document analysis, where students' pre and post tests as well as their term-block summative assessment were analysed. So, 5 year 10 students were volunteered to be involved in the study. Initially, the participants interviewed challenges they faced while speaking English and the changes they like to make in the way they develop their oral competence. This amateur research work is of high scientific novelty since it brings new findings regarding the difficulties that students face while speaking in English and to what authentic materials can be beneficial to improve speaking skills. I will going to explain to you 2 chapters of this research work. This is the theoretical part, and I'm moving to the third part of this research work, which is practical work. So, and the third part of the research work was based on the way of using authentic materials properly. The content of the work was based on the materials that students were gaining during the study. Initially, the participants interviewed about their ideas in the following 2 questions. The first question, why do you want to improve English? And the second question, what challenges do you encounter while speaking? The questionnaire revealed that students face major challenges in terms of speaking fluency, lack of vocabulary, and grammar accuracy. So, in the second phase of this research work, the participants interviewed about the content knowledge. The interview questions were based on the materials given in the course plan of 2 units, and they given various topics, such questions as different ways of living and amazing places. Through this rubric, the participants evaluated to see their weaknesses and strengths. So, I've analysed the data that I've obtained from the interview questions demonstrating that students face serious difficulties in terms of speaking fluency, vocabulary, and grammar accuracy. Accordingly, I came up developing the action plan with authentic materials. As you can see here, it's my action plan. So, I conducted 3 meetings per week. In the first meeting, the participants analysed and chose a material that suited in their interest and gained into a general idea. In the second meeting, the participants analysed the material and the conceptual meaning and also the key phrases, and they came up with their own sentence using the key phrases. In the third meeting, the participants applied the key phrases in their own speech while generalising and recalling on the idea of chosen material. So, subsequently, I created my own English workbook that helps my group mates to increase their speaking skills. As you can see here, it's my workbook. As a result, I could notice significant improvements in students' speaking skills. To be more precise, the frequency of courses have dramatically dropped, and topic-related vocabulary have also applied while speaking, and grammar accuracy have also increased drastically. And these results were mirrored on the speaking summative assessment as well. The final stage of this research work that we conducted for 1 year using the authentic materials to enhance speaking skills are presented in the table below. In the final stage, as you can see here, the indicator for the knowledge of my group mates was 9.2 bands and 11.8 bands at the final stage. The growth is 2.6 bands. That means using the authentic materials, learners could significantly develop their speaking skills in terms of speaking fluency, vocabulary, and grammar accuracy. In conclusion, I definitely can say that using the authentic materials have a unique impact to develop speaking and fluency also lexical competence, overall competence while speaking. It can also boost students' academic performance and instrument motivation, also self-learning skills. To say about myself, using the authentic materials, like watching the YouTube videos and the native speakers, like English with music and maybe ETJ English, and through listening to podcasts, I passed the IELTS and I got 7 bands for IELTS speaking. And also, I am at Facebook Museum now, so if you go to a museum, you can hear my voice records that introduces the hall and the expositions. My recommendations, so the first one you have to do, create a workbook. Since for each grade and for units, since creating a workbook makes you permanent. As you know, permanence is the biggest key to succeed. The second thing, use authentic materials in English lessons. You know, gaining English with only course books may be really efficient, but using the authentic materials such as watching YouTube videos, maybe listening to podcasts, maybe listening to music are more exciting. And also, we can gain new key phrases and words, vocabularies, idioms that native speakers use in their daily lives. So that means real life materials are more helpful and essential for us. And the third thing, conduct meetings among the students. Since integrating with other people helps us to sharpen anxiety while speaking and helps us to be more fluent and confident.
Thanks, very good. You are like a speaker on BBC.
Thank you so much. And I can say it's the QR codes that demonstrates the whole process of my research work. Here you can see the experimental work and the advisors that's helping me to complete this research work. And thank you so much for your attention.
What I have a question, if you don't mind. So,
Sure.
what about this code? Have you got some own work, some website or something, or video?
So, authentic materials. Authentic
Also
materials.
authentic material. This is the authentic. Okay. Thank you.
So how did you select the authentic materials? As I know from your presentations and slides here and books, booklets, you have experience on your own and you were able to develop your speaking skills, yes. So it's a great achievement. And did you provide this authentic materials regarding your based on your own experience or?
No, it's the authentic materials for units given in the course plan. So in order to enhance the speaking of my group mates, 10th grade. So group mates, I created this workbook using the authentic materials.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, Ayjan, Magazine. No, Tujuk. Oh, sorry, Tujuk. And Ayjan, you're.
First of all, my name is Elizabeth Buda, and I'm from London School, Navitat, about time. So my presentation is about modern ways to learn English, and this presentation for everyone, but for learners and for teachers. So let's start. Talking to content, I have introduction, The main chapter 2 part is a new method of teaching foreign language in secondary school, and one of the intensive methods of teaching English and their application in secondary school. Conclusion and practice. The aim of the project work is to analyze the technology of applying modern methods in teaching foreign language and to offer new ways of teaching English. And the objective is explore traditional and new teaching methods and consider the possibility of using intensive methods of teaching foreign language in the general education school and ways to integrate these methods into the school education system. Okay, the sign talking about is my methods when I figure out when I trying to find the new methods. It's we have two methods. It's which calls smart book. It's really useful. I think it will be useful for every level of English. So in the smart book, you can find first of all the object. And after this word, after the object is the words like how to read or how to call. And then you can find the words that have these words. And the next page you can understand it. It's fragment from the songs that have this word. So it will be really helpful for everyone. So I think it will be really, really useful for everyone. How you see, we created a group with my teacher because she gave me some questions like about what she means to me. So I figured out it would be really useful to find out and make the new book that will be really interesting and useful. The second one is a new one, is the forthcoming. How do you see it? I'm sorry, I only one. First of all, it's words that we're interested in, and then the transcription, and then how it's, of course, how it's translated, and the meaning. I don't think you need this. Okay. Why did I find out this? First of all, I asked my classmates, is it difficult to understand the words in English and to remind this to each other? And they all told me, yes, it's really hard to understand the words and the spellings of these words and transcriptions. So I think, why not to, it's a really popular one, the really popular method, which was 15 or 12 years ago. It's really popular. So I think, why not return this method? So why? So I think it's really useful to do so. New methods of teaching foreign language in secondary school is a principle that builds a kind of learning, but I don't think that we have time for this. Yeah. This is a new methods, this is a modern methods that we use in school. There's a flipped classroom, dummy test, test-based learning, Clean, complete, analytical approach, blended learning, game form, and mobile devices. So, the one goes in about flipped classroom. In the simple words, the flipped classroom is when all responsibilities lays on student, not on teacher. As usual, teachers do all the work like find and new exercise and tasks. And this, in flipped classroom, students do this by their own, they type on the secretary document and they show them and produce what they understand. Juggling style is when all the students are trying to do the circle and then they discuss lots of questions. It's all about simple teaching. And this method, students try to talk about their point of view and trying to discuss with each other. And I think this method is really useful for students who have a problem with self-confidence. And task-based learning is a really basic one. I don't know if you know this. CLIO. CLIO is really content learning. So it's really popular method in the schools like niche and Excel. And they study only in English. That's what means Excel. clear. Concrete and lexical approach usually use schools which have a native speakers. When students can change with their opinion. And blended learning is when it's about the online learning, about traditional learning. When students try to understand the topic at home with the online courses, and then they should practice with their teacher and trying to improve their knowledge. Game form, it's really popular one is Duolingo, Kahoot, Quizlet, right? I suppose. But Quizlet is also like that.
We have 1 minute.
Okay, we're completing. This is popular apps that we use for blended learning. The contact is Skype, WhatsApp, and Viber. I think you know this. This is one of the apps for the informed learning. As a criteria for evaluating monolingual speech, it's about the communication and lexical form. And this is the drills of trail training. Actually, the 8 methods of trail training, 8 methods of teaching, and also trying to improve my methods. So all this team methods. And before the trail training, you know that like 48% of students who don't understand the topic, who don't understand the information, and the after trail training is 0%. So this is a series of exercises for development of students' independent growth skills and language lessons through WhatsApp. And for conclusion, I can say that during all these methods, I understand and figure out all this. It's actually really interesting if you try to use more new methods, the modern methods, and trying to be in touch with the students. So all these methods, it's really now when you're trying to do new things and you compromise all this time with new knowledge. Do you have a question? Okay, Julia,
Hello, Nigerians and students. My name is Shmaza Aisha. I'm an 11th grade student of number 212 school gymnasium in Slovak. The theme of my scientific work is principles of learning the foreign languages in primary school based on an integrated approach. Integrated English language learning in primary school promotes the positive awareness of the child as a person. He has the opportunity to be involved in the linguistic and cultural community of people. Organization of integrated training in foreign language at the initial stage can become one of the effective means to significantly improving the quality of education. This determines the relevance of this study. In the course of work, we developed successfully and test the methodology for integrated English language learning in primary school. The object of research in the process of teaching learning in foreign languages in primary school. The subject of research methodology of integrated English language learning in primary schools. The hypothesis of the research. Integrated English language learning at the initial stage can become one of the effective means to significantly increase the effectiveness of the educational process, provided that it will be carried out through the introduction of accessible, familiar, and interesting forms and activities for primary school students. Research methods. Analysis of theoretical and methodological literature, analysis, synthesis, systematization and generalization, observation, questionnaire, survey, and experimental training. The practical significance of the research lies in the development of a specific methodology for integrated English language learning in primary schools. The scientific analogy of the work consists in an theoretical substantiation of the methodological feasibility of an integrated approach in teaching English at the initial stage. The structure of the work consists of an introduction to chapters theoretical and practical, conclusions by chapters, conclusions, and their purposes. Psychological and pedagogical foundation of an integrated approach to language learning at an early stage. Integration pedagogy is traditionally considered in two aspects. The first aspect as a state characterized by consistency or belief and stability of connection between various elements. The second as a process that leads to this state. Thus, integration pedagogy is a very important indicator indicating the effectiveness of the entire educational system. It acts as a criterion of its integrity. There are different types of integration in pedagogy. Intra-subject implies integration within a particular discipline. Intra-system integration is another kind of integration. It is characterized by the fact that students form the ability to use the material of one subject when studying another approach. The child learns knowledge comprehensively, receiving general scientific categories and approaches as a whole. Here, integration can be carried out in different ways. The best of them, for example, establishes of interdisciplinary integrations based on the same scientific knowledge. This avoids repetitions and saves study time. Another approach, respectively, is vertical. It is characterized by consistency by the fact that interdisciplinary integrations of certain similar types of thinking, for example, humanitarian, ecological, and physical, mathematical. In addition, integration in pedagogy is also divided into internal and external forms. Internal integration is characteristic of the internal educational process. External integration is carried out in the interaction of the educational institution with other structures and in society. The next function of education again as a special kind of activity is the means of teaching. Principles of building the process of teaching on the basis of integrated activities. Children focus on gaming, artistic or musical actions, in the course of which they master foreign language of means communication. In junior school, the following integration actions are possible. Language speech action plus musical action, language speech action plus music plus game action, language speech action plus movements, language speech action plus movements plus game actions, language speech action plus teachable action, language speech action plus drawing. These patterns of interdisciplinary integrations are universal, that is applicable to any section in teaching English. However, it is also possible to integrate such subjects as, for example, mathematics in the lexical topic numbers, or the surrounding rules in the lexical topic animals. Working with a sample dialect contributes to the accumulation of turns of speech necessary for communication. For example, how do you do? How are you? I'm glad to see you. Let's speak English. Thank you very much. Etc. These dialects are filled with narrative, interrogative, and non-rational sentences depending on the topic of the conversation. Next. The experimental training organized by me took place in the fourth quarter on the basis number 212 for gymnasium. These 14 children at the first grade participated in the experiment. Lesson plans based on a repeated approach to learning of the aspect of classes with them. Classes were held 2 times a week for 3 academic days. The study was conducted using the following experimental measures. First, parents questionnaire, second, observation, third, connecting lessons, and fourth, analysis of the results. The survey of first graders' parents was conducted at the first meeting at the beginning of the school year in order to identify the activities, the possibility and necessity of organizing integrated English language teaching. First graders are afraid to invest in products. They are interested in everything. They have a huge thirst for knowledge. They are very receptive. The lesson can be a pleasure for children and teachers if there is no wish to common other. Most of the lessons were developed for classes with them. The results recorded in this table were calculated as follows. The concentration of attention was calculated in minutes from the moment of the introduction of the language module until the time when instructions were noticed for most children. According to the results shown in the table, it is argued that the integration of speech action with music and singing gives higher results for compared with all the integration options regarding the correct and strength of memorization and of flexible units.
Can you please conclude your presentation?
Okay. Integration of various types and forms of activity is an effective means of goals of teaching English. In the process of integrations, thing once appear. Thus, hypothesis of the formulated in the introduction that integrated English language teaching at the initial stage serves to significantly increase the effectiveness of the educational process, provided that it is carried out with the integration of accessible forms and activities for primary school students. The purpose of the study has been achieved. For your attention,
And what the practical use of your project?
Nowadays, life in the modern world without
No. Personal project.
personal. 14 children participated in the experiment.
What was your tool experiment? What was the tool to experiment? I teach you in primary school. Maybe
What kind of tool did you use? Like a specific method that you can name us and say, this was what I used and this was effective.
Lexical features and connecting lessons features. So it is connecting lessons, observation.
Қандай методика қолданыңыз? Сіз айтып жатырсыз, survey, написал, pretest, post-test. Не арқылы оны көрдіңіз?
Нәтижелер арқылы, интеграциялық әдістер арқылы. Жаңа айтып
Ол интеграциялық әдістер ол жалпылама бөледі. Именно бір сипаттамасын беріп жатыр. Нақты бір әдісті беріп тұрған жоқ.
So we know that integrated method is wonderful. We know it will help me.
for example, singing, drawing, movements in musical games.
No, it's not.
Murat Kızılbaş'ın senoloji projesi var mı? Var. Anlattı resimleri.
Dear teachers, hello, my name is Nana Chuk. I'm from school last year, number 62 at West Canada. Dear teachers, I want to say that you look so very beautiful and today. In order to not to take your time, I want to briefly tell you questions, the basic information about my project. My goal is to diversify my city with the help of mankind, and I want to help everyone who needs it. I have been working on this project for years. Already during this time, I can see that I have completely explored my city, and I want to introduce you to this. And my news is that I have opened again opportunity for tourists who don't know our language, that they are interested in our place, they are no English guides in the city, so we will open such an opportunity as an English guide. The theme of the research work, the guide tourist attractions of our region in English. You know our region, right? The urgency of the research work at present foreign tourists who do not speak Kazakh come to our city every year. And the travel guides and tourism language is the first and the main resource representing the city. The hypothesis of the research work that the travel guides in English necessary for our region, and it will increase the tourist attractiveness this city. The object and the subject of the investigation is the travel guide. It stores information about the city in English. And
Similar tasks of present people can be done without to study the historical data for creation of travel writing English, to study the characteristics of the target audience of foreign tourists who arrive in this region, explorers and specifically interested of tourist coming, foreign cities. Research method is used in studying and making analysis various social surveys. And the demonstration methods are authentic materials presented with the help system. And the novelty of investigations since work analysis systematic summarizes and translates into English about our city, our region. And the theoretical value of the work lies in the study and systematizations of information about our region in English. And the structure of the work, this work consists of introduction, body paragraphs, conclusion, list of references, and the ending. And the main part of the work presents of the results of the survey. And this survey involved 50 people and who answered the question. When you travel in another city, would you like to receive a travel guide about the city's information? Write in your native language. 84 persons answered positively, and the impractical part of our study would present the students and their parents, and in which we create a travel guide in our region, which was discussed 84 persons for and 60 persons against. Next. At the same time, the results of the survey. For region, supporters of the creation single out the following tasks of the travel guide attracted foreign tourists, 33 persons, the most complete, accessible, informing version about 51 persons for our children to learn English, and there are 60 persons. Next. Teachers, may I show Instagram picture on your telephone? Sure. No, camera. So here's QR code. QR addictive. Просто QR code. Mama. This is Instagram page.
It's your own page.
Yes, about our travel region. As a result of the survey, the list of information required for a guide is as follows. Place of residence. There are many hotels in our city, but the most popular Nur Hotel and the Anal Hotel. There is hotels are moderately equipped and they're popular among tourists and eating places. We have selected 4 important cafes. They are Manaka, Calcutta, Aladdin, and the Tara. And the cafes work from morning and until night. And the maps. People who travel as part of their job or out of fashion may find them good friends. Those who are in the habit trekking and adventure also rely on maps. Every extent we use maps and the plans of the words application. Plans of the words.
How many followers do you have?
5 store purpose, future.
Next, this can go to some potential visitors. Yes, right?
Sorry. Taking into this Instagram page about information accurate travel guide to the tourist attractions of Aral region in English. Nowadays, social networks are popular. Instagram, and therefore open an Instagram page, upload the necessary information, photos and the videos, and use QR to watch videos and in the travel guide. And this is my recommendation is this such an opening of travel agencies involving many young people with help and help them learn English. And several business areas can be considered to attract tourists in our region. For example, opening a fish restaurant and creating a brand from the restaurants. The Aral region is rich in talent. You can open hippodrome in order to organize a camel ride, and you should open a Shubatana near you. Creation and distribution of 3D videos from museums in English and using and application for the map of the Arab district. Next conclusion. Next conclusion is in the research work travel guide our region for regions in English, we deal with our to study the literature and areas, cultural areas of the region attractions, analysis, scenic sets, and the travel guides, school licensing number 62 after this kind of Russia, visitors and the residents of the city of Aral. I want to say that scientific, summing up my scientific project, I would like to say that it's necessary to open tourist agencies for the development of tourism in the Arab region.
For foreign tourists, okay, in English. Yes, yes. But my suggestion would be to open and to attract tourists and do a page in 3 languages. Yes, in Russian and in Kazakh. Okay. My motherland is Kazakhstan, but I have never been in Aral. And that's why, for example, there are lots of people who don't go and never have been in Aral, and that's why I suggest to make this travel agency in 3 languages. Yes, in Kazakh, in Russian, and in English. So is it so beautiful there? Yes. Like okay, thank you.
Yes. Главным жарты тақырыбы ағылшын елінен қыздар елінен салт дәстүрлері. Жалпы салт дәстүр дегеніміз ол халықтың мәдениетінің асыл бөлігі рухани байлығы. Жалпы салт дәстүрлер ол өзгермейтін нәрсе емес, ол да қоғамның дамуына сәйкес жаңарып беріп жатыр отырады. Әдет-ғұрып салт дәстүр ол қоршаған ортаға көзбен қарасақ тікелей әсер етіп отырады. жалпы қазақ елінің салт дәстүрлерін айтатын болсақ, жалпы қазақ елінің салт дәстүрлері көптеген ғасырлардың барысында қалыптасты. 18-ші ғасыр мен 19-ші ғасырдың барысында оны орыс және шетел ғалымдары нақтылап айқын қалдырған. Қазақтарға жалпы қонақжайлық қасиеті тән және де үйге келіп жайғасқан әркімға үй иесінің қамқорлығында мол отырады. Осы жөнінде 19-ші ғасырдың аяғында Виктор фон Герн былай деп жазады: талқылағанда қазақтар жылы жүзігімен, қайырымды ақылдылығымен, қонақжайлығымен тағылады. Осы оның сүйегіне сіңіп кеткен асыл қасиет. 18-ші ғасырда Қазақстанда бұл зерттеген Виктор фон Герн былай деп жазады: түрлі қайсақтар барынша қонақжай болып келеді. Оның кеудеңге барып жайғасқан кез келген жаршелік адам өзіңді біреу өтіп кетеді-ау деп қорықсенде оны әдеп ұйықтай беруге болады. Және де Абу Шубейр көйлектегі ағадан шеккен Алланың елшісі кімде-кім Аллаға ақырсыне иман келтірсе, қонағының сен жақсылап берсін деп айтып кеткен. Одан кейін жалпы дәм ауыз тию. Кез келген үйге бас сұққан адам мен ауыз тиюге білмейтін, бұл сөйлеп шықпа деген мақал-мәтел осы салт дәстүрдің бір дәлелі болып табылады. Жалпы асар бұл ауыл тұрғындарының бір-біріне ақалмастан жәрдемдесуі, мысалы мал қора салып беру дегендей. Одан кейін асар ауылда тұрған адамдардың арасындағы туыстық қатынасы нығайта түседі. Одан кейін әділдік пен сыйластық. Екі қазақ кездесе қалада жасы кіші жасы үлкеніне ассалаумағалейкум деп сәлем береді. Жасы үлкен оған уағалейкум ассалам деп жауап қатады. Тек содан кейін ғана егде-тегде аман сау сұрасады. Жалпы ағылшын салт дәстүрлері сыпайы ескі көңіл болып келеді. Қазіргі заманда ескі салт дәстүрлерді сақтап келе жатқан елдер кем-де-кем. Ағылшын салт дәстүрлерге қарым-қатынас жасап отырған адамның сөзін бөлмеу және де сөйлесіп отырған адамның ойын құрметтеу қажет. Жалпы Англияның байырғы салт дәстүрлері бар болғанымен оларда бір нақты ұлттық киім жоқ. Тек қана морец халық киімде, яғни киімі бар. Аяқтарына қоңырау байлар. Одан кейін жалпы морецті ауылдарда жазда бибилейді. Тек қана бұны ер адамдарға бибилесе, қазіргі таңда әйелдер де бибилеп жүр. Ағылшындықтардың үйдің жанына балбақша отырғызу олардың бір жақсы салт дәстүрі болып табылады. Ол кезде ауашын өте таза, әдемі болып сәндендіреді және де тіпті талапқа сай өте әдемі балбақшалар конкурста өтіп тұрады. Англияның әлі күнге дейін сақталып келе жатқан дәстүрі ол яғни панкейкте болып табылады. Бұл жалпы біздегі бұл жеті мүшемен тең дәрежеде, яғни оны оразаның бір күні, яғни арафа күні әзірленеді. Яғни бұл Англияда шорт тюздей деп аталады. Осы жөнінде ағылшын жазушысы Эдвин Оливер Джеймс арафа системасын Англияның оңтүстігінде аталып өтетін мердикасы немесе арафа системасы деген салт дәстүрімен сәйкеселеді. Және де ағылшын жазушысы және театр актрисасы Нэнси Прайс кадр сыйлығы кітабында шұқабайға түсіретін шұққа көшіреді. Оразаның бір күн алдын, яғни арафа күні әзірленетінін мәлімдейді. Ат жарысы ең алғаш рет араб елдерінде шыққан. Одан кейін барып Америка құрама штаттарына жеткен. Бұл ат жарысы наурыз бен қараша айының аралығында өтеді және де 2-3 немесе 4 күнге дейін созылады. Және де ат жарысы бұл Англияда жалпы футбол ойыннан кейінгі екінші ойын бұл ат жарысы болып табылады. Ағылшын және қазақ елінің салт дәстүрлерінің ұқсастықтары. Жалпы екі халықтарда теңіз келген киім жамандықтан сақтар еді сенен. Мысалы, ағылшында теңіз аймақтарында қыздар теңіз дауыл кезде киімдерді тез киген. Ал қазақтарда жаңа туған сәбидің ұйқысының қалыпты болу үшін киімін тез кигізген. Тағы бір ұқсастық ол екі халықтың да шай ішкенін ұнатуы және де шайды сүтпен ішуі. Сонымен бірге жоғарыда айтып өтілген арафа шорт тюздей ат жарысы секілді салт дәстүрлер екі халықтарда кездеседі. Осы мәліметтерге сүйене отырып, салт дәстүрлердің
асыл мұра екендігін түсінуге болады. Соңында қазақ елі салт дәстүрлерін жақсы сақтаған халықтардың бірі және де ағылшын елінде өзіндік әдет-ғұрыптар мен салт-дәстүрлермен өте бағалы болып табылады. Салт дәстүр ол ел арасындағы әлемдік тәрбиелік мәдениет. Менің ұсынысым ағылшын мен қазақ елінің салт дәстүрлері жазылған кітапшалар шығарылса, екінші мектепте ағылшын әдебиетін оқылса, үшінші ағылшын елінің келіспеушілікпен ұрыс-керістен аулақ болып сыбырлап сөйлесетін жақсы қасиеттерін үйрету жайлы шығармалар шығарылса, төртінші қазақ халқының өзінің жеке басының мәселелерін айтпайтын болса, айтқан адамды әлсіз адам деп танитын сөзге зерттеу жұмыстары біз Әбділда Тәжібаев атындағы кітапханаға барып, қазақ елі мен ағылшын елі салт дәстүрлері жайлы мәліметтер іздеген болатынбыз. Бұл үй жағдайындағы дайындық, мектеп және де мектеп кітапханасында болған дайындық. Англияның ұлттық киімі болып табылады. So the similarity that Kazakh girl and Indian girl and English girl are the same beautiful. So вот пол. Это народный костюм англичан, то есть одежда. Она хотела показать, да, были национальную одежду, она хотела показать. Сіз қазақ салт дәстүрін білесіздер, енді ағылшын салт дәстүрі мысалы көптеген 80-90% кітаптарда ағылшын тілінде жазылған, иә? Сонсыз ағылшын тілінде оқыдыңыз ба? Және ол алдары қазақ тіліне жеткіземіз.
Сайлауды Жәнерке. Так, болды. Енді Егізбаева Ардай.
Көршіңізден ауыз тек бір түрші, қазақтың арманысы ортасындағы қызық бір екінші қазақтың дәстүрі бойынша
Hello, my name is Adele. I'm a student of school CNH number 5, and the topic of my project is description of physiological units representing the units of color. The phenomenon of color is a research subject of basic sciences and the component of many forms of arts. However, color has not yet had a general concept within the framework of any sciences or a complete direction. Color has great significance in the life of society. The purpose of the work is to study the features of the use of physiological units expressing the meaning of color in the English culture, studying the history and theoretical foundation of the development of physiological units expressing the meaning of color, developing the meaning applied to the concept of color. The color models created by the right and the left hemisphere of the brain do not correspond. The hemisphere of the brain follow become different and spectra, and implicitly
different colors. The right hemisphere of the brain usually focuses on the low brain part of the spectrum, red, and provides the solid associated with sensory perception. The left hemisphere of the brain is focusing on the mid part of the spectrum blue, and provides the color pictures associated with explanatory complex. In addition, psychologists associate color with human emotions. Each emotion has its own place in a color space, and that each emotion corresponds to certain color, and that each color evokes certain emotions. Form-S, as mentioned in Group 6, a systematic method for color development lexicon, has not yet been invented. The following are important. The word is emotionally focused, emotionally colored from the beginning. It does not just mean color. It also tries to express our attitudes on species. Color can be given explicitly, directly naming color or assigned a color, and implicitly by naming an object with the color sign fixed in the life of culture at the level of tradition. Color is one of the concepts of culture, and one of the principles of culture is not only general, but also a unit model of development, formation, confirmation of concept of national color, cultural meanings in cultural consequences. English phrases given in A.B. Cunin's large English Russian physiological dictionary. The dictionary contains different types of regular expressions. Physiological units correspond to the details of the New English and American dictionaries. There are also examples of all physiological units translated into Russian. According to the author of this dictionary, A.B. Cunin, the physiological units vocabulary included in this dictionary are based on the vocabulary that has been used in the English language for the last 150 years. So it mainly contains the work of modern writers, as well as the work of the writers of the 19th century. It is a physiological units that contain blue, but of the blue and blue, dark blue and light blue. As we can see, the blue color in Shakespearean's language is a sign of purity and authenticity. So the meaning of many physiological units with the blue component is related to this meaning. Physiological units contain the component red, to be in the reds, like color attracts with blue, you see red. Those in the works of Shakespeare, the features of the use of physiology expressing the meaning of the color have a special place compared to other writers, because thanks to Shakespearean's expression, many stable phrases have entered our language. And looking at the idioms used there to express the meaning of color, we can pay attention to the specificity of that period, because this was described that era. Conclusion: in this way, the phenomena of positive and negative reality are indicated in the physiological units presented in this way. Many physiological units belong to multi-cognitive groups, that is, they describe the negative and positive phenomena of the surrounding reality. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
So the thing is very interesting, but for the project for the scientific work, we need more investigations, more exploring. For example, you take blue product, red product, and what about the other colors? It's so interesting. Maybe next year colors. Now, why not? Yes? Yes. Maybe next year, yes? Okay, thank you. Very nice.
Now the next section is group works. Yes? Onға apply and жұмыс аруша.
бізде өзгерістер болды, сондықтан біз антипллагиат шығарып бере алмадық.
Дарын қалай қабылдады антиплагиатты? Дарынға өткізіп береді ғой. Қай жерге өткізді плагиат? So how do you put the diary? The diary. Көптеген ғасырлардың барысында қазақ халқы мәдениетінің әдет-ғұрыптары қалыптасты. Бұл туралы 19-18 ғасырдың 20-шы ғасырда Қазақстанда болған зерттеген Ресей және басқа да халық тілдерінің зерттеушілері, саяхатшылары өздерінің жазбаларында жазып қалдырған болатын. Қазақтарға дәстүрлі қонақжайлық ежелден тән қасиет болып келеді. Бұл туралы 19-шы ғасырда Ресей зерттеушісі жалпы алғанда қазақтар осы уақытта өздерінің жылы жүзбенмен, қайырымдылығымен, ақылдылығымен және қонақжайлылығымен ерекшеленеді. Олардың сегізіне кездесіп кеткен ең асыл қасиеттерінің бірі. Және де үйге келген қонақ әрқашанда өз өзінің тақырыбымен болады. Бұл туралы 19-шы ғасырда Қазақстанның зерттеген неміс зерттеушісі
және неге келе қоймақ әрқашан келесінің қамқорлығымен тұрғанын болады. Бұл туралы 19 ғасырда Қазақстанда болып университеттен университетшісі фон Хелмонға былай жазған болатын. Қазақтар негізінен барша қонақжай елді халық болып келеді. Олардың жүрегіне жарасқан әрбір қонақ мені біліп, журналистің өмірі отырып кездесуге ешқандай қорықпай, жоқтай беруіне болады. Салт кәсіпке, тіршілікке, сенімге байланысты әдет-ғұрып дәстүр. Ол ұрпақтан ұрпаққа ауысып отырады және де салт дәстүр дегеніміз қатпаған нәрсемен жылдан жылға, ғасырдан ғасырға қоғамның даму бағытымен жоғары отырады. Дәстүр ұрпақтан ұрпаққа ауысатын тарихи қалыптасқан нормалардың үрдісі. Дәстүр мәдениетінің мәдениетке тығыз байланысты болып келеді. Сондықтан мәдениеттануы дәстүрге бай ел болып саналады. Және де қазақтар салт дәстүрлерді көрсетіп, солардың Қазақстанда ұмытып бара жатқан салт дәстүрлерге ықпал етті. Our large number of Kazakh villages and their superstition and how they able to modern life. The majesty of the camp from ancient times. Even ritual become a part of today's life, or at least at the one's own knowledge of Kazakh culture. If you have listened to that in your breakfast, he or she must have some of the food. That is, one cannot ignore the morning meal, and if you don't have the breakfast, you fall into a food. Therefore, a morning person leaves your home after he or she has tried some of the food. Food is non-separate. Breakfast is the beginning of the Kazakh beliefs that are good and the look private breakfast eating in a good, humorous, atmospheric, and careful, beginning for a successful and grateful day. Kazakhs are always careful with salt. Football test was without salt. Kazakh believes that the essence of food is in its salt. Rice objects have been careless with salt will become salty, and the bitter anti-salt felt by them dries out. Англияның ғасырлар бойы сақталған естері мен қызықты таңғаларлық дәстүрлерге бай деп саналады. Және Англия, Ұлыбритания 80% құрайды. Ағылшындар өздерінің ағылшын тілінде таза сөйлейтіндерін мақтан тұтады. Кейде олар өздерін шала ағылшын сөйлейтін американдықтармен салыстырып жатады. Ағылшындықтар салт бойынша қай адамның сөзі бойы оның сөзіне қызметтен қарау керек. Және де ағылшындықтардан менің ойымша мен былай сөздерді сөйлеу барысында жиі естиміз. Сонымен бірге ағылшындықтар адамдардың жасқа үлкендігіне қарап емес, сөйлеу сезімнің жоғарылығына қарап көмектейді. If English people like age courses, they don't like to get married and they just like together. If they get to know and understand age also and how dynamic together, they will end the marriage when the time comes. And if they misunderstand, it will be divided into two. They resolve all their fears to avoid divorce and marriage family. яғни ағылшындықтар бір-бірін ұнатып мысалы екінші жылға асықпай бірінші бірге тұрып қояды. Бұл арқылы олар сәтсіз отбасыда мен ажырасып деген сақтанамыз деп ойлайды. England is a country rich in national traditions, especially national clothes. The most famous of the English the Morris fancy dress, which is dancing in summer in the countryside. There are some characters of saving this garment. Ice spicy dress associated with natural simulated Және ағылшындықтар салт дәстүрге ғана емес, ұлттық киімдерге бай болып саналады. Мен бұл жерде Моррис әншісінің бұл киімді ағылшындықтардың ауылдық жерлері жаз мезгілінде көп келеді және бұл біздің шығу тарихының ерекшелігі ол жер туралы бір магиялық күшпен байланысты болып табылады. The English have another interesting traditions. Ten yards of the guard and the 10 yards of the groom. Most countries are getting ready to clothes of the groom and the bride. Then, according to the religious beliefs of the English, the able Egyptian demon devil cannot find жеткізіп үйіне келген кезде оның қалыңдықтың оң көрісі және кеужігіттің оң жолдастасы қалыңдықпен кеужігітпен бірдей болып киіну керек. Бұл арқылы олар шын өзінің арам ойын оң жұрттың ішінен таба алмай, нағыз жұртты таба алмай, өзінің арам ойын жүзеге асыра алмай қалады деп тілеген болған. Антимама,
Hello dear teachers and the pupils, my name is Sarjan from school 110 grade 9A. Ерболат есімді түзетілген ұлы қаламгер Мұхтар әуезов. Қазақ халқында жаңа өмірдің, жаңа дүниенің есігін ашқан баладан қыз балаға және үлкен ата әжелерге де салт дәстүрлер арналған. Және де ол салт дәстүрлер өсіп келе жатқан баланың ой өрісін дәріптеп, оны дұрыс жолға салады. Және де my recommendations. First, create music corner inside the school dedicated to the traditions and the customs of the Kazakh and the English people. On a quarterly basis, a physical performance is organized in order to reflect the Kazakh and English traditions. Үшіншісі, ағылшын мәдениетін балаларға, студенттерге тереңірек таныстыру үшін ағылшын апталығында үшті форматында көптеген көріністер көрсетіп, және де көптеген қызықты байқаулар, конкурстар жасап келеді деген ойдамыз.
В чем заключается командная работа? Вы готовите вместе материал или как того? Или от того, что каждый прочитал случай? Понятно, просто.
Now the next Aisha Ivanova and Marshall Aruzhan.
Okay. As it is a group work, you have only 3 minutes each. Each of the students has 3 minutes. Totally, and 1 minute for a conclusion and suggestion. Okay?
Hello everyone, we are the graders of Within an Ағылшын lesson. My name is Ағылшын. Good afternoon, my name is Rosa, and we are going to present a project about perception response for developing social skills, project-based learning. Nowadays, the perceivement of information by students is significantly changing as the world develops and rises to a new level, but occasionally the teaching methods that are considered to be effective by teachers not always meets all the students' requirements, and thus by ignoring perceivement of students struggle in lots of problems in their future life, and this is in large part due to absence of acquirement of appropriate skills. And traditional effective language classes effectively with engagement and confidence, and to provide activities to improve resource skills such as collection of data and sorting of the data, and discover the information. And project-based learning is a method of teaching where students work in groups, engaging topics. And also, project-based learning assists in developing collaboration, communication, and critical thinking skills. Also, sorting of the connected data and ability to analyze is a crucial part of the effective foreign language study. And the aim of the project is to investigate how students perceive the PBL lessons. The novelty of the research is that the majority of previous research based on research skills acknowledgement not focused on implementation of PBL lessons. And also, there are no available studies in Kazakhstan based on GPL, and our project is the aim of our project is to identify whether the research skills can be developed in Kazakhstani context. Next slide. Significance of the research is research skills have been acknowledged to be significantly important in the 21st century, the era of new technologies, globalization, and innovation education, and due to overall information availability and large numbers of online sources in the world, research skills are crucially necessary to be able to sort reliable and relevant information in the field of research. And our next slide, our research question is what are the students' perception of developing research skills from the world? And next. And Mira Martin highlighted essential types of research skills such as interaction, self-management, communication, organization, critical thinking and problem solving, lifelong learning, and information management skills. And that, according to Wise, Yamaga, and Websmith, the research skills and the ability to conduct the research. And as I concluded, it will be a lot easier to conduct the research if students build up appropriate skills sooner in their secondary school and with support of their teachers and a lot of practice. Next slide. And the early related studies also highlighted the benefits of the girls and the results of the study conducted with a large number of previous work provide evidence that well conducted of developing research skills of students. Next. The innovation lecture was chosen to conduct the lessons and to obtain the result and responses to research question. The participants, the age of the participants were 15 and 16 years old, and the gender of the participants were females. And the language level of the student is intermediate B1 level. And 25 lessons were lasted for 5 weeks, and before starting the lessons, researchers grouped their awareness randomly, and apart from this, in the end of each lesson, researchers gave the exercises and the addition Likert scale questionnaire fulfilled by the participants. Next slide. And this is the result. There, the result of the Likert scale questionnaire. And in Likert scale questionnaire, 8 research skills have been taken into consideration to be significant for development of skills such as collaboration, communication, problem solving, computer literature, or IT skills. Next. Also, searching for reliable information, planning skills, critical thinking skills, and analyzing the data. And particular purpose of the project is to identify to what extent the participants could develop their research skills with the help of their conducted lessons. And there are the results, and for example, for planning skills, there are 17 out of 20 students considered that they could develop the planning skill from the conducted lessons, and 50% of students opted the agreed version. 7 of students 35% of the students opted the strongly agree version, and the rest of two students opted the neutral version and conclusion. And also we create the website, and by scanning this QR you can find the website, and in this website we have a small book or booklet, and we collected projects of students in one book, and it's the different subjects or in only English. And the following topics of the project, which were conducted in 5 weeks, were the best guide for the certain disease, clever matching, the tool for nature wonders, the best meaning for the movie story, and 3 to a certain country. And this collective project based on these 5 topics. This book you can also find in our website by scanning this QR. In this website, you can also find requirements to create amazing projects or presentations. As a conclusion, in accordance with the answers of the participants, they enjoyed much at the conducted lessons and have shown their willingness on doing their activities. As Chinese philosopher Confucius stated, I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I understand. Students learn by doing, creating, and explaining it. Overall, the conducted projects were beneficial for the students and they developed their necessary research skills. We offered to implement PBL lessons in English for classes.
So your project is about the usefulness of project.
Yes, how students perceive it, and from our experience. Okay, thank you. That's what we do. No questions? Thank you.
Irman Aminalo and Virginia classmates.
Isso chama lá chefe já. Mas já disse que instituição das
Okay, good morning or afternoon. Good afternoon to our guests and our participants. We came from the Innovation License for Gifted Girls, and my name is Stefan Another, and my name is Safir, and our tutor is called. So, what is the aim of our research? Aim of our research is to find out and research how to learn English without any mistakes, without confusing by this kind of false translate, the words of false translate. And significance of our project is defined as a crucial assistance for all English language learners and consequences we need to know. Because anyone can simply say the phrase thing if the word is used in the wrong way. And normally our project is to create tools, useful tools such as application website and What is a false friends? False friends are words in Korean language most often having common origins which sound similar to words in their native language but have a different meaning. So what kind of problem statements we have? First one is that there is found only one article about false friends in our Kazakhstan. It was researched by Mr. Filology and Arman Akmal. And the second one is that there is no app about false friends in which you can get information. And the third one is false friends can confuse anyone who is learning English. And the fourth one is before researching, even we haven't ever heard about such kind of topic as false friends. And our research questions in page. What are various types of false friends and what are effects of false friends in learning English language and how to overcome these difficulties? So, answer to the first research question. What are the types of false friends? First type is the words that have completely different meaning. The second type is the words that are very close that have slightly different pronunciation or spelling. And the third one is words that match only in one meaning. And the fourth type is words that have been from one thematic group. And let's take a look at some statistics. We took a questionnaire from our high school students and next page. There you can see how many students have passed this questionnaire, 92 students. There you can see how many classes and graders are participating in this questionnaire. And please move to this page. Please give attention to this pie chart of memory. The current translation of product is a consumer gem, but it consists only 29.5% of pie chart, and the other 60% of pie chart are infrared answered. Next page. And solution of the problem. So the first thing we got is application. So we created a mobile application. Yes, but we have a function. Suppose you need to pay money, so just try it. I can show here, or you can show you here.
So does it only provide understanding of false friends?
No, here's also a translator, also shares, like there are frequently asked questions. So there you have been. For example, the word upgrade. It shows how I suppose you in the translation.
How many words do you
And in this app, we did 56%, but we did that. And there we have false presence, shoulders, okay, the second thing we got is our book, reference book. Here you can see our false friends list that contains the 4 types of false friends. And what about your future plans? Our future plans is to run books on every English learning books first page, publish books. And also we want to introduce our site, our application, and our book to our licensed students, so they may learn. And also there is QR code. You can visit our website. Can you scan how you can show the website? So first one, you want my
put the superlative one and give to students.
And then they would like scan and
it's very interesting. Just like it's interesting, then it's useful. Yes.
Also, there has lists of prospects.
so it's our diary video.
Yes, okay.
It's us. Here we are doing our application. This is our book. Next page, okay. Next question.
Conclusion, a knowledge of language is always one for a person, and in order to be best at learning a language, you need to be able to find up-to-date information. And the object of this project is to put coverage page of every English learning books, and currently will contain a list of close friends and explanation for them.
I have only one question, like, what was your focus group, intending focus group, like, helping this focus friends, like, your age? Yeah.
Our age, because we did the statistics,
What kind of book could contain this kind of QR code? Kazakhstani students?
yes.
For 11 graders?
Not only 11 graders, also 7th graders, also other graders like.
It's very interesting if it will have some funny pictures. Because all friends, they are very funny.
It should attract you.
Yes. It's like a humor. Arrange.
We will do that.
Yes, thanks. Very.
Thank you for your attention.
Danilo Varatia, riwayat dari
Hello everyone, we are Danilo and Daniel Milaya. Today we want to present our research project called Neologisms related to COVID-19 and their translations into Kazakh. Throughout our project was supervised by our English teacher Sakakar Fazina and Associate Professor of Kazakh Abraham University Kutilay Rajana. Now let's start. So, in winter 2019, everyone all around the world was shouted about the new virus, which is come from China and made as coronavirus or COVID-19. Of course, it has changed our daily routines, our habits, and also our lexicon that we use. It has led an explosion of new words and the phrases.
So the problem is to pinpoint the COVID-19 based neologisms and their transitions into the Kazakh language. To achieve the goal, we follow these tasks. To identify recently formed new lexical units and to group words into thematic blocks, and to identify neological examples that were affected by COVID-19 pandemic. And the last one is to define the transitions of neologisms into the Kazakh language.
Now let's move to the research part. Here we start with a broad picture of neologisms and the morphological process. Do you know the word neologism is first accent in English in 1772, borrowed from French word neologisme, and also words like cable television, CD, room, class, that yet nowadays are also widely known words, and they're also neologisms. Next. Here you can see our morphological process table. First one is compounding, joins two or more free morphemes into one. For example, the word video conferencing. Next is reduplication, repeating arrays per element of the word. For example, the word bye-bye. Next is affixation. Affix is a grammatical component that is added to a word. For
For example, the word is connect. Next one is conversion. Separate word past but share some phonological process. For example, this house is perfectly clean versus I will clean this house tomorrow. Abbreviation and acronyms. A short form of the word, for example, AM for anti-meridian. Next one is clipping. It's also short form of the word, like lab for laboratory. And the last one is blending. Blending two or more words into one. For example, next speaker, it means internet plus speaker.
So this search uses descriptive qualitative method, and for English knowledge, we use documentation technique. Documentation technique is begun from searching new phrases, sentences, words in English, and also we use social media, newspaper, and online dictionaries such as Merriam-Webster, Cambridge, and Oxford for searching new words. And the next phase of this research is the web code tool. Web code tool is a suite of tools such as the World Wide Web. And for Kazakh part, we use the national newspaper Жас Алаш and in Kazakhstan for searching new words in Kazakh. And for translating these new words, we use Google Translate and the Survey. Next question.
Overall, 104 new words were found in English, but after removing those which already existed but not used, and which have no announced and any translation to Russian and Kazakh, there are 42 words were obtained. These 42 words also match with the translation into Kazakh and divided into three main domains: nicknames, study and work and demographics, and safety or security issues. And you can see this on our final table. For example, the first row shows the new neologisms in English, the second row shows their definition and meaning, next row shows their forming, and the fourth row shows the example of usage, and the fifth row shows the neologisms but translated into a Kazakh, and the last row shows the example of usage but also translated into a Kazakh. Next.
So we have a morphological percentage diagram. Moreover, analysis of morphological construction shows that half of new words were done by compound method, 59.5%, while 14.3% were done by blending, by mixing two or more methods. 9.5% were constructed by using blending, and 7.1% were done by mixing. Abbreviation, sorry. Remaining were affixation 4.8%, and the borrowing is acronym equal to 2.4%.
Compound and the blending with mixing were the most frequent word formations. This is due to the frequent usage of compound and blended into journalism, advertising, and the media to grab our attention. Combining to create new words are becoming more popular nowadays, and the process of constructing a word by blending is both straightforward and not overly complex.
Meanwhile, the existing translations of poor terminologism, COVID-19 as virus, are not approved by the Terminological Commission, and it's a big problem. But these new words are popular in social media and used by younger demographics. And the translated words and word combinations continue to be significant in broadening the vocabulary. And finally, to be equal with the developed countries and to be side by side, we recommend to include these new words to our vocabulary and be a part of globalization.
So, thank you for your attention.
And also we have a QR code and an e-book.
We have QR code and an e-book for our students.
What
If our students
Have you got the dictionary of how many students are interested in this
information?
Have you got, you know, or only you only?
Only us, but we, in our opinion, we need to add this to our lexicon, these words, and I think the Kazakh students will be interested to know them, to learn them. And we have electronic book. If our students want to know these words, introduce with them, they can watch. And in the first row, we show the neologisms, in the second row, their meaning and definition, in the third row, their forming, and their translations.
Yes, that's it.
But I think that the same of the topic, the same of the project is very special. Not special. You have found only 24 words, yes?
No, 42.
42
words.
is
And what will be your next step? What will be your next plan? For example, nowadays coronavirus is not it's not a problem for us. Yes.
What is words is not included to our vocabulary, but in our world and all over the world, this words include our vocabulary. But in Kazakhstan, it's a big problem. You know, in Kazakhstan, all words and the word combinations is a problem, and the morphological process is also a problem. And we recommended to include these words to our
Our
vocabulary.
lexicon needed for students.
Yes.
The medical university.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Muхан Салтанат Әліпбекова атты.
Our topic today is the endangered languages of the world. The awareness of our work. Currently, there are about 6,000 languages in the world. The experts predict that 95% of languages will either fade away or be in danger of complete extinction by the end of the century. Moreover, the process of disappearance of languages is much faster than the disappearance of animals and plants in natural environments. The purpose of the study considers the problem of disappearing dead languages, and our tasks are among the literature of this problem to identify the causes and factors of the extinction of languages and to draw attention to the problem of the responsible attitude to language development. The disappearance of languages is process caused by a number of factors: physical, economic, political, informational, social needs. Because the people of the state of the countries, the state language is changing the messages of the people to learn the language of the women. In case of distress, messages of the people, the settlers are forced to learn the language of the countries in which they arrive. The language is not considered to substitute generation. The communication into this language disappears. And it's our talk about the world in different languages. Out of an estimated 6,000 languages spoken in the world, at least 2,571 are endangered. 57.15% of languages safe or dead, and 3.82% of languages are extinct. And this information is to UNESCO, from UNESCO. Disappearing and dead language. In some cases, the language have ceased to serve as a means of life communication and preserve rights form and are used for the needs of science, culture, and religion. For example, Latin, Old Russian, and Antiquated Short Slavic, Sanskrit, Polish language, Western language, and others. From our research, we found a language that only students speak, and that is the Bangladeshi. Now this language is under risk of extinction. If this land died, the language will die with them, and it's now we want to show short video about this language.
Now the word, but the sensitivity to others and how to now the word, now the word, now the but the sensitivity to others and how to in Lord should.
And it's nowadays there are many organizations that work to save indigenous languages, and one of them is UNESCO. As you can see, there are 9 factors that UNESCO experts have developed, which you can consider together.
Students work with several layers to preserve engagement language and prevent their disappearance. Field allows students to collect data on endangered indigenous languages, develop standards, rules, and sustainability. In the field of communication and information, this is support the use of local languages to media and promote multilingualism inside the space. The field of science, investigates ways in program to strengthen the role of local languages in the transmission of traditional knowledge of the local indigenous population. And while working on this project, we also found issues in information, and these are the top most popular or sticker as various languages. You can see them on the table. And in our search, we tried to find out whether it's possible to learn and easily like and read the languages. Even more complex picture, we can just survey among students from various states and intent in which these responses to parts. Now, so the results show that 70% of students believe that certain languages can be used in your life. Now we can see, here we can see our survey, the majority, 55 people, is 50% believe that language learning is very interesting, and also 25 people, it's also 50% believe that language learning is effective. And the conclusion of our work is that it must be recognized that the existence of each of 6,000 languages is important for all mankind, as language as a tool of communication, reflection and expression of what Shakespeare describes the world as a city. It is a reflection of the connection between the past and the future and the present. And the death of language is not only the most because of its native, it is the electrical most language of all mankind where each nation stays in unity, inheritable, our suggestion on preservation of endangered languages. This is a great way to preserve the language is teaching the language in the schools and schools. Also opening the schools and the languages of minority nations in the modern globalization era. Preserving the language of minority nations and preventing the existence of the linguistic environment. Making movies. Movies and endangered languages are having a moment of administrative garden quality of media attention over the past few years. Creating video games. Technology also plays an important role in language preservation. Digital classes, podcasts, audio recording, phone apps, and computer programs are available in many endangered languages.
So are these solutions used? Yes?
Yes.
What can we do if that old man only one? For whom the video games and films, movies and so on? For whom?
For others, to know that such language now exists.
For maybe for only linguists. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Not for ordinary people. You have a good English? No, thank you.
Кабинеты
Такой тему берет, он как-то или сам заинтересован, как-то да, не точно, я думаю, он сам что ли заинтересован, а вот это кто интересно в эту тему посоветует?
Мне кажется, просто для галочки, что но как на областном?
Нет, нет, я не следишь, что было, но как-то да.
Здесь чаще всего нет вообще.
Трансляция лучше, конечно.